Douluo, the celestial pillar that shoots at the sun. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Gold Level Awakening. When the 6 deep-sea silver pillars appeared, Poseidon spoke. This is where you will take the third test. I will be here with you for the test. If anyone can't hold on, you can ask for help. For the Poseidon 9 testers, the test will be 12 hours. You can shorten the time in the early stage of the test, but from now on, for the next 365 days, the average time in the silver pillar must be what I just said, otherwise, the test will fail. After speaking, a blue light flashed from Poseidon's body again, wrapping the 6 people and flying directly to the deep-sea silver pillars. Before everyone could react, the 6 people had already stayed on the plane of the deep-sea silver pillars, and the 5 rings deducted their limbs and waists respectively, making them unable to move. Then, with a wave of Poseidon's hand, the huge waves hit the 6 people directly. The waves seemed to have infinite power. Although they only hit the surface of the body, they seemed to hit the muscles, bones, and even the soul at the same time. Especially when the waves hit one after another, almost continuously, the whole body was greatly tortured, and the pain gradually spread from the skin to the bones and even the soul, which was simply devastating. After just a few hours, except for Yang Wudi, everyone's soul power was exhausted, and the whole body was extremely sore, and they fainted directly. In the first tidal body refining, Yang Wudi himself only persisted for 12 hours. Among the others, Yang Xianyu, who lasted the longest, only persisted for 5 hours. Yang Pingan, Tu Yuan, and Yi Lingling only persisted for more than 2 hours, but Niu Meng persisted for nearly 3 hours. Everyone then realized that this tidal body refining was probably the most difficult of all the assessments, at least much more difficult and painful than the previous 3 levels. In the following year, there were basically days like this. As the tidal body refining continued, everyone's physical fitness improved significantly, and the time for tidal body refining became longer and longer. In the second month, everyone began to adapt to the tidal body training. Yang Xianyu could last about 8 hours a day, Niu Meng could last 5 hours, and the others were basically about 4 hours. Although the gap to the assessment was still relatively large, at least everyone saw the strengthening of the body and the hope of passing the assessment. Yang Wudi himself was even more exaggerated. Starting from the second month, he could do tidal body training for at least 13 hours a day, and sometimes even a little longer. Even Poseidon was a little surprised by his physical fitness. By the 5th month, Yang Xianyu could barely last 12 hours, Niu Meng could last 8 hours, Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling could last 7 hours, and Du Guyan could only last 6 hours. However, the 5 people could basically meet the requirements of the assessment. The next step was to try to extend the time as much as possible and make up for the average time lost before. Yang Wudi himself could last up to 16 hours a day, or even longer. As time went by, when it reached the 10th month, Yang Xianyu could support about 14 hours a day, and the time lost in the first 5 months had basically begun to be replenished. Niu Meng can actually hold on for more than 8 hours a day, worthy of being a body training master specializing in defense. While the other 3 can generally hold on for about 7 hours. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingling can also hold on for 8 hours a day, probably due to the effects of the acacia heartbroken red in the 100,000-year soul bone. In the last 2 months, Yang Wudi also started his final plan. From this day on, Yang Wudi stopped eating and only summoned his own martial soul, turning into a silver man, using his body to resist the impact of the waves. If someone can look carefully, there is already a hint of gold in this silver body. This is the change after Yang Wudi absorbed the 8th soul ring, and his body has already taken on a hint of gold. In the following time, the others continued to perform tidal body training step by step, while Yang Wudi turned into a silver metal man, standing firmly on the deep-sea silver column. On the first day, Yang Wudi had no effect, but just felt a little tired. On the second day, the fatigue was a little stronger, but there was no effect at all. On the 10th day, his mental and soul power were exhausted to the extreme, and his body seemed to fall into a strange state under the beating of the waves. On the 20th day, he was almost exhausted, and there was no strength or soul power in his body. He was just relying on his last willpower to hold on. On the 30th day, Yang Podi's body seemed to be about to collapse, and he was now confused, as if he was on the verge of life and death. But on this last day, in the eyes of everyone's worry, his body seemed to have undergone fundamental changes. His originally silver skin had undergone a transformation, and his whole body seemed to have turned golden, like a little golden man. In particular, his mental power seemed to have undergone another transformation, and it could even connect heaven and earth. At this time, Yang Podi officially entered the realm of tidal Douluo, and at the same time achieved the golden awakening of his body martial soul, and his mental power also reached the realm of peerless Douluo, which could be called evolution. According to the original work, 10,000 years later, the Podi sect, the second awakening of the main body martial soul, is to use the deep-sea water pressure to break through between life and death. On the contrary, the tidal body refining in the raging waves and disparate situation obviously contains the power of the sea god, and the effect will be much better. When Yang Podi was taken down from the deep-sea silver pillar by Poseidon, the whole person seemed to have fainted. Yilingling ignored the plight of her own body and used all her soul power to treat Yang Podi, and even had tears on her face. Poseidon on the side seemed to be touched. He succeeded. He is just in a coma now. When he wakes up again, I am afraid that his strength will be greatly improved. Yang Podi was in a coma for 3 days this time. When Yang Podi woke up, he felt that the whole person seemed to have changed again, as if the world was in his palm. In the last month, Yang Podi did not go to the deep-sea silver pillar again, but directly next to the desperate situation of the waves, carefully feeling the changes in the world and the rhythm of the seawater, and feeling the changes in his own realm. Time flies, and the 1-year period of tidal body refining is coming to an end soon. Everyone has passed the assessment. After a year of training, Yang Podi has reached level 90, his martial soul has achieved a golden awakening, and his mental strength has reached the peerless Douluo level. The improvement is huge. At the same time, the reward from the god of the sea for the assessment of the sea god was also transmitted to Yang Podi's mind. Red level 1 test, 4th level, assist the sea god's descendant to complete the 4th test of the sea god's 9 tests, pass the assessment, and increase the age of all soul rings by 5,000 years. Yang Xianyu's soul power has reached level 86, which is 3 levels higher in 1 year. This level will reward the sea god's affinity by 5%, and now the sea god's affinity has reached 30%. As for the others, the god of the sea test rewards all soul power to increase by 1 level, among which Yilingling has increased the age of his soul ring by 500 years. Niameng, because the time of body refining far exceeds the assessment requirements, is rewarded with an increase in the age of all soul rings by 1,000 years. So far, Yang Pinggan is level 80, Yilingling is also level 80, Niameng is level 79, and Du Yuyan is level 79. However, if Yang Pinggan and Yilingling obtain the soul ring, they should be able to increase their soul power by several levels. In addition, since Niameng has completed all the assessments, he will be awarded 1 more soul power level, plus a god-given soul ring, which can be considered an unusual surprise. Now Niameng is already level 80 and can absorb the god-given soul ring at any time. This time, it was a painful year. Everyone planned to take a break for a while before participating in the 5th assessment, of course, including Yang Podi's absorption of the last god-given soul ring. Yang Podi valued this god-given soul ring very much and planned to absorb it after a month of recuperation. After all, this was the last soul ring of the soul-breaking spear, and it also determined the ultimate power of the soul-breaking spear in the future. In the next month, everyone returned to Hama City and looked unusually relaxed, completely different from the way they looked during the assessment. Everyone wore casual clothes and turned into shopping experts, especially the 3 girls, who were dressed up and bought everything. As long as they liked something, they would buy it without saying a word. As for the payment, it was all left to the miserable Yang Podi. To everyone's surprise, even during the rest period, the speed of soul power improvement did not slow down, but became a little faster in a short period of time. This is probably the effect of relaxation during the training process. Yang Podi took advantage of this time to review his relationship with Yilingling. This was a rare moment of warmth in the 3 years since he landed on the Sea God Island. Of course, after the tidal physical training assessment, the 5 people also knew the content of the next level of assessment. Among them, Xianyu's assessment was more difficult. The 5th of the 9 tests of the Sea God, challenge the Guardian of the Holy Pillar. Start the time from challenging the first Guardian of the Holy Pillar, and complete all challenges within 36 hours. Defeat the 7 guardians of the Holy Pillar to pass. The content of Yang Podi's assessment was more strange. The 5th level of the first red level test. Assist the descendants of the sea god to complete the assessment. Yang Podi was speechless for a while. Cheyenne Ayu's level seemed to be a separate assessment content. How could he help? Did the sea god just let him watch the fun? Yang Pingan and Douluo Ain's assessments were relatively simple. They both challenged a title Douluo and won. Yi Lingling's assessment was to assist the other 2 in the assessment. Douluo Yan and Yang Pingan had to complete the assessment before they could be considered passed. Yang Podi was speechless. Looking at the situation, he might not have much to do in Yang Cheyenne Ayu's 5th, 6th, and even 7th levels. After all, if he took the stage, these levels would not be difficult. He really became a freeloader for the gods test. After a month of rest, everyone returned to the state of participating in the assessment, and Yang Podi and Niu Meng also improved their physical condition to the best, ready to absorb the God-given soul ring. When Poseidon handed the God-given soul ring to Yang Podi and Niu Meng, Yang Podi was extremely surprised and determined. When the energy of the God-given soul ring enveloped Yang Podi himself was full of determination, just focusing on the changes in the pressure on his body. As time went on, the soul ring on Yang Podi changed rapidly, from white to black, which was completed in an instant, and even from black to red did not take much time. But Yang Podi himself knew that when the soul ring reached 100,000 years, it was the beginning of absorbing the God-given soul ring. As Yang Podi persisted, the pressure on his body became greater and greater, but Yang Podi was unmoved. Instead, he turned his entire body golden and continued to absorb the God-given soul ring. It took more than a month to absorb the God-given soul ring this time. When Yang Podi broke out of his shell, he had already added another red soul ring to his body. In particular, there were 5 golden lines on this red soul ring, which meant that this soul ring had reached the level of 500,000 years, which was the ultimate. Especially when Yang Podi came out, the entire surrounding ground began to crack, as if it was cut into countless small pieces. Even except for himself, the cracked places began to collapse, and Yang Podi himself was like on a pillar. Yang Podi even wanted to laugh a little. Just as Yang Podi had expected in the past, this time he awakened 2 domains at the same time, namely the soul-breaking domain and the gravity domain. The soul-breaking domain is a combination of the Zhengjin Qi in Yang Podi's body. The domain has a very strong tearing effect. When the opponent is attacked by the domain, the soul power is like being torn apart. The gravity field is caused by absorbing power-type soul rings for so many years. Within the field, all enemies will be suppressed by gravity, their speed will be reduced, and even the speed of soul power will be reduced. Yang Podi's soul power level has reached the terrifying level 93. Most importantly, the attribute of Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear has reached the ultimate gold realm, and the weight of the soul-breaking spear has reached a terrifying 32,000 kilograms, which is a perfect combination of strength and gold, and can be called a divine weapon. Chapter 202 Yang Xianai vs Sea Dragon Douluo. To everyone's surprise, Niu Meng's soul ring took longer to absorb than Yang Podi, and the absorption time reached 2 months, and it actually reached the 100,000 a year level, which shows how strong Niu Meng's physical fitness is. After Niu Meng absorbed the 8th soul ring, his soul power reached an astonishing level of 83. The 5th level assessment was relatively not that difficult for everyone. The only difficulty might be Yang Xianai. After all, he had to challenge 7 title Douluos in a row, including the strongest sea dragon Douluo, which was the only difficulty. As for Yang Pingan and Douluo Yan, it was relatively simple. As long as they didn't draw sea dragon Douluo, both of them could be said to be able to win. After all, both of them are now soul quasi Douluo, especially with Yi Lingling's extreme treatment. After the lottery, it was confirmed that Yang Pingan's opponent was Sea Star Douluo, and Douluo Yan's opponent was Sea Horse Douluo. The few people did not take any round-robin battles, and there was no need at all. Anyway, there was a year, and it was impossible for them to fail to win. Even if they lost, they would just treat it as training. The first match was between Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling against Sea Star Douluo. They came to the Sea Star Pillar together. The Sea Star Pillar was like a giant starfish lying on the sea. The even 5-pointed star shape was very unique. Even the towering Sea Star Pillar itself was in a 5-pointed shape. The magic pattern on it was even more star-shaped, as if it was condensed from the light of the stars and the moon in the sky. Sea Star Douluo himself was wearing a black robe, but he looked a little shabby. The most surprising thing was his long hair. What was terrifying was that his long hair was scattered all the way to the ground. For Yang Pingan, the control system titled Douluo was not invincible. On the contrary, it could have a certain advantage. After all, Yang Pingan was now a quasi-soul Douluo of the strong attack and agility attack system, and he also had Yi Lingling's extreme treatment. As long as he had a breath left, he would not lose. Before the two of them came on stage, C-Star Douluo took the lead in launching an attack, and the target of the attack was directly Yi Lingling, obviously knowing the powerful healing effect of Yi Lingling. I saw that C-Star Douluo turned into a huge starfish, especially his limbs and hair, which turned into 5 tentacles of the starfish, which looked extremely disgusting. But Yi Lingling was obviously much stronger than Starfish Douluo imagined. I saw the soul power flashing in Yi Lingling's hand, forming a huge sphere. The sphere was purely composed of wood attribute soul power, which directly forced C-Star Douluo back. This is the soul power version of Rasengan. Yi Lingling and Yang Pingan have the same soul power level, both are only level 80, but in terms of personal strength, Yi Lingling may be stronger than Yang Pingan. After all, Yi Lingling has the life domain and the life-saving skill Life Guardian. When C-Star Douluo failed to hide him, Yang Pingan held the soul-breaking spear and quickly stabbed at C-Star Douluo's body, and his speed was far beyond what C-Star Douluo could imagine. C-Star Douluo's 5 tentacles seemed to react very quickly, and he was able to do 5 things at once. 2 of the tentacles resisted Yang Pingan's attack, and the other 3 tentacles attacked Yang Pingan from all directions. Their reactions were very sensitive and difficult to grasp. However, C-Star Douluo obviously underestimated Yang Pingan's attack power. Even 2 tentacles could not resist the soul-breaking spear, and were stabbed by Yang Pingan's soul-breaking spear. The other 3 tentacles attacked from all sides, and they had a very strong absorption ability, which could absorb the opponent's soul power and even vitality, making them very difficult to deal with. Yang Pingan's biggest advantage was his fast speed and strong attack power. In terms of strength and speed, he was stronger than C-Star Douluo, not to mention that he had the help of Yi Lingling, so he was not afraid of exchanging injuries with C-Star Douluo. In this way, the two sides entered a tug-of-war. Although Starfish Douluo could gain a certain advantage with his strong control ability and the soul power of the title Douluo, he could not win quickly. Especially every time Yang Pingan used his soul skills, Starfish Douluo could only resist desperately. At the last moment, Yang Pingan used his 7th soul skill, the weapon Soul True Body, and at the same time, the 7 soul rings on his body flashed, and the energy of the first 5 soul rings was all integrated into the 6th soul ring, which was the fusion ring inherited by the Po Yi clan. And Yang Pingan's 6th soul skill is called Silver Moon Dragon Jiao Destruction, which comes from a very powerful Silver Moon Dragon Jiao. Even Yang Podi thinks it is a very good soul beast. Yang Pingan's soul-breaking gun turned into a black light, as if it was going to annihilate the whole world, especially after using the weapon Soul True Body and the fusion ring, basically reaching the extreme power. I am afraid it is not inferior to Yang Wudi at Jialing Pass in the original work. C-Star Douluo also activated his 9th soul skill, 1,000 touches and 10,000 suctions, which can devour all the energy within the range of the tentacles, and even the energy of the domain can be absorbed, which can be called the ultimate devouring ability. However, Yang Pingan's ultimate destructive power and C-Star Douluo's ultimate devouring power collided with each other, and the two sides were almost evenly matched. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Yang Pingan seemed to be unusually strong and decisive. The soul power on his right arm flashed, and a huge phantom of the white-eyed demon Tiger King appeared directly, and pounced directly on C-Star Douluo. This was Yang Pingan's right arm soul bone skill. This move was also the last straw that broke the camel's back, making Yang Pingan's move have the upper hand. After Yang Pingan forced back C-Star Douluo's 9th soul skill, he was as fast as lightning, and the soul-breaking spear turned into a black shadow, breaking through C-Star Douluo's defense and stabbing directly into C-Star Douluo. When both sides stopped again, both C-Star Douluo and Yang Pingan were seriously injured. Yang Pingan not only exhausted his soul power, but also had various wounds on his body. He could only hold on with one breath. The C-Star Douluo on the opposite side had already fallen to the ground with a huge wound on his shoulder, which was obviously pierced directly by Yang Pingan's soul-breaking spear. Yang Podi was a little relieved to see all this. It was worth it for him to give Yang Pingan 2 pieces of top-grade soul bones, which barely had the fighting power of a titled Douluo. After Yang Pingan won, it was Du Yuan's battle. This was relatively easier to win. Although Du Yuan was only level 79, his opponent's Seahorse Douluo was just an ordinary beast spirit titled Douluo, and there was nothing too strong about him. Especially Du Yuan had the external soul bone 8 spider lance, plus the extreme poison attribute and Yilingling's treatment, which made him have a greater advantage. Du Yuan transformed into a giant green-scaled snake king, fighting with a giant seahorse transformed by Seahorse Douluo. The whole battle scene seemed to be surrounded by toxins. The 8 spider lance was extremely sharp and had strong toxicity, making it difficult to defend against. After a full hour of fighting, Du Yuan's soul power was exhausted, and Seahorse Douluo was also poisoned. After Yang Pingan and Du Yuan won, the most difficult Yang Xianai was left. However, Yang Xianai was extremely strong in both physical fitness and strength, especially with 5 top-grade soul bones on his body, plus the existence of the domain. Even an ordinary title Douluo could easily win. Especially with Yilingling's extreme treatment, during each battle, she didn't care about the consumption of soul power or whether she was injured. As long as she won, she would receive treatment as soon as possible, especially in Yilingling's life field, even soul power could be quickly restored. In addition, with the elixir provided by Yang Podi himself, the assessment of the first 6 people was relatively simple. After all, Yang Xianai now has 800,000 year soul bone skills and 200,000 year soul ring skills. Of course, Yilingling's help is also indispensable. The extreme treatment of Jiuxin Hideng is indeed very powerful, especially when Yilingling ignores the consumption of soul power. Yang Xianai can recover quickly after each battle. After a full 30 hours of fighting and rest, Yang Xianai defeated 6 title Douluo one after another, leaving only the last Sea Dragon Douluo, which is also the most difficult title Douluo battle. When Yang Xianai arrived at the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar, Sea Dragon Douluo seemed a little surprised. I didn't expect that a little kid like you would have such strong combat power. Not only do you have a domain, but you also have so many top-grade spirit bones. With the treatment of your teammates, you can actually defeat 6 title Douluo in a row in a short period of time. Yang Xianai also hurriedly saluted. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Sea Dragon Douluo. I just tried my best to show my strength. Sea Dragon Douluo also nodded. Your strength is indeed very good. You can defeat title Douluo with the strength of a soul Douluo, and you have almost no shortcomings. Whether it is speed, strength, attack power, or recovery ability, you have basically reached the level of title Douluo. It is perfect. You are worthy of being the heir of Lord Poseidon, but although you defeated the first 6 people, I will never show mercy. Only if you truly defeat me can you gain my recognition. Let's start now and take the final test of your 5th test. Yang Xianai's face also became very serious. Please teach me, Sea Dragon Douluo. After Yang Xianai finished speaking, he summoned the soul-breaking spear and 8 spirit rings. Sea Dragon Douluo looked at Yang Xianai's spirit ring configuration and nodded. Your spirit ring configuration even surprised me. I didn't expect that you have 200,000 year spirit rings at such a young age. Yang Xianai smiled. I can't compare with my brother in terms of spirit ring configuration, and my strength today is all taught by my brother. Sea Dragon Douluo couldn't help but look at Yang Podi in the distance strangely. I don't know what he was thinking. After a slight pause, he began to summon his martial soul and spirit rings to prepare for battle. Sea Dragon Douluo's martial soul is a sea dragon, which is also a top-grade beast martial soul. Especially in the sea, it has a great advantage and is not inferior to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. After Sea Dragon Douluo summoned his martial soul, his whole body seemed to be covered with scales, and his whole body seemed to be much stronger. There seemed to be a huge sea dragon phantom behind him. Whether it is strength or other aspects, it is very powerful. It is worthy of being a top-grade dragon martial soul. And Yang Xianai was not afraid at all, and directly stabbed with his soul-breaking spear in his hand. The 2 sides only collided with each other in the first move, and both of them retreated 5 steps. This was purely a physical collision. Sea Dragon Douluo couldn't help but shout, "Good, you are worthy of being the descendant of the sea god." After saying that, his soul ring flashed and turned into a huge sea dragon to attack Yang Xianai, and Yang Xianai did not give in, holding the soul-breaking spear and directly went up to meet it. Both sides released soul skills continuously, and basically fought evenly. and neither had any advantage. Yang Xianyu's spear skills were sharp, the attack was powerful, and all his soul rings were attack skills. In terms of pure attack power, he was not inferior to Sea Dragon Douluo, especially with 5 top-grade soul bones on his body, and his physical fitness was not worse than Sea Dragon Douluo. The two sides came and went, and Yang Xianyu's soul-breaking spear and Sea Dragon Douluo's hands turned into dragon claws attacked each other, like a storm. In the later stage of the battle, both of them used their 7th soul skills, Martial Soul True Body and Weapon Soul True Body at the same time. Sea Dragon Douluo directly turned into a huge sea dragon nearly 30 meters long, while Yang Xianyu directly turned into a huge figure holding a soul-breaking spear. Both sides seemed to want to fight to the death. Sea Dragon Douluo activated his 9th soul skill, Sea Dragon Shocking Sky Break. At the same time, he also used his own soul skill, Self-Sacrifice, sacrificing all his defense power, and reaching the extreme of his own soul skill combat power. And Yang Xianyu also gritted his teeth and launched the ring fusion regardless of everything. All the soul ring energy was integrated into the 8th soul ring. Then the huge red soul ring flashed. It was Yang Xianyu's 100,000-year 8th soul skill, Soul-Breaking Sky Destroying. In the sky, a huge sea dragon pounced directly at Yang Xianyu, and it seemed to have great sea attributes. It is estimated that this soul ring is probably more than 90,000 years old. But Yang Xianyu's soul-breaking spear is even more powerful, as if it can pierce through everything, and finally pierce the oncoming sea dragon directly. After the last blow, Sea Dragon Douluo fell directly to the ground, even dying, but he still endured the injuries and said, "It is worthy of a 100,000-year soul skill. This desperate attack is a bit like me. I admire it." Yang Xianyu supported his body with his soul-breaking spear. "Thank you Sea Dragon Douluo for your advice." After saying that, he sat on the ground with his soul power exhausted. The 6 titled Douluos of Sea God Island came forward to support Sea Dragon Douluo and wanted to treat him. Yang Podi and several others also quickly came forward to support Yang Xianyu, and Yi Lingling quickly treated Yang Xianyu. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. He admired the combat awareness of this Sea Dragon Douluo. In terms of attack power, if he was in the sea, he might not be inferior to Sword Douluo. "Lingling, go and help Sea Dragon Douluo." He was seriously injured this time. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling simply activated the Martial Soul True Body and treated the two at the same time. In less than an hour, Yang Xianyu had almost recovered, and Sea Dragon Douluo also woke up, and even recovered most of his injuries. After seeing Yi Lingling's extreme treatment, the 7 people couldn't help but marvel, especially Sea Dragon Douluo, who shook his head. "I didn't expect that there is such a treatment effect in the world. It can be called a magical skill. He is worthy of being the successor of the Great Priest." So far, everyone has passed the 5th test. I don't want to spend too much time on the assessment of Sea God Island. I still want to finish it as soon as possible, and then go back to do something tricky. So I didn't write in detail about the battles of each title Douluo, otherwise several chapters will be lost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Battle Against the 7 Sacred Pillars. After Sea Dragon Douluo and Yang Xianyu had almost recovered, the 5th test of the Sea God was also completed. Among them, Douluo Yan also completed the assessment of the 5th Black Test of the Sea God, and was awarded 1 level of soul power, and at the same time accumulated 1 level of soul power, plus a Divine Soul Ring. Now Douluo Yan is already level 80 and can absorb the Divine Soul Ring. Yang Pinkin and Yi Lingling's soul power is still increased by 1 level, but now it is still level 80. Only after absorbing the soul ring can the specific soul power level be displayed. Of course, Yi Lingling's soul ring age has been increased by 500 years again. Now the soul ring age has been increased by 2,500 years in total, but for Yi Lingling, it seems that there is really no effect. After all her soul skills are the same, they are just treatments. Perhaps because of her strength, Yang Xianyu has been recognized by all 7 sacred pillars, and the affinity of the Sea God has increased by 20%, and the overall affinity of the Sea God has reached 50%. And Yang Podi's soul ring age has been increased by 5,000 years again, which can be regarded as a wave of divine tests. However, the 7 Sea Dragon Douluo seemed to look at Yang Podi a little strangely, which made Yang Podi a little speechless. Yang Podi seemed to look at Sea Dragon Douluo with some doubts. Senior Sea Dragon Douluo, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Is there any problem? Sea Dragon Douluo shook his head. Didn't you assist in the 5th assessment of Yang Xianyu's Sea God assessment? Why didn't you go on the field? Yang Podi was puzzled. How can I, a battle soul master, go on the field to assist? Sea Dragon Douluo looked at Yang Podi speechlessly. Although the battle soul can't assist, you can replenish Yang Xianyu's soul power. Besides, you may have some auxiliary soul skills or defensive soul skills, and you can even help the Sea God Heir to resist attacks, which can also be regarded as helping the Sea God Heir. Yang Podi was immediately confused. Senior, isn't this a bit too tricky? After all, I am now level 93. If I go on the field, the battle will be meaningless, Sihorse Douluo on the side said. In fact, the 7 of us have always been very confused. It is clear that the content of the test is 2 people. Why is there only 1 person on the stage? I thought you were too confident in the descendant of the Sea God, and only 1 person was needed to go on the stage, and you yourself disdained to take action. Yang Podi was speechless again. The content of the test given by the Sea God was too unclear. Is this considered another trap? At the same time, the 6th test of the crowd has appeared. The 4 people persisted under the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God Island for an instant stick of time, which is about half an hour. Perhaps because there was no trick in the 5th level, the difficulty of the 6th level did not increase. Yang Podi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Among all the tests, Yang Podi himself was most afraid that he would meet Sea God Douluo Poseidon in the 6th test of the Sea God. That was a level 99 Peerless Douluo. Especially after seeing Poseidon's strength, it was very despairing. If Tang Sen was not Tang Chen's great-grandson, how could he have lasted so long under Poseidon? Even though he was already level 93, and was confident of defeating level 96 Qianjin and Jiangmo Douluo, and even had the strength to fight against Golden Crocodile Douluo with his spirit skills, he still felt a little weak against level 99 Peerless Douluo. However, the Sea Dragon Douluo on the opposite side was quite confident, and said to Yang Xianyu, although I lost this time, we have been in contact with the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island for many years, and our strength will double when we cooperate. You must be careful this time, and I will also wash away today's failure. However, when Yang Xianyu heard that her eldest brother could play, she felt relieved. Thank you, Sea Dragon Douluo, then we will wait and see. After some communication, the 2 sides decided to conduct the 6th level assessment in half a month. Now both sides are injured and their spirit power is exhausted, so they need to rest for a while. The 6 people returned to the Seahorse City to recuperate. Among them, Du Yuyan was ready to start absorbing the God-given soul ring. However, Du Yuyan did not have that much time to absorb the God-given soul ring. Even if she tried her best, she only absorbed it in 10 days. The soul ring was more than 90,000 years old and could not break through the 100,000 year mark. After all, although Du Yuyan had experienced the tidal body training and her physical fitness was pretty good, she only had an external soul bone on her body and could not reach the level of absorbing a 100,000 year soul ring. After Du Yuyan absorbed the soul ring, her soul power also reached level 82, and her strength improvement was pretty good. After recuperating for half a month, everyone began the 7th level of assessment, which was directly presided over by Poseidon. Yang Podi secretly observed Poseidon. Although she looked very calm on the surface and everything seemed calm, there was a trace of worry and even a trace of ruthlessness in the corner of her eyes, especially when she saw the posture of the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island. I am afraid they also want to fight hard. After all, the Poseidon assessment is also related to the life and death of their great worshippers. Yang Podi also had a hint of excitement on his face at this time. He had not fought since he entered the title Douluo. Although the 7 saint pillars of Poseidon Island were average in strength, they were all title Douluo, and barely qualified to fight against him. Especially when the opponent was hostile to him, Yang Podi didn't mind teaching his opponent a lesson. In the fighting spirit arena, Poseidon took out a stick of incense, and the 6th test of the Poseidon assessment was officially ready to begin. Among the 7 people on the opposite side, Sea Dragon Douluo rushed forward, with Sea Spear Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo on both sides, Sea Star Douluo and Sea Delusion Douluo controlling, and finally Sea Girl Douluo assisting. and Seahorse Douluo protecting Sea-Girl Douluo. Obviously, this is a 223-strong attacking lineup, and I am afraid that they want to use the advantage of numbers to win quickly. On Yang Podi's side, it is just a simple 121 lineup. Yang Podi rushed forward alone, with Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan behind him, and finally Yilingling assisting alone. Yang Podi looked at the opponent's lineup coldly. Did the opponent underestimate him too much? He dared to put out such a lineup. With 3 strong attacks all in the front, weren't they afraid that he would kill the opponent's support and control in seconds? Both sides summoned their martial spirits and spirit rings, ready to start fighting. When Yang Podi summoned his spirit rings, the 7 people on the opposite side seemed to swallow their saliva, and everyone was extremely surprised. After Yang Podi's 5 consecutive spirit ring age increases, each spirit ring age has now increased by 25,000 years. The spirit ring configuration is black 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 red 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 red, much stronger than Poseidon. As Poseidon lit the incense, the assessment officially began. Yang Podi and the other 4 did not plan to defend. What about supporting an incense stick of time? That's nonsense. It's better to attack than to do this. Besides, there are rewards for exceeding the task. Yang Podi flashed, and he was already holding the soul-breaking spear in his hand. He came to the end of the opposite lineup, raised the gun with both hands, and stabbed the opposite auxiliary Sea-Girl Douluo directly. Yang Pingan and Yang Xianai also held the soul-breaking spear in both hands, and rushed forward to attack the 3 Sea Dragon Douluos in the front of the other side. Yang Podi's spear was powerful and heavy, especially now that the soul-breaking spear had reached 32,000 kilograms, comparable to a divine weapon. The Seahorse Douluo on the opposite side was the first to react, and quickly used his 6th soul skill, Seahorse Guardian, to block Yang Podi. But Yang Podi's spear was as powerful as 1,000 pounds, and it was extremely sharp. It directly pierced through Seahorse Douluo's defense and even pierced directly into Seahorse Douluo, leaving a big hole on Seahorse Douluo's shoulder. Then the soul-breaking spear was swung, and Seahorse Douluo was directly knocked off the ring. The Sea Star Douluo and Sea Delusion Douluo on the opposite side quickly activated their soul skills to trap Yang Podi. Especially since they had lost one person in just a short moment, the other 6 were horrified and directly activated their martial soul true bodies. Sea Star Douluo turned into a huge starfish with 5 tentacles, and seemed to attack Yang Podi from 5 directions, forming a strangling trend. The Sea Delusion Douluo also turned into a huge illusory snake, quickly wrapping around Yang Podi. The 2 wanted to trap Yang Podi in one fell swoop, or even defeat him. But Yang Podi didn't care about that. A white light flashed on his body, directly covering the 6 people on the opposite side. It was the gravity field that Yang Podi had just comprehended. A very strong gravity pressure suddenly appeared on the 6 people on the opposite side. They were suddenly like a heavy burden. Not only did their movement slow down, but even the operation of their soul power slowed down a lot. Then Yang Podi's 5th soul ring flashed, and he directly launched a 5th soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Destruction Strike. The soul-breaking gun emitted a very strong force, directly rushing towards the flying Sea Star Douluo and Sea Delusion Douluo, like a Tyrannosaurus collision, repelling the 2. Yang Podi's soul ring flashed again, this time using the 2nd soul skill, Demon Tiger Destruction Kill. Since the 2nd soul ring became a 10,000-year soul ring, the teleportation distance, speed and attack power have become much stronger, especially the attack power, which has more than doubled. Yang Podi's 2nd soul skill still targets Hai Nu Douluo, and he obviously wants to defeat Hai Nu Douluo in one fell swoop. The opposite Hai Long Douluo roared and directly activated his martial soul body, turning into a huge sea dragon, and at the same time used his magic-breaking domain to counter Yang Podi's gravity domain. Hai Nu Douluo also activated his martial soul body and turned into a huge sea witch figure, especially holding a huge sea flute in his hand. Waves of sound were transmitted to everyone's ears, which had the effect of weakening the opponent, as if it could drag people into the illusion, and at the same time had a certain increase in itself. In particular, Hai Nu Douluo has the ability to read minds and can see through the attacks and communications of ordinary people. Unfortunately, it has no effect on Yang Podi. After all, Yang Podi's current mental power has reached the realm of the limit Douluo. Yang Podi's soul power flashed, and a burst of white light was emitted again. It was the killing god domain. Except for Hai Long Douluo, in the eyes of the other 5 people, it was like a huge blood-red figure, as if it had infinite killing intent. At this moment, a huge sea dragon flew over. It was the sea dragon Douluo who came to rescue. Obviously, sea dragon Douluo also saw that Yang Podi was difficult to deal with, so he had to let go of the attack in front and come to protect his rear first. Yang Xian Iwan Yang Pingan fought with Sea Spear Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo respectively, and the two sides were basically in a short-term stalemate. The huge sea dragon blocked Yang Podi's second soul skill, but he himself was not feeling well, and a wound appeared on his body. Yang Podi saw that sea dragon Douluo had come over. Obviously, he wanted to use the demon-breaking domain to fight against Yang Podi's two domains, otherwise the three people behind him might be defeated by Yang Podi one by one. Yang Podi looked at the ascending sea dragon Douluo, but couldn't help but sneered, ready to annihilate the four people at the same time in one fell swoop. Chapter 204 Yang Podi's Strength. Yang Podi was not afraid of Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Delusion Douluo, Sea Star Douluo and Sea Girl Douluo, but appeared even more ferocious. Yang Podi swung the soul-breaking spear continuously, and countless spear rays suddenly appeared on the soul-breaking spear, covering all four people. Moreover, the spear rays were now extremely sharp and the power was much greater. This was the effect after entering the ultimate gold. The four sea dragon Douluos on the opposite side hurriedly used various soul skills to resist the attack of the spear rays, and at this moment, Yang Podi's eyes shot out a red light, which was the fourth of Yang Podi's 9 soul-breaking styles, Bloody Rain. This red light was extremely fast, and it was also a mental attack, which could not be blocked at all. It shot directly on the head of Sea Girl Douluo. Sea Girl Douluo immediately bled from all 7 orifices, and her whole face was extremely painful, and she fell directly to the ground. Yang Podi took advantage of the situation and directly launched the 6th soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Sky Break. A huge golden light suddenly appeared from the soul-breaking spear, like a golden lion, and it pounced directly at the 3 people. Especially after the 6th soul ring entered the 100,000-year period, the power of the soul skill seemed to be greatly improved, and the roar of the Golden Lion King seemed to be able to destroy the world. The 3 sea dragon Douluos quickly launched their own soul skills to resist desperately. Obviously, the power of this move far exceeded their imagination. After all, this was a 100,000-year soul skill. When the Golden Lion King disappeared, the 3 people looked very embarrassed, and they were obviously injured. But Yang Podi didn't care about so much, but continued to attack with his soul-breaking spear in his hand. Since Sea Dragon Douluo came over, he would first solve the strongest spiritual pillar among the 7 sacred pillars, especially his devil-breaking domain, which really has a great restraining effect on all domains. Yang Podi's 7th soul ring flashed, and the 7th soul skill he sent directly, the soul of the weapon, a larger and stronger soul-breaking spear appeared in the air, especially the attack power became much stronger. Yang Podi held the soul-breaking spear in his hand and stabbed directly at the Sea Dragon Douluo in front, as if he could break anything. Sea Dragon Douluo immediately activated his 9th soul skill, Sea Dragon Sky Break. A huge sea dragon roared and rushed towards the attack of the soul-breaking spear, but was directly pierced by the soul-breaking spear, and even Sea Dragon Douluo was seriously injured. Yang Podi was completely in the upper hand and turned the spearhead, directly holding the soul-breaking spear and slashing it backhand, directly slashing at the Sea Star Douluo on the side, splitting his 5 tentacles directly and leaving a huge wound on his body. The whole person flew out and fell to the ground with serious injuries. And Sea Delusion Douluo seemed to want to attack from behind, and also used his 8th soul skill, Dance of 10,000 Snakes. Countless illusory sea snakes appeared in an instant and attacked Yang Podi. It was not only a powerful attack, but also an attempt to rescue the injured Sea Dragon Douluo. But Yang Podi didn't care about that. He emitted countless Zhengjin Qi from his body, forming a protective circle composed of gun blades, tearing all the sea snakes around him into pieces. Then the figure flashed again, and this time he shot out directly like a dragon. The soul-breaking spear was like a unicorn tyrannosaurus, savagely stabbing at Sea Dragon Douluo. Even if Sea Dragon Douluo tried his best to resist, he was still pierced through the shoulder. But Sea Dragon Douluo was extremely strong, and he actually held the soul-breaking spear with both hands, trying to block this fatal blow and buy time for Sea Douluo. But Yang Podi rubbed his hands together, and the entire soul-breaking spear quickly rotated, directly like a diamond drill, directly piercing through Sea Dragon Douluo's strong body, nailing Sea Dragon Douluo to the ground. Sea Dragon Douluo fainted instantly due to the great injuries on his body. So far, 4 of the 7 people of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island have fallen to the ground, and the other 3 are also heartbroken, as if they can't face Yang Podi's ferocity. Especially after the absence of Sea Dragon Douluo's devil-breaking domain, Yang Podi once again emitted white light and launched a gravity field, directly putting great pressure on the remaining 3 people. On the other side, Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan became more and more courageous and appeared to be much stronger. Yang Podi quickly flashed his figure and quickly eliminated the 3 people, Sea Delusion Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Ghost Douluo. At this point, only half of the whole incense stick was burned, and all the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island fell down seriously injured, and the 6th test of Sea God was officially passed. Yi Lingling hurried forward to treat the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, and was really afraid that the 7 people would die if they were not careful. About an hour later, the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island woke up one after another, but their faces seemed very sad. They all knelt on one knee in front of Poseidon and said at the same time, "Great priest, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The opponent is strong and we failed." Poseidon shook his head lightly. "It's not your fault. Yang Podi's strength is stronger than I thought. It's normal for you to lose." Then Poseidon said lightly to Yang Podi and the other 3, "Congratulations to the 4 of you, you have passed the 6th level of the Poseidon assessment." At the same time, a voice came from Yang Podi's mind, "Red level 1 test 6th level, assist the descendants of Poseidon under the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island to support 1 stick of incense time, exceed the task, defeat the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island, double the reward, and increase the age of all spirit rings by 10,000 years. Hearing about the assessment reward, Yang Podi couldn't help but shook his head. The increase of 10,000 years in the age of the soul ring will indeed make the soul skills more powerful, but why doesn't the sea god do something more practical? It would be better to increase the soul power level. Yang Xianai also exceeded the task this time, and the affinity of the sea god directly increased by 20%, and now the total affinity has reached 70%. Yang Pingan exceeded the task in the 6th test, and his soul power increased by 1 level, and the age of all soul rings increased by 1,000 years. In addition, all the assessments of the black level 6 tests, the overall soul power increased by 1 level, and a divine soul ring was awarded. So far, Yang Pingan's assessments have been completed, which is also a great harvest. Yi Lingling also exceeded the task, the soul power increased by 1 level, and the age of all soul rings increased by 2,000 years. The next 7th level is Yang Podi and Yi Lingling assisting Yang Xianai to pick up the sea god trident. It is a more difficult assessment, and the time limit is also 1 year. Yang Pingan finally got the coveted god-given soul ring again. This is also after being stuck at level 80 for a long time, he can finally absorb the soul ring. After Yang Pingan rested for a while, he began to absorb the god-given soul ring. It is estimated that this time it will take several months to absorb the soul ring. After Yang Podi and the other 2 rested for 3 days, they were ready to go to the Sea God Temple to accept the 7th level of the Sea God test, which is also one of the more important and difficult tests. After all, the weight of the Sea God trident reached 180,000 kilograms. If Yang Podi came by himself, he would be sure to pick it up, but now without assistance, it is still difficult for Yang Xianai to take it out. As for Du Guyan and Niameng, they guarded Yang Pingan and waited for Yang Pingan to absorb the god-given soul ring. Early in the morning of this day, Yang Podi and the other 2 began to walk along the stairs to the Sea God Temple. There are a total of 1,001 steps on the stairs. Although it is shrouded in the light of the sea god, it no longer has that kind of repulsive force. After the 3 walked down the stairs, they were greeted by the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God Island. Yang Xianai took the lead and said, "Greetings to the 7 seniors. Thank you for your care before." The leading sea dragon Douluo seemed to look at Yang Podi and the other 2 with an unusually strange expression, and it was obvious that his emotions were very complicated, especially in the last battle. The 7 sacred pillars were actually defeated, especially Yang Podi was only level 93, and his fighting power was so strong. However, Sea Dragon Douluo finally said, "The 3 of you please follow me. The chief priest is now waiting for you in the Sea God Temple." Yang Xianai and the other 2 nodded and followed Sea Dragon Douluo. It must be said that the Sea God Temple is worthy of being the inheritance place of the sea god. It is not to say how luxurious it is, but it looks extremely solemn and dignified, as if it is sacred and inviolable. The group came to the gate of the Sea God Temple. Sea Dragon Douluo spoke to the gate with great respect. Great priest, Yang Xianayu, Yang Podi, and Yi Lingling are here. Only Bo Saxi's faint voice came from inside. Let the three of them come in. You go down first. After Sea Dragon Douluo bowed to the Sea God Temple, he left with the 6 sacred pillars in the distance. Yang Xianayu and the other two walked into the Sea God Temple gently, as if they were full of respect for everything around them. The Sea God Temple is very simple and simple. It is just a huge temple with a large throne in front, but the throne is empty. I'm afraid no one in the entire Douluo Continent is qualified to sit on the throne, especially the throne is spotless. I'm afraid it was all cleaned by Bo Saxi himself. There are 8 small seats under the throne, 1 in the middle and 7 around it, just like the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island and the great priest Bo Saxi of Sea God Island. Even the orientation is the same as the arrangement of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Poseidon looked at Yang Xianayu and said calmly, Yang Xianayu, come forward. Yang Xianayu seemed very excited at this time and quickly agreed. Then, Yang Xianayu came in front, and Yang Podi and Yi Lingling came later, and they came to Poseidon together. The 3 of them saluted to Poseidon. Greetings, Senior Poseidon Douluo. Poseidon just nodded lightly. Before you accept the 7th test, let me tell you about the Poseidon. The ocean is much larger than the land, 4 times the land, vast and boundless. There are countless ferocious sea soul beasts in the ocean, many of which are very fierce, like the evil killer whale and the deep-sea demon whale. Many sea soul beast tribes are also very powerful. Various wars often occur between them. Some even like to kill various types of small soul beasts, and wars are constantly going on, which is very chaotic. It's Lord Poseidon. Holding the Poseidon trident, he traveled to all corners of the ocean and conquered all the sea soul beast races on the ocean. This is not only due to his military strength, but also his unparalleled personal charm. It took him a full 1001 years to conquer the entire ocean and was revered as the Poseidon by all sea soul masters and sea soul beasts. Yang Xianayu said a little puzzled, has Lord Poseidon lived for 1,000 years? Normal human soul masters should not live that long. Poseidon shook his head. Ordinary people naturally can't live that long, but after a soul master enters the title Douluo, his lifespan will increase significantly. An ordinary title Douluo can live up to 300 years, and as the soul power increases, the lifespan will also increase, especially after reaching the 99th level of ultimate Douluo. It can live for thousands of years. There are 3 great ultimate Douluos in the world today, namely Jin Daoliu and I, and Tang Chen of the Clear Sky Sect. Jin Daoliu and I relied on the God level assessment to reach the 99th level. I relied on the Sea God assessment, Jin Daoliu relied on the Angel God assessment, and Tang Chen was the most unexpected and amazing person. He relied on his own strength to reach the 99th level. You should know that after entering the title Douluo, the soul power will be improved very slowly. It takes 100 years from level 95 to level 96, another 100 years from level 96 to level 97, and 300 years from level 97 to level 98. And from level 98 to level 99, it takes a full 600 years of sleepless hard work. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people can't reach level 99 at all. And Tang Chen not only did it, but even reached level 99 3 years earlier than the Lord Sea God at that time. When talking about this, Poseidon's face, which had always been calm, seemed to have a trace of emotion, and it was also a rare trace of warmth. Poseidon seemed to think of something, and his face changed slightly. Yang Xianayu, you were born in the Po Yu clan. Can you tell me your attitude towards the Haotian Sect and your attitude towards Tang Chen? When Yang Podi heard this, he knew that the highlight was coming. This Poseidon obviously had lingering feelings for Tang Chen, and the Po Yu clan was considered hostile after leaving the Haotian Sect. I'm afraid Poseidon would not want to do anything to help the enemy, especially from the beginning to the end. Poseidon's attitude towards Yang Xianayu is obviously much colder than his attitude towards Tang Chen in the original novel. Yang Xianayu's answer is more troublesome. If the answer is not good, who knows whether Poseidon will use some external force to deal with him. Chapter 205 Poseidon Trident. Facing the question from Poseidon Douluo Poseidon, Yang Xianayu thought carefully for a long time before speaking. Senior, I have not had any contact with the Haotian Sect since I was a child. I don't know the grievances between my family and the Haotian Sect, and I don't want to pay attention to so much. Now I am just a member of the Podi clan and a member of the Xianxing Academy. I just want to expand my family and the academy. I don't want to have anything to do with the Haotian Sect anymore. Poseidon nodded, and then said to Yang Podi behind him, young friend Yang Podi, what is your attitude towards the Haotian Sect and Tang Chen? In fact, for Yang Podi and his group, although Yang Xianyu is the successor of the sea god, everyone knows that Yang Podi is the backbone of this group of people and the core of this group of people. Yang Podi's attitude may be what Poseidon values more. Yang Podi hesitated for a while before speaking. Although I experienced what happened back then, I was in Xiandao City at the time and did not experience the battle with Haotian Sect. But I also know that without Haotian Sect, the Poi clan would not have developed so well. But in the battle with Haotian Sect that year, more than half of my Poi clan were killed or injured, and we have been abandoned by Haotian Sect. In this situation now, it is better for each of us to be well. Besides, my Poi clan has moved away from Xiandao City and has gone directly to Elmo Mountain, thousands of kilometers away, to live in seclusion. I am afraid that we will no longer have anything to do with Haotian Sect in the future. Poseidon shook his head slightly. The fault back then was not entirely on Haotian Sect. Haotian Sect was also a victim. Have you ever thought about reconciliation? Yang Podi asked directly. Senior, what do you mean by reconciliation? Becoming a subsidiary family of Haotian Sect again? But I think our Poi clan now has the heir of the sea god, and I am afraid we will no longer be a subsidiary family of any force. This is also the dignity and honor of the sea god. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Both Poseidon and Yang Podi seemed to have no idea how to continue this topic. Finally, Poseidon sighed. Tang Chen and I are old acquaintances. I hope that you will not have a conflict with Haotian Sect or Tang Chen in the future. Yang Podi smiled and said, you can rest assured about this, senior. My Podi clan has been far away from worldly struggles and will naturally not provoke other forces again. At this time, Yang Podi's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to face Poseidon's attitude, and secretly complained in his heart, Poseidon, this female licker, has been thinking about Tang Chen for so many years. Could it be that she still wants to stand up for Haotian Sect? Moreover, the battle of Haotian Sect that year was weird. Maybe Jin Daoli was not afraid of Tang Chen, but Poseidon. Poseidon seemed to have returned to normal, and became expressionless. Yang Xianyu, the next is the content of your 7th test of the Sea God test. The 7th test of the Sea God requires you to pull out the Sea God trident. If you pull it out, all 3 of you will pass the 7th test. Otherwise, the test will fail. I don't know the specific result. After hearing this, the 3 people's attention was all on the long stick in the center of the Sea God temple. It seems that this is the so-called Sea God trident. But the tip of the Sea God trident is inserted into the ground, and only part of the halberd is shown. The 3 people went forward directly, and Yang Xianyu tried every way to pull out the Sea God trident, but as a weapon soul master, all her soul ring skills are to increase attack power. Even if she uses the soul power of her whole body, the Sea God trident still does not move. As for Yulingling, she is only good at healing, not so good at strength. Even if she and Yang Xianyu try their best together, the Sea God trident still has no reaction. Yang Podi, who was standing by, had no intention of taking action for the time being. He had to let this little girl know her place. Otherwise, if she really got the trident of Poseidon, her strength would increase greatly, and she would probably go crazy. Poseidon, who was standing by, was also watching coldly, as if she had known for a long time that Yang Xianyu could not lift the trident of Poseidon. She even thought that Yang Podi could not lift the trident of Poseidon either. After all, the weight of the trident of Poseidon was beyond everyone's imagination, reaching 180,000 kilograms. It was difficult for her to lift it with just her physical strength. Yang Xianyu tried her best to lift the trident of Poseidon for a long time, but it still didn't move. She looked at Yang Podi and started to act like a spoiled child. Brother, why don't you help me to lift it? The 3 of us can definitely lift the trident of Poseidon. Yang Podi shook his head. Xianyu, this is the test of you by Poseidon. If I help you to lift it, then your test will be meaningless. Besides, I have given you 2 top-grade power soul bones, and you haven't fully mastered the application of these 2 soul bones yet. Another thing, don't forget the skills I taught you. If you can use them all, you should have no problem picking up the trident of Poseidon. The skills Yang Podi mentioned were the crane control and dragon capture and the mysterious jade hand. In the original novel, Tang San could have picked up the Sea God trident with all his strength under the amplification of Ning Rongrong. Now Yang Xianai was even better than Tang Sen in terms of physical fitness and soul power, especially the two top-grade power soul bones in his left and right arms, which are much better than the rabbit's 100,000-year soul bones, and even stronger than the Titan giant ape and azure bull python soul bones Tang Sen finally got. It must be said that Yang Xianai's talent and comprehension are really good. Just a little reminder and he took action again. This time Yang Xianai directly used the soul power and the power of the two soul bones to the limit. The whole right arm turned green, and the whole left arm turned golden yellow. Even both hands turned dark green, and the earth demon bear's external soul bone on the palm was also displayed. Yi Lingling, who was standing by, did not take action directly this time. Instead, she used her martial soul avatar, summoned a huge nine-hearted begonia, and even used her life field to repair Yang Xianai's body. As Yang Xianai exerted his strength to the extreme, even a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he moved the sea god trident a little, but he couldn't pull it out at all. Yang Podi couldn't help but shook his head. Xianai, remember your sea god affinity and the vast sea universe cover. The sea god trident is the artifact of the sea god. The higher your sea god affinity, the closer your relationship with the sea god trident and the vast sea universe cover will be. When Yang Xianai heard this, his eyebrows flashed, and a blue crystal flew out directly. It was the vast sea universe cover. When the vast sea universe cover flew out, it seemed to have some kind of connection with Yang Xianai and the sea god trident. Then the vast sea universe cover glowed with blue light. The original three-dimensional triangle actually changed and doubled in size, becoming a hexahedron, and its size and shape were exactly the same as the hollow position on the sea god trident. The vast sea universe cover was actually slowly embedded in the sea god trident. At this moment, Yang Xianai's soul power and strength were exerted to the extreme, and even his body began to show a tendency to be seriously injured. This was caused by forcing the strength to the extreme regardless of the body's endurance. Finally, with a flash of blue light, the sea god trident was directly pulled out by Yang Xianai, and the entire sea god temple was immediately covered with blue light. This light was like the most primitive power between heaven and earth, and also the strongest power between heaven and earth. It directly illuminated the entire sea god island and even directly shone on the entire sea. As time went by, Yang Xianai desperately held the sea god trident. Suddenly, the sea god trident emitted a golden light again, directly covering Yang Xianai, as if recognizing Yang Xianai. At the same time, both Yang Xianai and the sea god trident gradually returned to normal. At this time, the sea god trident in Yang Xianai's hand was like an ordinary thing, without the weight of the previous one. Yang Xianai successfully pulled out the sea god trident, which also meant that the seventh test of the sea god assessment was officially completed. Yang Podi said in his mind, the seventh level of the red level 1 test is completed. Assist the sea god's descendant to pull out the sea god trident and pass the assessment. The age of all soul rings will be increased by 5,000 years. At this level, Yang Xianai increased the sea god affinity by 20% again. Now the overall sea god affinity has reached 90%. This is also Yang Xianai's understanding of the sea god affinity just now, and the recognition of the sea god trident can do it. In addition, Yang Xianai also obtained the right to use the sea god trident. As for Yi Lingling, the 7 red level tests were finally completed. This level of test rewards one more level of soul power, and the age of soul rings is increased by 500 years. In addition, all the 7 red level tests are completed, and the soul power is increased by 1 level again. The age of all soul rings is increased by 5,000 years, and a divine soul ring is awarded. So far, Yang Xianai is the only one left to take the test. The tests of others have all been completed. It can even be said that everything on the Sea God Island has been almost completed, and the last training is left. At this time, Poseidon showed a trace of surprise on his face. He didn't expect Yang Xianai to be able to pull out the Sea God Trident. You know, even if the Sea Dragon Douluo came together, it would be difficult to pull it out. Especially when Poseidon heard what Yang Podi had just said, there seemed to be a trace of fear in his eyes. This Yang Podi was so familiar with the Sea God test and the Sea God affinity, and even familiar with the role of the vast sea universe cover, it was a bit unimaginable. Yang Xianai seemed a little proud and said, "Brother, I succeeded. Now I can use the Sea God Trident. The Sea God Trident is only 108 kilograms in my hand. In the future, I will have a magic weapon. I am afraid that no one in the world will be my opponent, Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. This little girl is really inflated. Of course, if Yi Lingling hadn't been treating her constantly beside her, Yang Xianai would not be able to bear the weight of the Sigurd trident at all, and would at least be seriously injured. At this time, Poseidon also spoke. Yang Xianai, congratulations on completing the 7th test of the Sigurd assessment. The next is the 8th test of the Sigurd assessment. I hope you will work hard to complete it. At this time, Yang Podi also knew the content of Yang Xianai's 8th test of the Sigurd assessment: kill the deep-sea demon whale king, obtain the whole body soul bones, and reach the 99 level of soul power. The time limit is 20 years. After Yang Podi knew the content of this level's assessment, he couldn't help but shook his head. This assessment is still too difficult for Yang Xianai. The strength of the deep-sea demon whale king is probably not weaker than that of Poseidon Douluo Poseidon. As for reaching the 99th level of soul power, it is also very difficult for Yang Xianai with only one martial soul. After Yang Xianai saw the content of the assessment, his face seemed to become a little solemn, and he seemed to be frightened by the difficulty of this level. But now he didn't think too much, and the three followed Poseidon and left the Poseidon temple. However, Yang Podi suddenly thought of something and said to Poseidon, "Senior, may I ask if Xianai can practice in the temple of Poseidon?" Poseidon's face changed slightly, but he finally said, "Of course, Yang Xianai is the descendant of Poseidon, so he can naturally practice here. Senior, can we talk in private? I have something to discuss with you." Poseidon paused and said, "Okay." After sending Yang Xianai and Yi Lingling away, Poseidon said lightly, "Is there anything you need to talk to me about alone?" Yang Podi smiled slightly. "Senior, can you help Xianai complete the last 2 tests of the Poseidon assessment?" Poseidon's face changed slightly. "You should know the content of the final assessment." "Why do you think I will help Yang Xianai?" Yang Podi shook his head slightly. "I know what Senior has to pay, but I will naturally be rewarded." Poseidon seemed to be full of disdain. "I am the great priest of Poseidon Island. There are very few things in this world that I can't do. I'm afraid your so-called reward is meaningless to me." Yang Podi said lightly, "What if it is news about Senior Tang Chen? I can find a way to let Senior Tang Chen come to meet you." Poseidon's face changed drastically. "Do you know news about Tang Chen? Where is he?" "Senior, I'm really sorry. I only got this news by chance. Senior Tang Chen is trapped in a place. If I don't help, I'm afraid he will never get out in this life." Poseidon thought for a long time before speaking. "I can promise you to help Yang Xianai, but I want Tang Chen to be safe." Yang Podi shook his head. "That's hard to guarantee. Tang Chen failed the divine test and now he is completely lost. I can only help him regain his sanity, but I can't help him be safe." Poseidon gritted his teeth. "Okay, I promise you. Where is Tang Chen now?" Yang Podi ignored Poseidon's question and left directly, and Poseidon's face changed drastically again. Chapter 206 Return Home. Yang Podi and the other 2 left the sea god temple and went directly to the place where Yang Pingan absorbed the soul ring. Now it was Yi Lingling's turn to absorb the last god-given soul ring. It was not until 2 months later that Yi Lingling and Yang Pingan absorbed all the god-given soul rings. Only then did they show their true soul power level. When Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling absorbed the soul rings, they were stunned, because Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling's 8th soul rings had reached 100,000 years, and their soul power was even more amazing. Now Yang Pingan has reached level 88, and Yi Lingling has even reached level 89, which includes the soul power that is increased by 1 level after each assessment, and the soul power that is increased after all assessments are passed. Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling were already level 80 when they passed the 3rd test of the sea god. The soul power level that was increased each time was just not displayed. Especially Yi Lingling, through the superposition of soul rings, the current soul ring configuration is purple purple black 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 red. Yang Pingan's current soul ring configuration is purple 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 black 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 red. Niu Meng is level 83, and his soul ring configuration is purple 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 black 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 red. Du Yan is level 82, and his soul ring configuration is yellow yellow purple purple black black black. Yang Wudi is level 93, and his soul ring configuration is black 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 red 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 red. At the same time, the 4 of them also obtained the authority of Poseidon Island, among which Yi Lingling obtained the red extreme authority, and Yang Pingan, Du Yan, and Niu Meng obtained the black level authority of Poseidon Island, which are all considered to be the high-level officials of Poseidon Island. After some communication, several people decided to return to the mainland first, go home to see what the current situation is, at least to confirm that Shyangsing Academy is safe. This time, the Red Extreme Authority of Poseidon Island was directly activated, and a transport ship that delivered supplies to Poseidon Island was boarded and left Poseidon Island directly. The transport ships that delivered goods to Poseidon Island were basically composed of Sea Soul Masters, who had great faith in Poseidon, especially after knowing Yilingling's red-level authority. Each of them was extremely respectful, fearing that they would offend him. As the transport ship left Poseidon Island, everyone relaxed a lot. They had been on Poseidon Island for nearly 3.5 years, which was full of dangers. Everyone tried their best to train and test, and finally passed their own tests. Of course, everyone's improvement was huge. The average soul power improvement even exceeded 20 levels, especially the combat effectiveness of everyone was improved. Now everyone is at least soul Douluo, which was unimaginable in the past. The transport ship sailed for 20 days and finally returned to Hanhei City. When everyone entered Hanhei City, they felt more relaxed than ever. After all, everyone was a land soul master, and returning to the land was like returning to their home. After the 6 people returned to Hanhei City, they all had a full meal and enjoyed the food on the mainland. After all, they hadn't eaten the food in the mainland hotel for several years, and everyone missed it very much. Yang Podi also inquired carefully. In recent years, nothing big has happened on the mainland. It seems that the so-called soul hunting operation has not started yet. After the 6 returned to land, they all missed their families very much. Without even taking a rest, they used their soul power to prepare for a long-distance raid and return home quickly. Now everyone is a soul Douluo, and can walk more than 200 kilometers per hour. In just 2 or 3 days, the 6 have returned to Shyangsing Academy. When Yang Podi saw that Shyangsing Academy was intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After being away from home for many years, Yang Podi was most afraid that his house would be stolen when he was away, especially the soul hunting operation of the Spirit Hall. Now he didn't know the plan of the Spirit Hall at all. Who knows if the Spirit Hall would take the opportunity to destroy Shyangsing Academy. After returning to Shyangsing Academy, everyone seemed very excited. Yang Xianyu even went directly into Nia Jinfeng's arms and acted like a spoiled child. She didn't look like a high-level soul master at all, let alone a descendant of the sea god. Shyangsing Academy immediately held a small meeting, which was mainly for the 6 people to welcome them, and also included some communication on family affairs. When Yang Podi and the other 6 showed their current soul power levels, everyone was stunned. Several old men were almost in tears. Especially Yang Xianyu holding the sea god trident, with a commanding look, attracted more attention. Yang Wudi and Niugao also tried to move the sea god trident, but even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything. After a discussion, everyone looked proud and returned to their homes. Yang Podi, Yang Wudi, Yang Henshin, Niugao, and Du Yubo were together to discuss family matters. Yang Podi spoke to the few people in a serious tone. Grandpa, how has the entire continent been in the past few years? Has anything big happened? Yang Wudi shook his head. The entire Douluo Continent has been unusually peaceful in the past few years, and not even a major conflict has occurred. Whether it is the Spirit Hall or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, or even the 2 empires, they all seem to be very peaceful, and it doesn't look like anything has happened at all. The only big thing is probably the death of the 4th prince of the Xiandao Empire, Zhu Beng. Yang Podi was puzzled. Zhu Beng is a prince after all, how could he die? Is there any hidden story behind this? Yang Wudi shook his head again. Zhu Beng's death was very strange. Many people said it was done by Crown Prince Zhu King, and some said it was done by the Xingluo Empire. Anyway, our news is very confusing. After all, we left Xiandao City and didn't take it too seriously. Yang Podi nodded. Zhu Beng is just an insignificant character. Let him die. It has nothing to do with us anyway. What is the current status of Crown Prince Zhu King? Has he looked for us? Yang Wudi sighed. No, since we came to Mount Almo, apart from some medicinal materials business, we have basically had no contact with these big forces. Our Shyangsing Academy now has a very low presence in the entire continent, and we do not participate in any battles between sects, but there are a few pieces of news now. The first news is that there are rumors outside that the Haotian Sect may make a comeback, but there is no specific news, and no one knows whether it is true or not. However, those people in the Haotian Sect are probably ready to move. From my observation, I am afraid they should come out in 3 to 5 years. Yang Podi shook his head. Without Tang Chen, the current Haotian Sect has no qualifications and no courage to tear up the agreement with the Spirit Hall. As long as they dare to come out at will, they will probably be encircled and suppressed by the Spirit Hall. Yang Podi thought to himself, judging from the current time, it is probably not too far away from the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation, but I don't know the specific time. I have to find a way to figure out the specific time, otherwise I will not be able to fish in troubled waters. Yang Wudi continued, the Soul Master competition, which was originally held every 5 years, was not held this time. The Xiandao Empire was quite interested, but neither the Xingluo Empire nor the Wuhan Hall had any intention of holding it. Their excuse was that there was an epidemic disaster in the Xingluo Empire, and all manpower and material resources were invested in the disaster relief process. The next Soul Master competition will be held normally. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. The strength of the Xiandao Royal Academy Team 1 is probably very good, and there should be many Soul Kings. It is normal for the other two major forces not to want to hold it, and now the Soul Master world is so calm, I'm afraid it's just the calm before the storm. Something big may happen recently, we just need to pay attention to it. After some communication, the few people didn't think about anything else, and Yang Podi was also ready to think about his next plan. I don't know if it's because of the release of those secret books, especially the release of the hidden weapon drawings, that the situation has deviated a bit from the original development. Yang Podi plans to go out and observe recently to see what the actual situation is like now, especially the current Zuking River, which is a bit beyond expectations. Of course, Yang Podi also communicated with others, trying not to let people know that Yang Xianyu had inherited the sea god, otherwise it would easily cause trouble. After all, the birth of each god can overwhelm the world. Once the news spreads, the Poi clan will probably become the target of public criticism. Yang Podi rested at home for a while, and planned to go out alone to see what was going on outside, especially to see if the Spirit Hall had any plans for soul hunting. At the same time, Xiandao Royal Academy was more interesting. In the Xiandao Royal Academy Teaching Committee building, Prince Zuking and 3 teaching committee members and Yu Xiaogang were together, mainly about the cancellation of this Soul Master competition. After hearing this news, Yu Xiaogang's face turned black. For this Soul Master competition, Yu Xiaogang used all his knowledge to train these students. In just 5 years, the strength of Xiandao Team 1 has greatly improved. After 5 years of training, Xiandao Team 1 has almost formed a lineup of all Soul Kings. After 5 years of hard training, plus various investments regardless of cost, the strength of all personnel has greatly improved. Dai Mu Bei, Oscar, Ma Hongjin, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xiuqing have all reached the Soul King realm after 5 years of hard training. Even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xiuqing, who originally had the lowest soul power, have just entered the Soul King realm. Together with Tailong and Bai Xiaofei, they just form a lineup of 7 Soul Kings. Yu Xiaogang originally wanted to fight for it, but the news he got was that neither the Xingluo Empire nor the Spirit Hall had any intention of holding a Soul Master competition. You know, every Soul Master competition requires a huge investment of manpower and material resources. Now there is only one of the 3 major forces, the weakest Xiandao Empire, and it is impossible to hold it normally. Unexpectedly, Yang Podi had just returned home for a few days, and Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo actually came to visit together, and they visited his grandfather Yang Wudi and Dugubo. It seems that the relationship between the few people is relatively good. Yang Podi was puzzled. The Spirit Hall is a full 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers away from Mount Almo. Why did these 2 people come to visit suddenly? However, according to his father Yang Zhenshin, Zhu Douluo himself came to visit many times in the past few years, mainly to communicate with his grandfather Yang Wudi and Dugubo about some flowers and plants. It felt like a relationship of acquaintance after fighting, while this was the first time that Ghost Douluo came to visit. Chapter 207 Soul Hunting Operation begins. Yang Podi thought carefully about a sudden visit of Zhu and Gui Douluo, and felt it was a bit strange. After carefully reviewing the original novel for a while, his face changed drastically. Logically speaking, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo should be the pillars of the Spirit Hall, and they should not go out casually, especially when they go out at the same time and arrive at Xiangxing Academy at the same time, which obviously has a purpose. The only explanation is that Bibi Dong ordered the 2 of them to come and look after Almo Mountain, or to be more precise, to let them look after the three-titled Douluo of Shiangsing Academy. It is obvious that Bibi Dong is about to launch a soul-hunting operation. According to her plan, she wants to destroy the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family at the same time. To deal with these two major forces, at least 7 titled Douluo must be dispatched, or even more. The 3 titled Douluo of Shiangsing Academy are the biggest variables. Whether they secretly support the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, as long as one titled Douluo is sent, they can resist the attack of the Spirit Hall, and at least destroy Bibi Dong's plan to destroy the 2 major sects. Thinking of this, Yang Podi quickly said to Yang Zhenshan, "Dad, I have something urgent to do and need to go out. You should be careful at home. If we really encounter any enemy attacks, the whole family should evacuate first, and other things will be discussed later." After that, Yang Podi left Shiangsing College directly, ready to make some small moves. Yang Podi first carefully observed the vicinity of Shiangsing College, and even used his soul power to explore carefully. After confirming that there were only a lot of spies, he left. This time he went to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. According to Yang Podi's estimation, the family should be safe for the time being. There are 5 titled Douluo in the family. Unless the Spirit Hall sends out multiple worshippers, it will not pose any threat to Shiangsing College at all, especially since Yang Xianyu has the Sea God Trident, which can at least resist a level 96 titled Douluo. Before reaching the Thunder Canyon of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yang Podi had already begun to explore carefully. Sure enough, he found a lot of spies near the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the spies exchanged information very frequently. It was obvious that they were monitoring the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's every move and preparing to find the best time. Judging from this situation, the soul hunting operation should be in the next few days. Yang Podi changed himself into a piece of clothing similar to the spies and hid in the dark, waiting for the Spirit Hall to invade in a large scale. At that time, he could fish in troubled waters and make some money. As for the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, he didn't want to pay attention to it for the time being. He would go for a stroll after finishing the work here. By then, a half-crippled sword Douluo couldn't cause any trouble. After Yang Podi waited in secret for 2 days, he found that a large number of people from the Spirit Hall were rushing towards the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. According to the strength of this group of people, there were 8,000 soul masters, 3 titled Douluo, dozens of soul masters, and countless soul masters of various levels. It seemed that they were enough to annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Especially looking at these soul masters, basically everyone had his huge divine crossbow, and even some other hidden weapons. These were obviously carefully prepared by the Spirit Hall in the past few years. I saw countless black-clothed soul masters from the Spirit Hall quietly sneaking into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Those outer disciples and mountain guards of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were easily dealt with, and then quickly advanced to the Thunder Canyon of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In particular, they actually prepared countless boats and directly connected the moat outside the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family with boats, building a small floating bridge that soul masters could quickly cross. And Yang Podi himself secretly followed the large group of black-clothed soul masters, ready to take action at any time. After many black-clothed spirit masters crossed the Hushan River, the leader gave an order: kill, leave no one alive. Then countless black-clothed men attacked quickly, trying to kill the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Suddenly, there was a huge thunder in the sky, followed by a roar. "Who dares to invade my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? You are looking for death?" Then, a huge blue dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon was more than 40 meters long and was covered with lightning. A huge lightning fell from the sky and killed many people instantly. Then the blue dragon turned into a human form, a very tall old man. The man was wearing golden armor and was very big. He was no less than Tang Hao. In particular, his momentum was very strong. He was definitely a strong man among the titled Douluo. This person was Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Yuanzhen roared, "Who are you? How dare you attack my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family?" At this moment, 3 men appeared among the many men in black and stood directly in front of Yu Yuanzhen. It was obvious that they wanted to surround Yu Yuanzhen with 3 men. After seeing the 3 people, Yu Yuanzhen's face changed drastically. "What on earth do you want to do from the Spirit Hall? You actually sent so many people to attack my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, A man in black from the spirit hall said directly, Yu Yuanzhen, I'll give you a chance. If your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is willing to join my spirit hall, we can let bygones be bygones, and we can also protect your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family lineage. Yu Yuanzhen shouted angrily, you are dreaming. A dragon can only be a dragon. It will always be a dragon. It is impossible to be beaten by others and then be a dog for others, the man in black said. Since you don't drink the toast, it's a penalty, then die. The three people headed by the spirit hall all flashed their soul power, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black soul rings. Obviously, 3 titled Douluo were sent directly this time. Yu Yuanzhen also shouted loudly and showed his 9 soul rings. Yang Podi watched the battle and couldn't help shaking his head. Then he flashed and walked directly to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. He had no relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, so he couldn't risk saving Yu Yuanzhen. Instead, Yang Podi was a little jealous of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's thousands of years of heritage. Yang Podi had already explored and found out where the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan's treasure house was, which was the purpose of Yang Podi's trip. When Yang Podi arrived at the entrance of the treasure house, 2 people suddenly appeared. The legendary one shouted, who are you and why did you come to our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Yang Podi just said lightly, can you 2 make way? I want to find something in the treasure house. When this person heard this, his face suddenly changed. How dare you? How dare you covet the treasure house of my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? The 2 people's soul power flashed, showing their martial souls and soul rings. These 2 people were actually Soul Douluo, and their martial souls were Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Obviously, they were very powerful and worthy of being the guardians of the treasure house. But Yang Podi didn't care so much. He saw his whole body turned golden, and his figure flashed. He suddenly appeared in front of the 2 people, then he stretched his hands forward and grabbed them directly, breaking the 2 people's defense skills. The 2 golden hands had already grabbed the necks of the 2 people, and then twisted them hard, directly twisting the necks of the 2 people and breaking them instantly, killing them instantly. With Yang Podi's current strength, Soul Douluo basically has no power to fight back in his hands, and even a weaker titled Douluo can be killed instantly. Then Yang Podi came directly to the door of the treasure house. Facing the treasure house door that was as high as 10,000 pounds, Yang Podi punched it directly, instantly smashing a big hole in the door of the treasure house, and then flashed into the treasure house. The treasure house of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously multi-protected, with many very heavy doors, but Yang Podi was desperate and punched open any door he encountered. After smashing open 4 doors, he finally came to the center of the treasure house, which is the so-called treasure room. After entering the treasure room, he directly took out a bright night pearl, which immediately showed the situation of the entire treasure house. It must be said that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is worthy of being one of the top 3 sects, and it is also worthy of being a top sect that has accumulated wealth for thousands of years. There are all kinds of treasures in it, almost piled up like a small mountain. There are countless treasures on various shelves, especially the innermost safe, which looks very extraordinary. It seems that the entire safe is made of deep-sea silver. It is difficult to open without a key. Moreover, the entire safe is actually embedded in the wall of the treasure house, forming a hole with the entire treasure house, and it cannot be moved alone. Yang Podi directly took out a sword from the storage ring, and then waved it a few times. A few sword blades directly cut the safe open, just like cutting tofu. Then Yang Podi grabbed it hard, and finally the deep-sea silver safe was opened directly, showing a stream of light and color. There were more than a dozen lead boxes inside, as well as some other bottles and jars and precious wooden boxes. Obviously, the lead boxes were filled with soul bones, and the other wooden boxes and bottles and jars were filled with various treasures, and each one was priceless. Yang Podi didn't have time to deal with these things for the time being. He just used his soul power to grab all the things and put them into the storage soul guide. Then he grabbed the surroundings, and countless treasures came to Yang Podi under the push of soul power, and then they all went into the storage soul guide. In order to store these treasures, Yang Podi prepared a lot of large-capacity storage soul guides. After all the treasures were taken away, Yang Podi couldn't help but complain in his heart. No wonder BB Dong wanted to destroy the 3 upper sects. Just getting all the treasures of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is enough to make up for his losses. If the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family caches in all these treasures, it will probably be difficult to deal with. In the original work, Bibi Dong's action against the 7 treasures glazed sect failed, and it can be said that nothing was gained. Ning Fengzi relied on the foundation of the sect and quickly recovered some of his strength with the support of the Xiandao Empire. This also became the hidden danger of Bibi Dong's failure in the end. Yang Podi had gained a lot this time, but he did not stop, but continued to move to other places. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family had 3 treasure houses like this, and the other 2 were waiting for him to dig. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family had a largest treasure house, which was a mobile treasure house, and he needed to hurry up. Yang Podi did not want to miss this last big prize, which had at least 3 top-grade soul bones that were more than 50,000 years old. Chapter 208, The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is destroyed. In the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the Spirit Hall was conducting a soul hunting operation at this time. Countless black-clothed soul masters besieged the soul masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It must be said that the soul masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are indeed powerful, worthy of being the world's #1 beast spirit. Among the soul masters of the same level, they are basically very powerful. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family as a whole has only 1,800 soul masters, while the Spirit Hall has dispatched a full 8,000 soul masters this time, and there are also 3 titled Douluo. 4 figures flashed quickly in the sky. These people are all titled Douluo. Among them, there are 3 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is the 95th level Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanzhen. Even if Yu Yuanzhen fights 1 against 3, he is only slightly at a disadvantage. Another point that must be said is that there are really many soul Douluo in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It is conservatively estimated that there are 20 to 30 of them, and each of them is powerful, with lightning flashing, causing great difficulties for the besieged soul masters. Especially the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, they were all fearless and fought with all their might, and didn't even surrender. Basically, everyone had to face 3 to 4 soul masters, but they still resisted tenaciously. At this time, Yang Podi wandered among the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In just 1 hour, he had searched all 3 treasure houses of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and even walked around Yu Yuanzhen's master's room and found many items. After the search was completed, Yang Podi went directly to a high mountain in the Thunder Canyon and carefully observed the battle on the scene. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is indeed the most arrogant sect. It is really like an evil dragon. No one surrendered. In terms of single-person combat ability, it even exceeds the Poi clan. However, as time went on, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was clearly at a disadvantage, especially when facing a 1-to-4 ratio of soul masters. No matter how strong a single individual was, it could not face a siege by multiple people. Moreover, all the black-clothed soul masters were holding huge divine crossbows, and they were basically mainly combat soul masters. Obviously, the Spirit Hall had also been carefully selected and had done enough homework for this day. Yu Yuanzhen in the sky was relatively more difficult. Facing 3 titled Douluos at the same time, the pressure was even greater. Yang Podi observed carefully that the 3 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were Holy Dragon Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, and an unknown titled Douluo, probably the so-called 9th Elder who died with Yu Yuanzhen. This 9th Elder was obviously also a titled Douluo of the Strong Attack Department. His martial soul was actually the earth-shaking Divine Bull, which was also a top-grade beast martial soul, especially with extremely strong strength. Holy Dragon Douluo Tuabaxi, martial soul White Armor Earth Dragon, the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect, seemed to be a combination of strong attack and defense, especially with extremely strong defense. The Ghost Leopard Douluo Spirit, the Nether Ghost Leopard, is extremely fast. Like a black shadow, and is a titled Douluo of the Agility Attack System. It seems that the Spirit Hall is well prepared to deal with Yu Yuanzhen. Even if they cannot win quickly, they can completely restrain Yu Yuanzhen with strong attacks, defenses, and agility attacks. It must be said that Yu Yuanzhen has a very high prestige in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Even if Yu Yuanzhen himself is trapped, he still organizes his clansmen to resist the siege of the Spirit Hall from time to time. Moreover, Yu Yuanzhen's strength is indeed very strong. He can transform his whole body into a dragon, with scales all over his body, and lightning flashing on the surface. Even if it is a 1-on-3 situation, he can barely hold on. As time went by, the war lasted for about 2 hours. More than 80% of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family had been killed or injured. The remaining people all had extremely serious injuries. Even though Yu Yuanzhen was very strong, he also had various wounds on his body when facing the siege of 3 tidal Douluo. In particular, Yu Yuanzhen's shoulder was a little sunken. It was just that he was hit by the horn of the tidal Douluo of the earth-shaking divine bull. As for the spirit hall, there were more casualties, and corpses were everywhere. In particular, many black-clothed soul masters were hit by lightning, and their bodies were charred. At this time, Yu Yuanzhen also understood that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was probably in danger, especially with the consumption of personnel. There were less than 400 soul masters left in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, while the black-clothed soul masters outside were densely packed, at least 3,000 or 4,000, and the number of people was almost 10 to 1. Many soul saints and soul Douluos in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family began to expose themselves, hoping to seek a way out for the family. But even if their self-explosion caused great damage to the besieged black-clothed soul masters, the number of black-clothed soul masters was too large, and it seemed densely packed and endless. Yu Yuanzhen seemed to want to make a final effort, and directly activated his martial soul true body, transforming into a huge Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, the soul ring on his body flashed and sent it directly to his 9th soul skill, the anger of the true dragon. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in thunder and lightning, and 9 huge thunder dragons were sent to attack the front, especially in this thunder canyon. The power seemed to be even stronger. This was already a desperate move, and it was obvious that he wanted to rely on this desperate blow to at least seriously injure the 3 tidal Douluo on the opposite side, so that the family might still have a glimmer of hope. The 3 tidal Douluo of the Wuhan Hall also all activated their martial soul true bodies, and suddenly a huge earth-shaking divine bull appeared, whose body was no smaller than Yu Yuanzhen. On both sides appeared a huge white-armored earth dragon and a huge netherworld ghost leopard. The 3 of them also activated their 9th soul skills at the same time. Among them, the earth-shaking divine bull Douluo, who was facing the enemy head-on, seemed to become extremely powerful and rushed directly towards Yu Yuanzhen. It was his 9th soul skill, Divine Bull Earth-Shaking Charge. The whole earth seemed to be integrated. Obviously, this was an extremely strong earth attribute. The 9th soul skill of Holy Dragon Douluo was Earth Dragon Annihilation Thorn. Countless stone spikes appeared on the ground, directly surrounding the entire huge thunder dragon of Yu Yuanzhen. The 9th soul skill of Ghost Leopard Douluo, Shadow of the Void. Suddenly, countless black shadows appeared on the entire battlefield and quickly attacked Yu Yuanzhen. Seeing this, Yang Podi couldn't help but nod his head. As expected, they were all veteran tidal Douluo. Their 9th soul skills were very powerful, but this was also the opportunity that Yang Podi had been waiting for. The whole space seemed to be torn apart by the shocking blow from both sides. Both sides exerted their strength to the extreme, especially earth-shaking bull Douluo and Yu Yuanzhen. It was a fatal blow. The huge Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and earth-shaking bull collided with each other, and the whole Thunder Canyon seemed to be violently shaken. While the two sides were desperately hitting each other, that is, the moment when the whole Thunder Canyon was shaking, Yang Podi used all his strength to punch the top of the mountain. The whole mountain top collapsed directly, and countless boulders fell from the sky, as if to bury the whole Thunder Canyon. As for the 4 tidal Douluos in the battle, after Yu Yuanzhen and earth-shaking bull Douluo hit each other, huge wounds appeared on their bodies. Obviously, in this last blow, both sides were shaken away by the power, and even the breath of both of them dropped sharply. Neither of them had an advantage in this move, and they died together. Yu Yuanzhen exerted his strength to the extreme. Facing the 9th soul skills of the 3 tidal Douluos, he was taken away directly. The earth-shaking bull Douluo on the opposite side was also taken away directly by Yu Yuanzhen's dying counterattack. It can be said that they died together. However, in terms of strength, Yu Yuanzhen was still much stronger. After all, he was 1 against 3. With this attack, the entire ground shook, countless boulders fell from the sky, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, like an earthquake. Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo both quickly retreated and avoided the boulders falling from the sky. Everyone at the scene also quickly left the attack range of the boulders, obviously not wanting to be unjustly killed by the boulders. And at the moment when the two title Daluos were away, Yang Podi instantly appeared next to Yu Yuanzhen's body, just grabbed it hard, directly broke Yu Yuanzhen's body, took out 3 soul bones from Yu Yuanzhen, and took Yu Yuanzhen's soul guide with him, and then waved his hand, and a huge stone pressed down Yu Yuanzhen's body. Then a black hole appeared in the smoke and dust, and Yang Podi's figure flashed again and disappeared directly from the black hole. The whole process was very fast, and it was completed in a breath, especially under the cover of boulders and smoke. No one noticed it at all. After countless boulders fell, both sides seemed to fall into madness again. Seeing the death of the clan leader, the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family became more fearless and launched a large-scale attack on the black-clothed man. However, Yang Podi had already reached the top of another mountain. He just shook his head at the battlefield and disappeared quickly. The Soul Masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were indeed strong enough. With only 1,800 Soul Masters and a ratio of 1 to 4, they could actually cause the Spirit Hall to lose 3,000 people, and countless casualties. This record was indeed proud enough. It can only be said that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is worthy of being the world's #1 beast spirit, but unfortunately the overall strength is still relatively weak, especially with only one title Douluo, which is the root of their destruction. The war of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family ended quickly. When the people of the Spirit Hall were cleaning up the battlefield, the two people, Holy Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, looked at the list of losses with sullen faces, obviously extremely disappointed. After this battle, all 1,800 Soul Masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were wiped out, regardless of gender, age or young, leaving no one alive. Now only a small number of disciples who went out have escaped this disaster by chance, but they are also greeted by the endless pursuit of the Spirit Hall. What disappointed the two was that the 9th Elder died in the battle. In the last blow just now, the 9th Elder and Yu Yuanzhen died together. This is also the only title Douluo lost by the Spirit Hall in recent years. What disappointed them even more was that Yu Yuanzhen himself was directly smashed by a huge rock, and even his soul bone and soul guide were not found. All this seemed to reveal a hint of weirdness. Could it be that his last blow directly shattered all the soul bones and soul guides? At the same time, many subordinates sent a message that the 3 treasure houses of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were violently broken open, and all the treasures in the treasure houses disappeared. I don't know if some subordinate took the opportunity to take them away. However, the two had no clue about this, so they had to ignore it for the time being and arrange for the Soul Master to clean up the battlefield. You know, the body of the Soul Master is also very precious. There may be stored soul guides and even soul bones on the body. But Yang Podi didn't care about the thoughts of the people in the Wuhan Hall. At this time, he quickly flew away from here. After walking more than 10 kilometers, he made sure that there was no one around, and then he flapped his wings and flew quickly to the direction of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. He wanted to see what the situation was on the battlefield over there. Is there still a chance to fish in troubled waters? Chapter 209, The Battle of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. After Yang Podi left the Thunder Canyon, he used his wings to the maximum speed and flew quickly to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect was only more than 700 kilometers away from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Even if a title Douluo rushed quickly, it would take at least several hours to fly. But Yang Podi had the pair of Tiger Eagle wings, which could be said to be one of the fastest Soul Masters in the world, especially now that the Tiger Eagle wings had reached 80,000 years, and the speed became even faster. In less than half an hour, Yang Podi had already arrived at the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. At this time, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect was full of flames and fighting sounds, like a purgatory on Earth. Yang Podi carefully observed the battlefield. At this time, Sword Douluo was fighting with 4 title Daluos on the battlefield, but now both sides had a lot of wounds. Among the 4 title Daluos fighting with Sword Douluo, Thorny Porpoise Douluo had basically lost his combat effectiveness, and now 3 title Daluos were besieging Sword Douluo. Bone Douluo and Ningfeng Zi were nowhere to be found, and they were probably preparing to evacuate in advance. Yang Podi ignored Jian Daluo's fight, but flashed and grabbed 2 tongues in the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. After some interrogation, he found out the location of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect's treasure house and prepared to start looting. However, this time he was quite disappointed. The 7 treasures glazed sect had 5 treasure houses, but 2 of them were empty. It was estimated that Ningfengzi and Douluo had taken away the treasures in the treasure house when they evacuated. Yang Podi flashed quickly and directly took down the remaining 3 treasure houses, which was worth the trip. After the looting, Yang Podi hid far away and observed the battle on the scene. This was a rare and exciting battle in the entire Douluo Continent. It would be a pity not to watch it. On the battlefield, the fighting was extremely fierce. Douluo held the 7 killing sword and basically exerted his strength to the extreme. Compared with the last time he fought against Yang Podi, he seemed much more fierce, especially the murderous aura on the 7 killing sword, as if he wanted to cut the opponent apart. And judging from Douluo's situation, he might have reached the peak of level 96. As for the seriously injured thorny porpoise Douluo, he had been protected by someone, probably to prevent Douluo from killing thorny porpoise Douluo at all costs, or even to prevent other sudden attacks. Yang Podi couldn't help but nod. Although Douluo looked fierce and crazy now, his overall idea was still right. When fighting 1 against 4, at least the opponent had to suffer some battle damage first, otherwise he would be worn out sooner or later. Thorny porpoise Douluo's martial soul, the blood-piercing pufferfish, was highly poisonous, had strong armor, and had poisonous thorns. If thorny porpoise Douluo was allowed to deal with ordinary soul masters, he might be more lethal. Especially, although thorny porpoise Douluo is a combat soul master, he is more of a poison soul master, a bit similar to Douluo. His overall strength is the bottom of the 4, especially his speed is slow, and his defense is not too strong, which can be used as the biggest breakthrough point. At the scene, facing the siege of 3 people, Douluo's swordsmanship seems to be more fierce, and he is more crazy and desperate. He is almost purely attacking without defending, and his moves are completely desperate. Douluo attacked the demon bear Douluo desperately. Obviously, the demon bear Douluo is his second target. After all, although the demon bear Douluo has a strong defense, his speed is the slowest among the 4. Douluo used all his strength to strike a sword, and a huge word kill appeared in an instant. As if with infinite killing intent and sharpness, it flew quickly towards the demon bear Douluo. But the demon bear Douluo was also extremely fierce. He roared loudly, and his 10,000-year soul ring flashed. This was his 6th soul skill, demon bear control. A huge demon bear pounced directly on the word kill and took it hard. The demon bear Douluo himself was forced to retreat far away. The snake spear Douluo on the side held a huge snake spear and quickly attacked Douluo, while the flame eagle Douluo on the other side emitted countless flames, as if he wanted to bury Douluo in the sea of fire. But Douluo was not afraid of the attacks of the 2. He directly used the move of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Countless 7 killing swords appeared in an instant, filling the entire sky, and blocked the attacks of the 2 head-on. Then Douluo swung his sword again, and the word kill also appeared, attacking the demon bear Douluo directly. The demon bear Douluo also launched a very powerful defensive soul skill to block Douluo's attack. However, judging from the situation at the scene, although Douluo was extremely fierce, he consumed a lot of energy every time. He might be worn out by the 3 people on the opposite side sooner or later, especially since Douluo had a huge stab wound on his back at this time, which was obviously caused by thorny porpoise Douluo. In addition, his originally clean long gown had been burned in several places, and there were even several burns on his body. If the situation continues like this, I'm afraid Douluo will be in a very bad situation. On the battlefield, demon bear Douluo blocked Douluo's 3 kill words in a row. Although he was also injured, the situation of Douluo on the opposite side seemed to be worse, especially when he was fighting 1 against 3, the consumption was even greater. Douluo tried his best and finally used the 4th kill. This kill word caused great damage to demon bear Douluo, but demon bear Douluo still had the strength to fight. Douluo gritted his teeth and swung his sword again to prepare for the attack, but the demon bear Douluo on the opposite side seemed to be extremely strong and directly launched the 9th soul skill, demon bear tearing the sky. It suddenly turned into a huge demon bear, which reached a height of more than 30 meters. Especially the right claw, it tried its best to grab forward and directly grabbed Douluo, as if it wanted to tear Douluo's whole body into pieces. Douluo used up all his soul power, as if he wanted to avoid this attack, but Snake Spear Douluo and Flame Eagle Douluo on the side also quickly launched an attack, trying to cut off Douluo's way. Jian Douluo had to flash his 7th soul ring and use his weapon Soul True Body. A huge 7-killing sword flew directly to Demon Bear Douluo, trying to withstand this move. The 7-killing sword collided with a huge bear claw, and the powerful force of Demon Bear Douluo directly shocked Jian Douluo back a long way. At this moment, Flame Eagle Douluo launched the 9th soul skill, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Jian Douluo was like being in a sea of fire. Both his soul power and body were rapidly consumed, as if he wanted to burn Jian Douluo to ashes. Jian Douluo quickly waved the 7-killing sword, ready to dodge with his sword. Snake Spear Douluo, who had been waiting for a long time, also seized this opportunity and attacked from behind, directly cutting off Jian Douluo's arm with his snake spear. Jian Douluo screamed directly, but to everyone's surprise, Jian Douluo's soul power did not decrease. Instead, it broke through the bottleneck at this moment, breaking through from the original peak of level 96 to level 97. Then Jian Douluo held the 7-kill sword in his left hand, and once again swung out a kill and flew quickly towards Demon Bear Douluo. However, even if Demon Bear Douluo tried his best to resist, he could not stop Jian Douluo, who had already broken through. He was seriously injured by this kill and fell to the ground, already dying, and obviously no longer had any fighting power. However, Demon Bear Douluo was able to block Jian Douluo's 4 kills in a row, and his defense was indeed very good. Unfortunately, Jian Douluo had already broken through, and each kill seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Then Jian Douluo used the Devil God Double Slash, and several huge 7-killing swords appeared in the sky, seemingly destroying Snake Spear Douluo and Flame Eagle Douluo in one fell swoop. Obviously, this move has brought Jian Douluo's soul power, which has just broken through the 97th level, to its extreme. Facing the strongest move, Snake Spear Douluo's spear seemed to have changed, and it turned into a huge 2-headed snake like a beast martial spirit, and rushed towards Jian Douluo's attack. Flame Eagle Douluo directly turned into a huge flame eagle, emitting countless flames, and also wanted to withstand this attack. In the end, after countless sword lights fell, Snake Spear Douluo had already fallen to the ground, and Flame Eagle Douluo relied on his extremely fast speed to barely avoid this attack. At this time, 3 of the 4 title Douluos of the Spirit Hall were seriously injured, and the only remaining Flame Eagle Douluo was also seriously injured. Moreover, Flame Eagle Douluo was already heartbroken and had no intention of fighting at all. I saw Flame Eagle Douluo turned into a huge flame eagle, grabbed the other 3 injured title Douluo, and quickly flew away from the battlefield. At the same time, he ordered other soul masters of the Spirit Hall to retreat first. At this time, Jian Douluo was obviously exhausted, especially the broken arm. The wound looked extremely hideous. However, Jian Douluo held the 7-killing sword and supported his body, not daring to show the slightest evidence. As long as Jian Douluo fell, I am afraid that the soul masters of the Spirit Hall would attack more crazily. In just a few minutes, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall quickly evacuated, and Bone Douluo also returned to the battlefield with Ning Fengzi. The 2 hurriedly supported Jian Douluo, who was about to fall to the ground at any time. Ning Fengzi directly assisted Jian Douluo regardless of the loss, as if he wanted to rescue him. It must be said that Ning Fengzi's assistance was really good. In just half an hour, Jian Douluo's body recovered a lot. Unfortunately, the broken arm could not be revived, and Jian Douluo might not be able to improve again in this life. Yang Podi looked at the people at the scene, just shook his head, and then left the place quickly. However, Jian Douluo seemed to react very quickly. His face changed drastically. He used his soul power to observe carefully for a long time, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing unusual. Ning Fengzi seemed a little puzzled. Uncle Jian, is there something wrong? Jian Douluo shook his head. Just for a moment, I felt a hint of murderous intent, but it quickly disappeared. There may have been another master at the scene just now. Ning Fengzi's face changed drastically when he heard this. Uncle Jian, how is this possible? If the Spirit Hall really dispatched 5 title Douluo, then our situation would be much more dangerous. Bone Douluo on the side carefully observed the surroundings, but finally shook his head. Old sword man, there is indeed no one around. Is it because you just broke through and can't fully control it? Jian Douluo's face was a little solemn. Old Bone, I have studied the way of killing all my life. It is impossible that I couldn't feel one more person at the scene. I didn't feel any fluctuations in the soul power of this person from beginning to end. If he hadn't revealed a hint of murderous intent before he left, I'm afraid I wouldn't have felt it. This person's strength is probably not inferior to mine. After some communication, the three of them were still puzzled, but when they counted the losses of the sect next time, the faces of the three of them turned black. The Battle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect this time was more tragic, and the losses were greater than in the original novel. Because Yang Podi distributed secret manuals everywhere, everyone in the spirit hall also had his huge divine crossbow. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect did not have the advantage of relying on this huge divine crossbow for sneak attacks in the early stage. The 3,000 sect disciples lost a total of 2,500 people, which can be said to be a heavy loss. According to the proportion, the loss is more than 80% of the disciples. Now there are only about 500 disciples left in the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, which does not have the strength and foundation to support a large sect in particular. The three people found that the three treasure houses in their home were emptied. If Ningfengzi had not taken away the contents of 2 treasure houses when he retreated, the losses would probably be even greater. The three people saw the traces of damage to the treasure house, and they were afraid that the person who destroyed the treasure house was also a master. Ningfengzi said with a serious expression, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, it seems that Uncle Jian's feeling just now is correct. There is indeed another master at the scene. This person emptied the 3 treasure houses during our battle with the spirit hall. I'm afraid this person is not from the spirit hall. He just wants to take advantage of the fact that we are both injured and lose. But where in the world can you find a master of Uncle Jian's level?" Gu Daoluo's expression changed slightly. "Fengzi, do you think it could be from the Haotian Sect?" "I'm afraid only the Haotian Sect has such a master." Ningfengzi shook his head. "The Haotian Sect and the Spirit Hall have a blood feud. If it really is someone from the Haotian Sect, I'm afraid he would have taken the opportunity to keep the 4 titled Daoluos of the Spirit Hall. You know, Tang Hao is not afraid of making enemies with the Spirit Hall. Fengzi, what should we do now? Although the high school in the dark has left, since he has murderous intentions towards us, I'm afraid he is an enemy rather than a friend. Moreover, we have suffered heavy losses now, and the Spirit Hall may make a comeback at any time." Gu Daoluo seemed a little worried. Ningfengzi thought for a while before speaking. "We will abandon the sect's headquarters immediately and move to Xiandao City. Since the Spirit Hall has already taken action, I'm afraid it won't give up so easily. As for the Masters in the Dark, since they didn't attack us, they shouldn't be our mortal enemies. At least there is no hatred. The loss of a few treasures is nothing. Don't tell anyone about the people in the dark to prevent disasters." After hearing this, Jian Daoluo and Gu Daoluo immediately prepared to evacuate the sect, and other things would be discussed later. As Ningfengzi said, the people in the dark didn't want to show up. Obviously they didn't want to tear their faces with the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect in public, and they didn't even want to be enemies with the Spirit Hall. Given the current situation of the sect, it's better to remain silent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Harvest. Yang Podi no longer cared about the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, but returned to Xiangsing Academy alone. When he was in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Yang Podi did think about a sneak attack. With the state and strength of Jian Daoluo at that time, Yang Podi was fully confident that he could easily kill him. However, after thinking carefully, he finally gave up. The strength of the Spirit Hall is too strong now. Leaving Jian Daoluo and his party behind can at least have a little restraining effect on the Spirit Hall. Of course, it was this flash of murderous intent that Jian Daoluo could actually feel it. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Jian Daoluo's strength is indeed different after he entered the 97th level. He is obviously much more sensitive. It's a pity that he can't make any more progress in this life. Unless he can get your Lingling's full treatment, there may be hope to recover his right arm. In the past, Yang Podi always had a doubt. With Ningfengzi's extreme assistance plus Jian Daoluo and Bone Daoluo, how could he lose to 4 titled Daoluos with lower soul power than them? However, I understood a lot on the battlefield today. If it was just a soul fighting competition, Ningfengzi, Jian Daoluo and Gu Daoluo would not be afraid of the 4 titled Daoluos. Unfortunately, there were still 10,000 soul masters on the opposite side, especially many high-level soul masters. Basically, it can be said that the 3 of them were besieged. In this case, From time to time, there was a soul skill, and even Zhu Shenyu killed Ningfengzi. This resulted in not only Ningfengzi being unable to assist with peace of mind, but also Gu Daoluo had to protect Ningfengzi specifically. As a result, whether Gu Daoluo was there or not, Jian Daoluo still had to fight 1 against 4. After Yang Podi secretly returned to Xianxing Academy, he walked out of the retreat room directly. He disappeared for a few days. Yang Podi's explanation to the outside world was that he had some insights into the martial soul and was practicing in retreat. But when Yang Podi came to his grandfather's residence, several people seemed to be arguing about something. In addition to Grandpa Yang Wudi, Grandpa Niagao and Dugubo, Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo were also there. However, Grandpa Niagao and Ghost Daoluo remained silent, and both seemed a little drowsy. Zhu Daoluo, Dugubo and Yang Wudi were arguing more intensely, and it seemed that it was about medicinal herbs. Yang Podi walked straight into the room. Senior Zhu Daoluo, Senior Ghost Daoluo, I have recently gained some insights and just came out of seclusion. How come you two are so free to visit us at Almo Mountain? Zhu Daoluo asked back. You are allowed to visit us, but I am not allowed to come to your place to play. Yang Podi just smiled and shook his head. Xianxing Academy welcomes you two seniors at any time, but Senior Ghost Daoluo seems to never go out, and he doesn't like medicine. How come he suddenly has time to come to Xianxing Academy? Little Podi, the old ghost just feels too bored staying in the spirit hall, so he comes out to relax and kill time. Yang Podi was speechless. The excuses of these two people were too lame. They were obviously ordered to come to monitor, and they pretended to be indifferent. However, considering the loss of the spirit hall this time, I am afraid that the two will leave soon. As expected by Yang Podi, someone came to inform Zhu Daoluo to return to the spirit hall on the 3rd day. After the two left, Yang Podi also hid in the secret room alone, preparing to clean up and see what the harvest was. This time, he directly searched the 3 treasure houses of the 7 treasures glazed sect and the 3 treasure houses of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It can be said that the harvest was extremely rich. All the 10 storage soul guides that Yang Podi prepared were filled. In the secret room, Yang Podi first took out all the lead boxes, and the whole secret room was immediately full of light and exuded a charming light. After a thorough inventory, 45 soul bones were obtained this time. The oldest ones were naturally the 3 on Yu Yuanzhen. These 3 soul bones were all 80,000 years old, including a head soul bone, a left arm soul bone, and a right arm soul bone. What was strange was that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family had other 10,000-year soul bones, but Yu Yuanzhen did not absorb them. This was simply putting the cart before the horse. Instead of absorbing the soul bones, he collected them. As a result, he was not strong enough and all of them were taken away. Of course, these 45 soul bones were all the storage of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and half of the storage of the 7 treasures glazed sect. They were also the heritage of these 2 families for thousands of years. In particular, among these soul bones, there were 6 soul bones that were more than 50,000 years old, plus more than 30 soul bones that were more than 10,000 years old. As for the soul bones that were less than 10,000 years old, there were relatively few, less than 10. It is estimated that the 2 major sects looked down on the 1,000-year soul bones. In addition to the 45 soul bones, there were countless things of all kinds. The gold soul coins alone were estimated to be more than 1 billion. In addition, there were all kinds of natural treasures, including countless 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and even various other treasures. According to Yang Podi's own estimation, the wealth harvested this time alone was enough to cultivate a new sect, and the strength of this new sect was not weak. In Wuhan City, the Pope's palace, the Pope Bibidong on the throne had an extremely livid face at this time, and the 5 titled Daoluo below were silent. Even the usually favored Saint Helena was silent at this moment. And below, a cardinal was reporting all the circumstances of this war. Your Holiness, we sent out 10,000 soul masters to besiege the 7 treasures glazed sect, including 1,000 soul masters from the lower 4 sects. During the process, we were discovered by patrolling disciples and had to resort to a strong attack. 4,000 soul masters on our side were killed, 3,000 were seriously injured, and the Demon Bear Elder, Snake Spear Elder, and Thorny Porpoise Elder were severely injured. We had to retreat temporarily. The 7 treasures glazed sect is expected to lose around 2,500 soul masters. Bidong's face seemed extremely angry. We mobilized 10,000 soul masters, and it was a sneak attack. The number of people was 3 times that of the 7 treasures glazed sect, but the loss was twice that of the 7 treasures glazed sect. How can you have the nerve to say such a result? The Cardinal Soul Master who is reporting the battle record was suddenly sweating profusely, as if he was under endless pressure. Bibi Dong paused and said, "Go on, what about the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family?" The Cardinal continued, 8,000 Soul Masters were mobilized to launch a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It was not discovered in advance, and all 1,800 Soul Masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were wiped out. 3,000 of our people were killed or injured, and the 9th Elder and Yu Yuan's Hun died together. However, an earthquake was triggered during the battle, and a large number of collapses occurred. Yu Yuan's Hun's body was smashed to pieces by huge rocks, and even the 3 soul bones were not preserved. In addition, we found that the treasure houses of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were violently broken open, and when we rushed over, the 3 treasure houses were emptied. We don't know who did it. Bibi Dong's eyes turned. In other words, we didn't gain anything from this soul hunting operation. Hearing this, everyone at the scene fell silent, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong seemed to think quietly for a while before speaking. "Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, how is the situation at Shianxing Academy? Have the 3 titled Douluo left?" Ju Douluo shook his head. "Recently, Old Ghost and I have been with Yang Wudi, Niugao and Dugubo. The 3 have not left. Even Yang Zhenshin did not leave the scene and has been staying in Shianxing Academy." Bibi Dong's face seemed very gloomy. "What a great upper 3 sects, their strength is really strong. I lost a title Douluo and 7,000 soul masters, and I didn't gain anything the whole time. Ghost Douluo, you should investigate as soon as possible what happened to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and who took the things in the treasure house. I don't believe that this person can appear out of thin air, or that he has known the plan of our soul hunting operation for a long time." Ghost Douluo said quickly, "Yes, Your Holiness the Pope, I will go to Thunder Canyon as soon as possible to find out the truth." The most miserable person in this soul hunting operation was of course Yu Xiaogang. When Yu Xiaogang heard Ning Fengzi's notice, he followed Liu Erlong and hurried back to Thunder Canyon. But after returning to the canyon, it seemed as if they had come to hell full of killing. Everywhere was full of blood, even in the Huzong River, there were countless corpses floating, which seemed to indicate that this place had experienced a war. After Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong entered the sect, there were corpses everywhere, many of whom were Yu Xiaogang's acquaintances. According to estimates, I'm afraid that everyone in the family is almost dead. Especially when the 2 found Yu Yuan's Hun's body, or it can be said that it is no longer called a corpse, but can only be said to be countless body fragments, which is a bit creepy. Liu Erlong fainted on the spot, and Yu Xiaogang knelt in front of Yu Yuan's Hun's body, as if there was infinite hatred in his heart, and also a feeling of nostalgia for his parents. At the same time, the Xiandao Empire directly sent troops to help bury the bodies, but the number of bodies was too large, and the entire Thunder Canyon was full of new graves. In the end, Yu Xiaogang held back his tears and infinite hatred and returned to the Xiandao Royal Academy. As for other things, he didn't say much. Now for Yu Xiaogang, there is only one thing, that is, revenge. Revenge on the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang himself is weak and there is no way to shake the Spirit Hall. Moreover, according to Yu Xiaogang's estimation, the Spirit Hall has now gathered 70% of the Spirit Masters in the entire Spirit Master world. No one dares to compete with the Spirit Hall. Even the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect dares to shrink in Xiandao City. Among the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was destroyed, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect suffered heavy losses, and only 500 Spirit Masters were left. The news quickly spread throughout the Douluo Continent. Countless small and medium-sized forces are ready to start standing in line. One by one, the Spirit Master families are afraid of offending the Spirit Hall, which will bring disaster. The situation in the 2 empires was unprecedentedly tense. The former mortal enemies Xingluo Empire and Xiandao Empire actually had a tendency to unite to fight against the Spirit Hall. But what everyone didn't know was that in addition to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, there was another war, which was even more tragic and had a greater impact. In the secret room of Shianxing Academy, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Dugubo, Yang Zhenshin, Nia Jinfen, and Yang Podi gathered together, and even the second grandfather Yang Wushuan came back. and everyone's face was very solemn. Obviously they had heard the news outside. Yang Wudi said to Yang Podi, "Podi, I didn't expect the spirit hall to be so crazy that they want to destroy the two major sects. I'm afraid they have great ambitions." Yang Podi shook his head. "This is actually very simple. The next target of the spirit hall is naturally the two empires. Since the battle with the Haotian Sect, the Haotian Sect retreated. Without the constraints of the Haotian Sect, the spirit hall has developed very rapidly in the past 10 years and basically encompassed most of the soul masters in the Douluo Continent. Now that the spirit hall is strong, it naturally wants to unify the world. I'm afraid their next goal will be to unify the entire soul master world, and then find a way to deal with the two empires." Yang Wudi said with a serious face. "Podi, then what should we do?" Yang Podi just smiled slightly. "We don't have to do anything now, just stay in Almo Mountain. As for the disputes between the sects and the outside world, they have nothing to do with us. But Podi, if the spirit hall unifies the entire continent, I'm afraid we won't be able to remain unscathed. With our hatred for the spirit hall, they will come knocking on our door sooner or later." Grandpa Yang Wudi seemed worried. Yang Podi quickly comforted him. "Grandpa, we are just running an academy now, and there will be no conflict with the spirit hall. Besides, don't we still have Xianyu? When Xianyu becomes the sea god, no one will dare to look down on us." After hearing what Yang Podi said, everyone gradually felt relieved. Chapter 211, Dividing the Treasures. After everyone at the scene communicated, they didn't know what to say. Although Yang Podi's words made everyone feel relieved, everyone knew that now that the chaotic world has come, it is probably difficult for SYNOPSIS Academy to really stay out of it. Especially since the spirit hall completely wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect only had less than 20% of its strength left. SYNOPSIS Academy has become the largest force in the two empires. SYNOPSIS Academy not only has 3 titled Douluo, but also has 1,400 soul masters in the 4 major families alone. This is the result of the efforts of the 4 major families in recent years. Of course, there are also a few outer door soul masters, plus some outstanding students absorbed into the 4 major families. In addition, the title Douluo hidden by the family include Yang Wushuang, Yang Henshin, Nia Jinfeng, and now there is Yang Podi who has just entered the title Douluo. Of course, according to the current development, my uncle Niu Mang is already level 88, Yi Lingling is level 89, and Yang Xianyu has reached the peak of level 86. Especially Yang Xianyu, I don't know if it's because of the trident of Poseidon, or because of the affinity and light of Poseidon, but his cultivation speed has shown no sign of slowing down. It is estimated that he will be able to break through to title Douluo in 1 or 2 years at most. Yang Podi looked at everyone and finally shook his head. "Although we are quite powerful now, we are still inferior to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall sent out 7 titled Douluo just to deal with the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Especially the Worship Hall basically did not move. I estimate that they still have at least 10 titled Douluo, plus Bibi Dong and Jin Daoliu, so we should try not to interfere in the outside world. Although the Spirit Hall won this time, if it wants to destroy the top 3 sects, it is estimated that the losses will be huge. In the next period of time, the entire continent should be relatively peaceful. We just need to develop ourselves with peace of mind." Yang Wudi was still a little confused. The total number of spirit masters in the Spirit Hall is estimated to have exceeded 50,000 to 60,000. I am afraid that their strength will become stronger and stronger in the future. We must also be on guard. Yang Podi just smiled before speaking. In the battle between spirit masters, the real winner is often the title Douluo, especially those high-level title Douluo. The Spirit Hall has at least 8 title Douluo above level 95. No force can defeat them in the short term. Besides, it's not just us who are on guard against the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall is also on guard against us. Otherwise Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo wouldn't have suddenly visited our SYNOPSIS Academy this time. Yang Wudi's face changed. "Podi, according to your idea, are Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo here to monitor us?" Yang Podi nodded. "I guess the 2 of them followed Bibi Dong's orders to monitor the 3 title Douluos of our SYNOPSIS Academy to prevent us from helping the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Otherwise, the always low-key Ghost Douluo would not come to our SYNOPSIS Academy." Douluo on the side seemed a little angry. "This Chrysanthemum Pass. I thought he was a flower lover and could get along with him. I didn't expect that he had ulterior motives this time." I'll teach him a lesson next time. Yang Podi couldn't help but interrupt Douluo's words and shook his head. Senior Douluo is indeed a flower lover, but unfortunately he was born in the spirit hall since he was a child and is extremely loyal to the spirit hall. We can just interact normally and don't have to be particularly taboo. As long as there is no major conflict of interest, there shouldn't be any conflicts between the two sides. Besides, with the current relationship between us and the spirit hall, it's not bad to have a buffer of Douluo. At least we don't have to face Bibidong openly. Bibidong is much more difficult to deal with than Douluo, but there is one thing we must pay attention to. We must never let the spirit hall know that Xianyu has obtained the inheritance of the sea god, otherwise the spirit hall will definitely take action against us. Mom Niu Jinfeng said at this time, is Xianyu's matter so serious? Isn't it just obtaining the inheritance of God? Yang Podi said a little seriously. The reason why the spirit hall has been passed down for 10,000 years and is still at the top of the soul master world is because they have the inheritance of the angel god. Now there is a new god, which can shake the foundation of the spirit hall. In the eyes of the spirit hall, Xianyu's threat is much greater than the Clear Sky sect. Hearing this, everyone fell silent again, and they also understood the seriousness of the matter. Finally, Yang Wudi spoke. Everyone should understand the importance of Xianyu. This is related to the 10,000-year inheritance plan of our four major families. We must all keep it secret. Everyone around nodded solemnly. Yang Podi thought for a while, then took out 2 storage soul guides from his body and placed them directly on the table. Grandpa Yang Wudi was a little confused. Podi, what are the contents of these 2 soul guides? Are the things inside very valuable? Yang Podi just smiled, and then his soul power flashed directly, and 37 lead boxes flew out of a storage soul guide, directly filing the entire table. Douluo seemed a little speechless. Little monster, what are these? Is it necessary to be so mysterious? After Douluo finished speaking, he picked up a lead box and opened it. A strong red light suddenly came out of the lead box, illuminating the entire room. Seeing this, Douluo's hands trembled a little, and he even stuttered. Are these lead boxes all soul bones? Yang Podi just smiled and didn't say anything, and the others also opened a lead box in front of them. The lead box also emitted a dazzling light, which seemed to have infinite attraction to soul masters. As everyone opened the lead boxes, everyone was even more shocked, because all the 37 lead boxes were soul bones. According to statistics, there were 31 10,000-year soul bones and 6,000-year soul bones. Among the 31 10,000-year soul bones, there were 13 10,000-year soul bones over 30,000 years old, and they looked very extraordinary. Obviously, these soul bones are rare treasures. Even those 1,000-year soul bones are basically the best among the 1,000-year soul bones, otherwise they would not have the chance to be put into the treasure house of the upper 3 sects. Douluo said with a look of surprise, little monster. Where did you get these soul bones? Even the top 3 sects may not have so many top-grade soul bones. Wait, I remember this 20,000-year-old nether dragon's right arm soul bone. I remember seeing it at an auction 17 years ago. It seemed to have been auctioned off by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect at that time. It was auctioned off for a sky-high price. You didn't snatch it from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, did you? Yang Podi smiled. It can't be said to be snatched. Didn't you Douluo and Ghost Douluo come to our Xianxing Academy a few days ago? I was afraid that something might happen, so I took a walk around and found a lot of spies. After making sure that our Xianxing Academy was not in any danger, I went to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family for a walk, and found that countless people in black were attacking these 2 sects. These soul bones were borrowed from their 2 families at that time. The people around were speechless. They were fighting a war to destroy their sect, and you actually still had the mind to borrow soul bones. I guess you borrowed them violently and never returned them. Yang Wudi seemed a little serious. Podi, is there any problem going out this time? Will there be any hidden dangers? Yang Podi nodded. I didn't show my martial soul and spirit rings the whole time, and I was dressed the same as everyone in the martial soul hall the whole time. No one should be able to find out about me, but everyone should pay attention to these spirit bones. Many of them can be traced back to their sources, just like the soul bone of the right arm of the nether dragon that Grandpa Douluo mentioned just now. Try not to show it outside. The next step is to divide the soul bones. Everyone at the scene got several pieces. Among them, 3 poisonous soul bones were taken away by Douluo. This kind of soul bone is useless for other people. Several plant soul bones were all taken out by Yang Podi separately. These were planned to be given to Yilingling in the future. Even if the age is low, Yilingling can handle it herself in the future. Especially the old guy Douluo, who is not shy at all. After taking 3 pieces of poison attribute soul bones, he wanted to take other soul bones, and even said that he took them for Du Guyan, which was despised by everyone. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking, we'd better use these soul bones as soon as possible to improve the strength of our Shiangsing Academy, so that we can face various difficulties in the future. If we put the soul bones in the treasure house like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, it will eventually be cheap for others. In addition, it is best to give these soul bones to young people. I believe that after they have these soul bones, they will improve faster and have better future development. However, they don't have to absorb all the soul bones first. I will try my best to help them get a 100,000-year soul ring for their 9th soul ring. By then, they will have a more suitable 100,000-year soul bone. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now these children are only in their 20s, and they are already soul Douluo. It can be said that their future prospects are limitless. If their bodies are full of soul bones over 30,000 years old, or even over 50,000 years old, then these children may even have the hope of breaking through to level 97 and 98 in the future. Everyone was a title Douluo, so they naturally understood the difficulty of upgrading after becoming a title Douluo, especially after level 95. Each level of breakthrough was like a natural chasm. Even if Yang Zhenshin absorbed 3 soul bones over 50,000 years old, he only broke through to level 96, and it was not certain whether he could upgrade again in the future. Yang Podi thought about it carefully, and then couldn't help shaking his head, and took out a 70,000-year-old Mandragora snake right arm soul bone from his body and handed it to Douluo. After seeing this soul bone, Douluo's eyes widened. This was a rare poison attribute soul bone, and it was frighteningly old. Douluo said with some hesitation, "Little monster, do you know the value of the soul bone? This soul bone is worth at least tens of millions of gold soul coins, and this level of soul bone is simply not available in the entire Douluo continent." Yang Podi shook his head. "Grandpa Douluo, I only have this one top-grade poison attribute soul bone. Please give it to Sister Yan. This soul bone should be used as the inherited soul bone of the Bailan family." Everyone complained in their hearts. How much benefit did Yang Podi get this time? He was able to take out a soul bone that was 70,000 years old, and with his kid's personality, he had all the good things by himself. He probably has a lot of top-grade soul bones hidden on him. After Douluo took the soul bone, he looked at Yang Podi with a puzzled face. "Little monster, such a good soul bone, why don't you give it directly to Yanayan? She will definitely like it if you give it to Yanayan alone." Yang Podi just smiled bitterly when he heard this. As for the other 4 people in the team, Yang Podi had a very good relationship with them. There was no problem talking about everything, but he was more entangled with Du Guyan. Yang Podi has always known that Du Guyan likes him. It is precisely because of this that it is awkward for the 2 of them to be alone together. Yang Podi already has Yilingling, and he always feels a little overwhelmed when facing Du Guyan alone, especially since Du Guyan and Yilingling have a very good relationship. As for these soul bones, Yang Podi is also a headache. He still has 7 top-grade soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old. How should he deal with these soul bones? The 4 individual soul bones are relatively easy to deal with, but the 3 80,000-year-old thunder attribute soul bones on Yu Yuantan are obviously a set. Only when one person absorbs them at the same time can the effect be maximized. However, several friends basically have arm soul bones, and Du Guyan and Yilingling are not suitable. Besides, there is indeed no thunder attribute soul master around. These soul bones were quickly divided up by the 6 people, and everyone seemed very satisfied. After all, these soul bones can be regarded as family heritage. Yang Podi now has only 7 soul bones left on his body, including the 70,000-year-old Earth Bear's left arm soul bone, the 70,000-year-old Moon Shadow Cat's left leg soul bone, the 70,000-year-old Golden Armor Scorpion's right arm soul bone, the 60,000-year-old Hercules Bull's left arm soul bone, plus the 3 80,000-year-old Thunder attribute soul bones on Yu Yuan's body. Chapter 212 The Birth of Haotian Sect. After everyone had divided up the soul bones, they all looked at the remaining storage soul guide on the table. It was obvious that the things inside must be extraordinary. Yang Podi shook his head, and his soul power flashed. All the things in the soul guide flew out, instantly filing the entire secret room. They were all bottles and cans, as well as various wooden boxes and jade boxes. Everyone was shocked again. There were all kinds of treasures in it. There were countless thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, and even various spiritual liquids. Everyone at the scene was trembling with fear. Yang Wudi said with a trembling face, "Podi, are these all the things in the treasure house of the upper three sects? I didn't expect them to have so many treasures." Yang Podi shook his head. "This is just a small part. These things are enough for our academy to develop. Grandpa, try to refine a few more soul-exploding pills. We may need them in a while." As for these treasures, Yang Podi didn't care so much anymore. He just let them divide them up. Anyway, he still had a lot of them. You have to know that he still had 8 storage soul guides. The next morning, Yang Podi summoned the other 5 people to prepare for the future arrangements. The other 5 looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what Yang Podi had to say. After all, they had just returned home and were enjoying the joy of family. Yang Podi spoke directly to Yang Pingan. "Pingan, are you afraid of pain?" Yang Pingan was speechless. "Brother, I'm not afraid of pain. Is it important?" Yang Podi said to Niameng next to him. "It's good that you are not afraid of pain, Niameng. Chop off Pingan's right arm, and Lingling will be ready to treat him at any time." Before Yang Pingan could do anything, Yang Pingan hurriedly said in a panic, "Chop off my right hand? Brother, I don't think I did anything wrong. Don't torture me like this. I'm afraid of pain." However, Yang Podi pretended not to hear this at all, while Niameng next to him was eager to try and ready to do it at any time. Seeing the situation at the scene, Yang Pingan quickly said, "Brother, I was wrong. I like Xianayu. Please help us." Yang Xianayu, who was standing aside, blushed at this time and seemed to want to step forward to stop him, but Yang Podi glared at her and immediately stepped back. Yang Podi said with a smile, "Pingan, if you have anything else to hide from me, you'd better tell the truth." Yang Pingan said in a panic, "Brother, my feelings for Xianayu are clear to all. I will never like anyone else except Xianayu in my life." At this time, Yang Xianayu seemed to be very moved. He quickly stepped forward and took Yang Podi's hand. "Brother, don't bully Brother Pingan. He treats me very well." Hearing this, Yang Podi complained in his heart, "Pingan treats you well, so why should I treat you badly? His own little cabbage is really going to be taken away." But in the end, Yang Podi still said, "Chopping off your right hand is for your own good. I will change a better soul bone for you now." Yang Pingan then said in confusion, "Brother, you want to chop off my hand because you object to my liking Xianayu?" Yang Podi said with a gloomy face, "Of course not. I recently got a few top-quality soul bones and planned to give them to you, but it was a right arm soul bone. I didn't expect you to confess and tell me so many things I didn't know." After hearing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Yang Xianayu and Yang Pingan. As long as the eldest brother didn't object, it would be much better. After some confirmation, Yang Podi took out a 2-meter-long broadsword and handed it to Niameng, asking him to chop off Yang Pingan's right arm. Yilingling, Du Guyan and Niameng looked at the broadsword and couldn't help laughing. "It's just a broken arm. Is it necessary to have such a long broadsword?" It is estimated that Yang Podi just wanted to take the opportunity to bully Yang Pingan and make him feel more pain. As Niameng raised his knife and chopped off Yang Pingan's entire right hand, Yilingling immediately treated Yang Pingan. Yang Podi also took out a piece of right arm soul bone flashing with lightning and placed it on the position of Yang Pingan's broken arm, asking Yilingling to treat it. The pain of a broken arm was indeed very sad. Yang Pingan's whole face was covered with cold sweat, and even his face became extremely hideous, obviously in great pain. But at this time, Yang Podi was also secretly happy in his heart, asking you to like my sister, there's always a price to pay. As time went on, Yilingling exerted his soul power to the extreme, and even the soul power of the right leg soul bone was activated. This lasted for almost half a day, and Yang Pingan's right hand slowly recovered, and it looked extremely white, like a newborn. Then, Yang Podi gave the other 280,000-year-old thunder attribute soul bones to Yang Pingan, and the 60,000-year-old Hercules bull left arm soul bone to Niameng, the 70,000-year-old golden armor scorpion left arm soul bone to Du Guyan, and the 70,000-year-old moon shadow cat left leg soul bone and the 70,000-year-old white-eyed demon tiger king right arm soul bone to Yilingling. So far, all the top-quality soul bones have been distributed, and of course, there is an extra 70,000-year-old earth barbarian bear right arm soul bone. Yang Podi took the Earth Barbarian Bear right arm soul bone and glanced at Niu Meng next to him, thinking secretly, should I change a soul bone for Niu Meng? After all, this 70,000-year-old Earth Barbarian Bear soul bone is much stronger than the 30,000-year-old flame burning right arm soul bone, and it is more suitable for Niu Meng. As for why Yu Yuanzhen's soul bone was given to Yang Pingan, it was mainly because Yang Pingan had eaten the 9th-grade dragon fungus and had certain dragon attributes in his body, and Yu Yuanzhen's soul bone also had dragon attributes, which was relatively suitable. Of course, there was also a little selfishness at work. When Niu Meng saw Yang Podi's expression, he shuddered and said quickly, "Brother, my right arm soul bone is pretty good, there is no need to change it." Yang Podi gave the soul bone to Niu Meng. "It's up to you. This 70,000-year soul bone is much stronger. If you want to change it, find Lingling. If you don't want to change it, give it to Grandpa." Everyone should absorb soul bones as soon as possible to improve your strength. You should all know about the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Now it's almost time for everyone to make contributions at Xianxing Academy. Everyone should break through to Title Douluo as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very dangerous in the future. In addition, at least one soul bone position must be reserved for everyone. In the future, everyone's 9th soul ring should be a 100,000-year soul ring. At that time, there should be a 100,000-year soul bone that is very suitable for you. Yang Podi was very careful in the distribution of soul bones this time. He gave 2 soul bones to Du Yan, Yi Lingling, and Niu Meng respectively, and they were all relatively suitable. Although the right arm soul bone of the 70,000-year-old golden armored scorpion is a power-type soul bone, it is relatively suitable for Du Yan among all soul bones. As for the 2 soul bones given to Yi Lingling, on the one hand, it will increase her speed, and on the other hand, it will increase her attack power. In this way, Yi Lingling's personal ability will be greatly improved, and she may not even need protection in the future. Everyone held their soul bones in their hands, and their faces became much more serious. Everyone knew about the turmoil in the Soul Master world and the dangers that Xianxing Academy might face at any time. Especially Niu Meng, looking at the soul bone in his hand, he hesitated for a while. In the next few days, everyone was absorbing soul bones, and Yang Xianyu also worked hard to practice and strive to break through as soon as possible. After some thinking, Niu Meng finally decided to replace the soul bone. Now Niu Meng is under great pressure. Among the 6 people, his soul power level is the bottom, and it can even be said that his strength is the bottom. However, the Yu family is the 2nd largest family in terms of number and strength in Xianxing Academy, and the Yu family has only Niu Meng, the only one who performs well in this generation, and the strength of others is far behind. According to Yang Podi's estimation, after absorbing the soul bones this time, Yang Pingan and Yi Lingling will almost reach level 90, and then they can go to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt soul rings together. Yang Podi plans to absorb a few more soul rings this time, to reach level 98, or even level 99, and finally leave 2 or 3 soul rings for other preparations. The content of Yang Xianyu's 9th test of the Sea God is to hunt the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Yang Xianyu has no way to absorb the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King's million-year soul ring. It can even be said that no quasi-title Douluo can absorb it. Only Yang Podi himself can absorb it. After all, Yang Podi's 9th soul ring was only 500,000 years old, and this was only possible after his original martial soul awakened to the golden level, and his physical fitness was far superior to others. In the original work, Tang San also took a great risk to absorb the soul ring of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, and this was only done when Tang San reached level 96. Just after Yang Podi and his companions had been in Xianxing Academy for a few days, news came from the outside world again. The Haotian Sect, which was forced to retire, was born. The leader of the Haotian Sect, Tang Zio, brought all the Soul Masters of the Haotian Sect back to the Soul Master world, and also set up a sect near Xiandao City. The new sect is very close to the Kibaoliuli sect. If someone carefully observes, the Haotian Sect, Kibaoliuli sect and Xiandao City are in a corner, and the distance between the 3 is very close, less than 100 kilometers. In particular, the leader of the Haotian Sect, Tang Zio, directly announced to the Soul Master world, the Haotian Sect has returned to the post-Soul Master world. And at the same time summoned the former affiliated families to return to the Haotian Sect, and stated that the Haotian Sect will do its best to protect all the affiliated families. Surprisingly, the Wuhan Hall did not make any statement about the behavior of the Haotian Sect, nor did it criticize the Haotian Sect for breaking its original promise. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The strength of the Haotian Sect also shocked countless people. The leader of the Haotian Sect, Tang Xiao, has reached level 97 soul power, and can be regarded as one of the strongest in the world. In addition, Tang Hao has also returned to the Haotian Sect with the addition of 3 elders. The Haotian Sect has a total of 5 titled Douluo, which can almost overwhelm all the sects in the world. Surprisingly, although the Spirit Hall is still looking for Tang Hao, it has not taken any action, let alone sent people to the door. In the secret room of Shianxing College, several people gathered together again, and each of them looked very serious. Yang Wudi couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the Haotian Sect would eventually come into the world. It seems that we will no longer have peace soon, Niu Gao on the side also said angrily. Those people in the Haotian Sect actually have the nerve to summon the former affiliated families to return. We, the affiliated families, were cheated so badly by them back then. Do they want to cheat us again? The 2 guys, Bei and Titan, actually brought their families back to the Haotian Sect. Have they forgotten what happened back then? After hearing this, everyone fell into silence, and they seemed very conflicted. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. The emergence of the Haotian Sect is definitely not that simple, especially the current attitude of the Spirit Hall is even more puzzling. Either the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect have reached some agreement, or the 2 have already fought, but no matter what, we no longer have anything to do with the Haotian Sect. Although the Haotian Sect has 5 titled Douluo, we now have 7 titled Douluo, which is more than them and stronger. If they really dare to come to us, we can just show our strength. Dad, how long will it take for you to break through to level 97? After absorbing 3 10,000-year-old soul bones this time Yang Zhenshin specially selected 3 good soul bones, each of which is more than 30,000 years old. He originally planned to prepare for retreat to absorb them, but was interrupted by this news. Yang Zhenshin thought carefully before speaking. I will absorb the soul bones as soon as possible. After absorbing them, it should be no problem to break through to level 97. If the Haotian Sect really dares to come to us, it will be a battle at most. Chapter 213 Haotian Sect War, Part 2. The emergence of the Haotian Sect shocked the world. All the soul masters seemed to be affected. Even the speed of recruiting external soul masters in the Spirit Hall was reduced a lot. In the secret room of Shianxing Academy, after communicating for a while, everyone calmed down. However, they all planned to practice in seclusion and absorb the newly obtained soul bones as soon as possible. Yang Podi was a little regretful now. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a high-year soul bone for his father to absorb first, which would at least improve his strength a little. As for the right leg soul bone and torso soul bone that his father lacked, he did not get soul bones with too high age this time. But the matter of the Haotian Sect was obviously weird. Yang Podi was not afraid of the Haotian Sect alone. Even if the Haotian Sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect came together, Yang Podi did not care much. The 2 sects only had 7 titled Douluo together. It was impossible for them to ignore their own development and take 7 titled Douluo to fight to the death at Shianxing Academy. What really worries Yang Podi is the Spirit Hall, or more precisely, Jin Daoliu. If Jin Daoliu brings a large number of spirit masters to the door, it will be really dangerous. Just as Yang Podi guessed, a tragic battle did happen in the Haotian Sect more than a year ago. After Tang San absorbed the spirit ring, his spirit power reached level 61. After repeated consideration, Tang Hao finally decided to let Tang Yuho take Tang San back to the Haotian Sect to let Tang San recognize his ancestors. However, he did not return to the Haotian Sect, but settled down near the ancestral land of the Haotian Sect, as if he was ready to wait for Tang San at any time. After repeated consideration, Tang San taught Tang Hao the Zhuanshan Guang. Anyway, the Zhuanshan Guang has now spread all over the world, and there is no need to hide it. Moreover, practicing the Zhuanshan Guang can have a significant effect on Tang Hao's injuries. Tang Hao has also been practicing Zhuanshan Guang hard during this period, and his injuries have gradually stabilized, and even his body has shown a trend of improvement. The soul hunting operation of the Spirit Hall this time was much larger than that in the original novel. In addition to the 3,000 soul masters, 6 other priests were dispatched. Except for the chief priest Jin Daoliu, All other priests were dispatched, and the chief priest stayed in the spirit hall to guard. The 6 priests had very high soul power levels. Golden Crocodile Douluo reached level 98, Lion Douluo and Blue Loon Douluo reached level 97, and Light Wing Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo were all at the peak of level 96. They were more than enough to deal with the 6 title Daluos of the Haotian Sect. After many secret investigations by the Spirit Hall, the highest soul power of the Haotian Sect was Tang Zio, who reached level 96. There were also 5 elders, who were basically around level 92. Only the second elder reached level 94, but the second elder was very old and might not be able to exert his full strength. This time, the Spirit Hall dispatched 6 title Daluos, plus 3,000 soul masters, and it can be said that it was a sure win. But unexpectedly, when they rushed to Haotian Sect, they were discovered by Tang Hao outside Haotian Sect. After Tang Hao found out the news, he returned to Haotian Sect at a speed far exceeding that of the Soul Master Army. However, Tang Hao was very close to the ancestral land of Haotian Sect, and the time difference was less than 10 minutes. When Tang Hao returned to Haotian Sect, Tang Zio and the 5 elders were very surprised, especially the 7th elder Tang Lai, who saw Tang Hao's face full of anger and wanted to drive Tang Hao away. Fortunately, Tang Zio was more concerned about the Brotherhood and stopped Tang Lai's attack in time. If there was any decision, at least wait until Tang Hao finished speaking before making any decision. Tang Hao quickly said, there are a large number of spirit masters from the Spirit Hall who are rapidly approaching the Haotian Sect. They are probably not friendly, and according to their speed, they will arrive at the Haotian Sect in 10 minutes at most. There are 6 title Daoluo among them. Tang Lai seemed to be very gloomy. Aren't they just 6 title Daoluo? With their current strength, we are not afraid of them at all. Tang Hao seemed very anxious. In addition to Qianjin and Jiangmo, there are 4 title Daoluo who came this time. I am afraid they are not weaker than me. Although several elders hated Tang Hao, no one doubted his loyalty to the Haotian Sect, and no one doubted what Tang Hao said. Several people all looked at Tang Zio, as if they wanted to wait for Tang Zio to decide whether to fight or leave. Tang Zio just thought for a moment and immediately said, the Spirit Hall is bullying too much. We are now trapped in the ancestral land. There is no way back. We can only fight to the death. With Tang Zio's order, all the people in the Haotian Sect began to prepare for the battle, and even directly cut the iron chain, trying to use the dangerous terrain of the mountains to block the Spirit Hall. When the 6 golden crocodile Daluos arrived at the ancestral land of the Haotian Sect, they were immediately surprised. They didn't expect that the Haotian Sect had cut off the iron chain, which made it even more difficult to go to the Haotian Sect. However, the 6 people were skilled and brave, and they immediately split into 2 groups. 6 of the title Daluos flew over first, and then the other flying soul masters prepared the iron chains and ropes again, trying to build a passage out as soon as possible. They even carried various tools with them. Obviously they were well prepared. After the 6 people flew over the cliff, they directly faced the 6 title Daluos on the opposite side, including Tang Zio and the 5 elders. Tang Hao had secretly, after all, he was wanted by the Spirit Hall. Tang Zio seemed a little serious and spoke, why did the 6 of you come to my Haotian Sect? My Haotian Sect has long been in seclusion from the world. Golden Crocodile Daoluo seemed to be full of disdain and spoke, your Haotian Sect is just pretending to be in seclusion. Tang Hao has attacked my Spirit Hall many times, and your 3 upper sects have long colluded in secret with the intention of subverting my Spirit Hall. Tang Zio was a little confused, are you mistaken? My Haotian Sect has been in seclusion and has not gone out. Golden Crocodile Daoluo's face became a little ugly at this time. Your Haotian Sect secretly distributed secret manuals and provided a large number of weapons to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. And your 3 upper sects have long united to prepare to subvert my Spirit Hall. Tang Zio was even more confused. What you said is just talk. Do you have any evidence? Tang San behind you is the evidence. He is Yu Xiagang's apprentice. We have received news a long time ago. When the Xiandao team was formed, it was your 3 upper sects that united to subvert my Spirit Hall. The second elder on the side said, this is just a false accusation. We have never left our ancestral land, so how could we collude with the other 2 major sects? Golden Crocodile Daoluo said coldly, since you have never left your ancestral land, how did you get the extra title Daoluo spirit rings, and how did you get your food and various cultivation resources? Faced with this, everyone in the Haotian Sect was speechless. These things were indeed difficult to explain. With the order of Golden Crocodile Douluo, the 6 people directly launched an attack. From a purely strength perspective, the 6 great priests crushed the 6 title Douluos of the Haotian Sect and the 3,000 spirit masters behind the 6 people. Under the traction of countless flying spirit masters, ropes appeared on the cliff, making it like a net, which was enough for spirit masters to walk, and other spirit masters began to quickly cross the cliff. The battle between the 12 title Douluos was earth-shattering. Tang Xiao directly organized everyone to launch the Haotian formation, and one person faced 3 title Douluos. However, the 3 of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qianjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo fought against the 5 elders, and they were almost crushed. In just a few rounds, the 5 elders of the Haotian Sect were in danger. At this critical moment, Tang Hao made a move from the dark, directly activated the weapon Soul True Body, and swung the huge Haotian hammer to attack the Golden Crocodile Douluo, as if he wanted to hit the enemy's strongest Golden Crocodile Douluo first. But the Golden Crocodile Douluo was not afraid at all, and quickly activated the martial Soul True Body, turning into a huge Golden Crocodile King to fight Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. The huge Haotian hammer and the Golden Crocodile King collided with each other, like a landslide, and the momentum alone overwhelmed countless people. However, Tang Hao did not gain an advantage in this attack, but was forced back by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. After all, the two were 3 levels apart in soul power. After the Golden Crocodile Douluo forced Tang Hao to retreat, he said coldly, "What a Haotian Sect, what a Tang Hao. Hasn't Tang Hao been expelled from the Haotian Sect? How can he still be in the Haotian Sect? It shows that you Haotian Sect are one thing on the surface, and another behind the scenes." The battle continued, and even if Tang Hao took action, he was still at a disadvantage. Especially with a rapid influx of 3,000 soul masters into the battlefield, the number of people occupied a huge advantage. The Haotian Sect has less than 1,000 soul masters, and in recent years, it has been secluded for a long time, so the training of young disciples is much worse, at least the actual combat experience is insufficient. To the surprise of the Spirit Hall, Tang Xiao actually broke through to the 97th level, and his strength was much stronger than expected. However, Tang Xiao at this time was not like the Jialing Pass battlefield, where he was waiting for the opportunity. Instead, the Spirit Hall had a large number of soul masters, and they had a huge advantage in numbers. Especially when countless people attacked the Haotian formation, or attacked the ordinary spirit masters who set up the Haotian formation, Tang Xiao would be relatively uncomfortable. At least he could not fight against the 3 title Douluo with all his strength, especially the Lion Douluo and the Blue Lion Douluo, both of whom were title Douluo at level 97. As time went on, the Haotian Sect was increasingly at a disadvantage. After all, the gap in numbers was very large. Moreover, the spirit masters in the entire Haotian Sect were relatively simple, basically all spirit masters with a Haotian hammer spirit. There were no quick attack spirit masters or auxiliary spirit masters, so they were subject to greater constraints. However, Tang San performed well. Now Tang San is already level 65. Especially after the current blue silver grass spirit has been practicing poison attributes for a long time, the attack is more bizarre and the toxicity is greater. However, according to the current situation, if the battle continues, I am afraid that the Haotian Sect will fail sooner or later, and may even be wiped out. Facing the Golden Crocodile Douluo in front of him, Tang Hao, even if he tried his best, there was still a big gap in strength, and he was even repelled again and again. Tang Hao was also very anxious when he saw this situation. Whether it was Tang Xiao or the disciples of the Haotian Sect, or even the 5 elders, they were all in extreme danger. At this time, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, and 5 soul rings exploded on his body in an instant. The Haotian hammer was like a small mountain, covering the Golden Crocodile Douluo, as if he wanted to flatten the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed unwilling to be outdone, and directly used his 9th soul skill, Golden Giant Force Break. A huge Golden Crocodile King pounced on the Haotian hammer. It was worthy of being a 100,000-year soul skill, and it was extremely powerful. But this powerful collision still gave Tang Hao the upper hand. After all, this was the explosion ring of the Haotian hammer, and it was also the desperate skill of the Haotian hammer. The 4th and 5th elders on the side had their eyes flashing. Taking advantage of the time when the huge clear sky hammer fell, the 4th elder quickly flew towards Tang Xiao and used all his soul power to self-destruct, instantly forming a huge energy explosion, blowing away Lion Douluo, Blue Luan Douluo and Light Wing Douluo. Tang Xiao also took this opportunity to use Clear Sky 9 Absolutes to attack the three and hammer them away. The fifth elder also took advantage of the other three tidal Douluos to withstand the huge Panlong Stick attack of Qianjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo, and also self-destructed his body, causing considerable damage to Qianjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo. The situation seemed to be reversed instantly after two tidal Douluos of the Clear Sky Sect self-destructed in succession, and Tang Hao's desperate ring explosion hammer, especially after the two self-destructed, the damage to the surrounding soul masters was even greater. After all, this was a tidal Douluo self-destruction. In the end, Golden Crocodile Douluo had no choice but to order a retreat. After all, the self-destruction of the two tidal Douluos just now had caused considerable damage to the six great priests. And today they could not stop Tang Hao's ring explosion. However, although the Haotian Sect repelled the attack of the six great priests this time, the price was also very tragic. Two of the five elders self-destructed, and it was because of their self-destruction that the five people in the priest hall were injured. As soon as the spirit master of the Wuhan Hall retreated, Tang Hao directly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole person fell straight down, and then lost consciousness. You must know that in order to deal with the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao exploded 5 spirit rings at once. With Tang Hao's current body, he simply cannot withstand this level of ring explosion. This is the case when Tang Hao has practiced Zhuanshenguang in the past few years, and his body has recovered. As Tang Hao fell, Tang Xiao and Tang San hurriedly came up to support him, but Tang Hao seemed to be seriously injured. The other 3 elders seemed to be injured as well. After all, they had been bearing the attacks of Qianjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo. The 7th elder Tang Lai looked at Tang Hao with an extremely rich expression, sometimes showing hatred, and sometimes showing admiration. In the end, he just shook his head and left alone. The 3 elders continued to discuss something with Tang Xiao, as if there was something big going on. In the end, Tang Xiao made the decision himself, and the Haotian Sect officially left the mountain. At the same time, the sect's new base would be near Xiandao City. Chapter 214 Haotian Sect Follow-up. The Battle of Haotian Sect was more brutal than ordinary people could imagine. Although the total number of participants was not as high as the 2 battles between Kibaoli Sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, their strength was much stronger. A total of 13 tidal Douluo participated in the battle, and there were 8 tidal Douluo at level 95 or above. The highest soul power, Golden Crocodile Douluo, reached level 98. This level of tidal Douluo was very rare in the entire continent. Since the ancestral land of Haotian Sect was located in a remote area, on the top of the mountains, almost no one in the outside world knew the result. But the entire battlefield was very powerful, with countless martial souls and weapon souls, which were extremely terrifying in terms of power and destructive power. Most of the mountains in the ancestral land of Haotian Sect were razed to the ground. The casualties of the Haotian Sect were extremely heavy. Originally, there were 7 tidal Douluo, and 2 of the 4 elders and the 5 elders self-destructed and died in the battle. Tang Hao desperately launched the Great Sumeru Hammer, even blowing up 5 spirit rings, and barely injured the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo, but he himself was also seriously injured and fainted. Originally, there were nearly 1,000 disciples of the Haotian Sect after this war. The loss was close to 50%. It can be said that the loss was extremely heavy, and many years of recuperation were also burned. If Tang Xiao's spirit power had not recently reached the 97th level, plus the self-destruction of the 2 elders in Tang Hao's life-threatening battle, I am afraid that the Haotian Sect would have been wiped out by the Spirit Hall. As for the Spirit Hall, the losses were not small. Among the 3,000 spirit masters who came to attack, nearly 1,005 were killed or injured. Many of them were killed by the self-destruction of the 2 elders. As for the 6 great priests, they were relatively better, but they were also seriously injured. Golden Crocodile Douluo took Tang Hao's Great Sumeru Hammer and was seriously injured. The other 5 tidal Douluo were very close to the self-destruction range of the 4th elder and the 5th elder, and each suffered different degrees of injuries, and finally had to evacuate first. Tang Xiao looked at the elders very seriously, especially Tang Hao, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and finally decided to resign the Haotian Sect and move all the sects to the vicinity of Xiandao City. Although the Haotian Sect won the battle this time, the loss of top masters was much greater than that of the Spirit Hall. Except for Tang Xiao, who was in good health, the other 3 elders also had different degrees of injuries, and Tang Hao was directly seriously injured and unconscious. According to Tang Xiao's estimation, the 6 elders of the Spirit Hall can fully recover in half a year at most. If the Spirit Hall attacks again after half a year, the Haotian Sect will only end up being destroyed. Now it can only move to Xiandao City and rely on the Xiandao Empire to truly continue. Moreover, given Tang Hao's current injuries, there are also many seriously injured spirit masters in the Haotian Sect, including 3 elders who are also seriously injured and need to go out for treatment. The Haotian Sect, which is a group of hammer-carrying people, does not have any healing spirit masters. After confirming that the Haotian Sect will be born, Tang Xiao sent Tang Lai and Tang Yuho to contact the Xiandao Empire immediately to confirm the Haotian Sect's departure and the new sect's residence. Tang Lai was relatively lightly injured in this war and was able to go out. The 2nd and 3rd elders stayed behind in the sect, and the sect was on full alert to prevent the Wuhan Hall from attacking again. At the same time, they organized and sorted out the sect's affairs and were ready to go out at any time. Tang Xiao took Tang San and Tang Hao and went to Xiandao City immediately, on the one hand to find treatment for Tang Hao, and on the other hand to decide on the subsequent development of the sect. The 3 elders looked at Tang Hao, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and just shook their heads, but did not stop him. After all, Tang Hao had made great contributions in this battle. Otherwise, with the strength of golden crocodile Douluo, he could completely crush the 5 elders, and then gather the strength of 6 people to besiege Tang Xiao's Haotian formation. At that time, the Haotian Sect would really be wiped out. Tang Xiao brought Tang San and Tang Hao to Xiandao City quickly, and directly found Yi Rengson, wanting to ask Yi Rengson for help. Seeing Tang Hao's injuries, Yi Rengson couldn't help shaking his head. Tang Hao's injuries were beyond his imagination. Even if Yi Rengson tried his best, he could only stabilize the injuries, and he couldn't even make Tang Hao wake up. Tang Xiao looked at his unconscious brother. This strong man almost couldn't hold back his tears. However, he finally suppressed his sadness and said to Yi Rengson, "Mr. Yi, please save my brother no matter what. No matter what the price, my Haotian Sect can definitely help you do it." Tang San on the side even knelt down directly. "Mr. Yi, I beg you to save my father. Even if it costs me a huge price, I will not hesitate." Yi Rengson shook his head. "You should know Tang Hao's injuries better than me. Judging from his appearance, he should have ignored his original injuries and forcibly used your Haotian Sect's explosive ring. If he didn't have all the high-age soul bones in his body, plus his endless way of exercising, I'm afraid he would have died on the spot. I'm just a soul Douluo. For an injury of this level, I can only stabilize him, but there is no way to cure him." But even though Yi Rengson said so, Tang Xiao and Tang San just begged and begged, not willing to give up at all. After all, Yi Rengson was already the best healing spirit master in the whole continent. If he couldn't cure it, then there was absolutely no other way. Yi Rengson looked at the 2 people's persistent expressions, and finally just shook his head, and then took out something from the spirit guide. This was exactly the 10,000-year-old ginseng king that Yang Podi gave to Yi Rengson, but Yi Rengson had eaten part of this 10,000-year-old ginseng king at the beginning, and also used part of it to treat patients in recent years, and now only 1/10 of it was left. When Tang San saw the 10,000-year-old ginseng king that Yi Rengson took out, his eyes lit up. For Tang San, who was familiar with the effects of immortal grass, he was more clear about the effects of the 10,000-year-old ginseng king. Tang San seemed to stutter a little. "Mr. Yi, is this the 10,000-year-old ginseng king? How come there is only so little of this 10,000-year-old ginseng king left?" Yi Rengson shook his head. "This 10,000-year-old ginseng king was obtained by chance many years ago. I have used part of it to treat patients over the years. Now there is only 1/10 of it. I hope it will be effective for Tang Hao." After Yi Rengson finished speaking, he directly used his soul power to transform this 1/10 of the 10,000-year-old ginseng king into essence and injected it into Tang Hao's mouth. Then Yi Rengson continued to use his soul power to treat Tang Hao, and this treatment lasted for half a day again. After the treatment was completed, Yi Rengson said to Tang Xiao, "I have stabilized Tang Hao's injuries, and he should wake up in 5 to 10 days. However, I'm afraid only about 30% of his strength remains. It will take at least 5 to 10 years to recover to the state before this battle. Based on the current treatment effects of Soul Masters, I'm afraid it's impossible to completely cure Tang Hao." If you really want to completely cure Tang Hao, it's best to find some rare treasures. Otherwise, even I can't do it." After hearing this, Tang Xiao and Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. At least their lives were not in danger for the time being. However, Tang San asked with some doubt, "Mr. Yi, may I ask where did you get this 10,000 years ginseng king?" Yi Rengxin just said lightly, "This was given to me by a patient I treated back then. This rare treasure doesn't even belong to this person anymore." Tang San quickly said, "Who is this person? Can you tell me?" Yi Rengxin shook his head. "I have been treating patients all my life, and I have no regrets. Someone gave me a treasure, but I leaked his behavior. If you find him at that time, wouldn't it harm him? What's more, this person doesn't have such a rare treasure as the 10,000 years ginseng king." Before Tang San could speak, Tang Xiao on the side quickly said, "Mr. Yi, children are ignorant. I hope you can understand that Mr. Yi's character is known to the world. Tang San is just worried about his father." Tang San's face suddenly became a lot uglier, but he hesitated for a while and spoke again, "Mr. Yi, I have eaten the crystal blood dragon ginseng before. Can my blood help my father?" Yi Rengxin checked Tang San's body and finally shook his head. "You have been eating crystal blood dragon ginseng for 5 or 6 years, and the medicinal effect is almost exhausted. Even your blood has no effect. If you have just eaten crystal blood dragon ginseng, or if you still have a crystal blood dragon ginseng, it should be able to save Tang Hao." After a few people communicated, they confirmed that Tang Hao's body had recovered a lot. Tang Xiao and Tang San took Tang Hao away. After all, Yi Rengxin never participated in the struggles of major forces. He only treated patients and could not leave Tang Hao behind. Tang Xiao and Tang San took the unconscious Tang Hao directly back to the Tang sect, intending to let Tang Hao recuperate in the Tang sect for a while. Tang San asked Tang Xiao a little puzzled, "Uncle, why don't you let me ask Senior Yi about the source of this 10,000 years ginseng king? This may help save my father." Tang Xiao shook his head. Yi Rengxin's character is well known to the world. It's useless to force him. Besides, Yi Rengxin just helped to treat Brother Hao. Our Haotian sect already owes him a huge favor. If we threaten him in turn, how will people in the world look at our Haotian sect? What's more, Mr. Yi Rengxin can be said to be one of the people with the most connections in the entire Douluo Continent. He has saved countless people. Whether it is the royal families of the two empires, the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall, or the high-level officials of the major sects, they have basically received his favors. No one will offend him easily. Besides, I almost know where this 10,000 years ginseng king came from." Tang San said a little puzzled, "Uncle, do you know where this 10,000 years ginseng king came from?" Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "If I guess correctly, this 10,000-year-old ginseng king is probably from the Po Hun clan, which is the largest alchemy family in the entire Douluo Continent. Only because of the relationship between the Po Hun clan and Yi Rengxin, they would send him this level of medicinal herbs. After all, they are now considered a family." When Tang San heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Uncle, do you think the Po Hun clan has a way to completely cure my father's injury?" "I don't know if they have a way. But given our relationship with the Po Hun clan, I'm afraid they won't treat Brother Hao." In the next few days, various news came from the world, including the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the attack on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which immediately shocked Tang Xiao and Tang San. But the good news is that the Xiandao Empire is very welcoming to the Haotian Sect. As soon as they heard the news that the Haotian Sect wanted to come out, they immediately invited Tang Xiao to the palace to discuss. When Tang Xiao, Tang San and Tang Yuho arrived at the palace together, Ning Fengzi and Bon Daluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect were also there, and were personally received by Emperor Zhu Yi. After some communication, the three parties basically determined the location of the new sects of Kibaoliuli sect and Haotian sect, and the Xiandao Empire was willing to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to help the two major sects rebuild their sects, which was also the sincerity of the Xiandao Empire. After 7 days, Tang Hao finally woke up, but Tang Hao was not worried about his injuries. Instead, he was more worried about the situation of the sect and Tang San's safety. After confirming that Haotian sect was fine, he was really relieved. After Tang Xiao and the Xiandao Empire reached an agreement, the people of Haotian sect also left their ancestral land as soon as possible and all came to Xiandao city. When the three elders saw Tang Hao, who had just woken up from a serious injury, They finally accepted Tang Hao's return to Haotian Sect. At the invitation of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, Bei and Taitan seemed very moved and finally decided to lead the family to return to Haotian Sect. After all, the current Tang sect is just a flower stand without any strength. Tang Xiao immediately announced that the Haotian Sect had returned to the Spirit Master world, that Tang Hao had returned to the Haotian Sect, and that the original Haotian Sect affiliated families would be recalled, even by he and Tai Tan being used as examples. Although the Haotian Sect's strength was damaged, the 5-titled Douluo still amazed the world. Chapter 215, The Teodi Divine Bull. With the emergence of the Haotian Sect, the Spirit Hall was rather depressed. In the Spirit Hall, the Pope Bibi Dong on the throne had a rather grim expression at this time. She did not expect that this would be the result of dealing with the 3 major sects this time. Especially the 6 people from the worship hall did not take down the Haotian Sect. Instead, the casualties of ordinary spirit masters were 3-1, which made Bibi Dong unable to help but scold the 6 great worshippers as a bunch of trash. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was wiped out, the Haotian Sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Xiandao Empire were obviously in collusion and jointly targeted the Spirit Hall, especially the new sect addresses of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect. It was purely for the sake of warmth. There were 7 titled Douluo in the Xiandao city area, which was like an iron barrel. It seemed that the infiltration plan could not be carried out at all. As long as Jin Ringsu was slightly exposed, she would be immediately surrounded by the 3 major forces, and then the gain would be more than the loss. In addition, after Ghost Douluo's investigation, it was found that during the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family war, someone did take advantage of the situation and took away the treasures from the 3 treasure houses of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but no information about this person could be found. After repeated consideration, Bibi Dong finally decided to implement the plan of the new 7 major sects. The Spirit Hall announced that it would send people to track down and severely punish the murderers who attacked the 2 major sects. No one knew that the Haotian Sect was attacked. At the same time, it announced that due to the great loss of strength of the upper 3 sects, a new 7 major sects would be re-elected in a year. If the Haotian Sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect participated at that time, it meant that the 2 major sects recognized the leadership of the Spirit Hall in the Soul Master world. If the 2 major sects did not participate, it would be more in line with Bibi Dong's intention and take the opportunity to reshuffle all the forces in the Soul Master world. At Xiangxing Academy, after some training, everyone's strength was improved again. Among them, after Yu Lingling and Yang Pingan absorbed several pieces of top-grade soul bones, their soul power officially reached level 90, and they only needed 1 soul ring to enter the title Douluo. Although Niu Meng changed a soul bone, it was still level 83. After Du Yuyan absorbed 2 soul bones, his soul power reached level 85. Yang Xianyu's soul power improved quickly and has already broken through to level 87. Dad Yang's Henshin continued to retreat. It was hard to know how long it would take for him to come out of retreat. It was estimated that he would reach level 97 when he came out of retreat this time. Yang Podi also got news from Yu Rengxin that Tang Hao was seriously injured, and it was caused by the forced use of the Great Sumeru Hammer. This also confirmed Yang Podi's guess. I'm afraid that the Haotian Sect had also fought a big battle recently. The original 7 titled Douluo have become 5 now, which is a small surprise. Recently, Yang Podi has been practicing at home. On the one hand, he wants to deal with the visits from the outside world before leaving. On the other hand, he is waiting for his grandfather Yang Wudi to refine the exploding soul pill. After all, the number of exploding soul pills needed this time is not small, and it may take more time. But after waiting for half a month, there was no visit from the Kibaoliuli sect and Haotian sect, and even no visit from the Wuhan Hall. In the end, they decided to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to get the spirit ring. Early in the morning, the 6 people set out directly and prepared to go to the Xingdao Great Forest. The second grandfather Yang Wushuang also stayed at home recently and had no time to take care of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Now the protection of the family was more important than anything else. The group walked quickly and arrived at the Xingdao Great Forest in just 3 days. The 6 people went directly to the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest to explore. This time there were more targets, especially Yi Lingling's spirit ring. It was more difficult to find a 100,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast than other spirit beasts. Of course, if there was a 90,000-year-old one, They could also find a way to deal with it. After a search, the first thing they found was a 94,000-year-old thunder dragon. The length of this thunder dragon reached 30 meters, and the whole body was covered with lightning. The places it passed seemed to be charred black. It was obviously an extremely powerful thunder-attributed spirit beast. This thunder dragon is obviously very suitable for Yang Pingan, especially since Yang Pingan now has 3 thunder attribute soul bones. If he has another 100,000-year-old thunder attribute soul bone, plus the 9th grade dragon ZHI he ate at the beginning, his strength will probably be greatly improved. After some processing, several people used 2 soul exploding pills to increase the age of this thunder dragon to the level of 100,000 years. However, the combat power of this thunder dragon is obviously very strong, with extremely fast speed and extremely fierce attack power. It may be troublesome to kill it. At the moment when the thunder dragon broke through to 100,000 years, before the thunder dragon fully adapted, 6 people attacked the thunder dragon at the same time. Among them, Yang Podi was extremely fast. He just flashed and came to the front of the thunder dragon with both hands holding the soul-breaking gun. He stabbed the thunder dragon hard. Even though the thunder dragon's defense was very amazing, it was directly stabbed. Then the other 5 people also quickly attacked the thunder dragon, especially Yang Xianayu, holding the sea god trident, and stabbed it directly. The sea god trident weighed up to 180,000 kilograms. Even the strongest defensive soul beast could not really resist this attack. After the siege, the thunder dragon fell to the ground in just a few minutes. And Yang Pingan also gave the thunder dragon the last blow, and the largest 100,000-year soul ring appeared. It was relatively simple to absorb the soul ring next. Yang Xianayu directly used the skill of the vast sea universe cover to cover everyone directly, and several people plus the thunder dragon disappeared instantly. Yang Pingan absorbed the soul ring and soul bone of this thunder dragon for 5 days, especially this thunder dragon, which actually had a 100,000-year trunk soul bone, which was simply a treasure. After Yang Pingan absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, the soul-breaking spear finally underwent a transformation, but it did not evolve into Dragon Soul Spear as originally thought. Instead, it had a very strong thunder attribute and was called the Thunder Dragon Spear by Yang Pingan. Yang Pingan's soul power has also reached level 92. His combat power is probably not weaker than that of a general level 95 title Douluo. At the same time, Yang Pingan has also awakened a domain, but it is not the soul-breaking domain, but the thunder domain, which makes Yang Podi a little doubtful whether Yang Pingan is really born for the thunder attribute. You must know that Yu Yuanzhan has never awakened the thunder domain in his life, and Yu Yuanzhan basically has thunder attribute soul rings. Then everyone continued to search, but they did not find any plant-type soul beasts over 90,000 years old, and even those over 80,000 years old were rare, which made Yi Lingling a little discouraged. However, when a few people walked through a forest that day, suddenly the whole ground was shaking, as if there was a huge soul beast walking, and the soul beasts in the whole forest were scattered and fled, as if they had encountered something terrible. The 6 people looked at each other and quickly came to the place where the vibration was. I saw a huge cattle soul beast walking in front of me. The length of this soul beast was actually more than 50 meters, especially his tonnage, which was a bit scary. Yang Podi carefully observed the soul beast for a while, and couldn't help but take a breath. 100,000-year-old Teoti God Bull. Yes, this soul beast is the Teoti God Bull, which looks very similar to ordinary cattle soul beasts, but the difference is that this Teoti God Bull is covered with thick scales all over its body, and its huge horns look extremely fierce. Especially this Teoti God Bull is 15 meters tall, and every time it takes a step, a concave mark appears on the ground. Originally, Yang Podi wanted to choose the Kyanjin Ant King among the Earth attribute soul beasts, but now he has encountered this 100,000-year-old Teoti God Bull, which is simply the best of the Earth attribute soul beasts, much stronger than the Kyanjin Ant King. Moreover, this Teoti God Bull is a real 100,000-year soul beast, which is more powerful than those pseudo 100,000-year soul beasts. The martial soul of Xuanzi in the later generations is the Teoti God Bull, which is also a top beast martial soul that can be cultivated to the 99 level. At Yang Podi's command, the 6 people quickly flew towards the Teoti Divine Bull and attacked directly. Facing the sudden attack of the 6 people, the Teoti Divine Bull roared, "Human, you dare to provoke me, you are looking for death?" The Teoti Divine Bull just roared, and the whole space seemed to vibrate. A huge pressure suddenly appeared on the 6 people. Obviously, This Tod Divine Bull has the ultimate earth attribute and strength attribute, which is a bit similar to the gravity field. Yang Podi endured the heavy pressure and directly summoned the soul-breaking spear and 9 soul rings, stabbing with all his strength. But the Tod Divine Bull on the opposite side was not afraid at all, and directly hit it with its huge horns. The soul-breaking spear and the horns collided together, and the speed of the entire space shook. Yang Podi was directly knocked away 5 meters by this collision. This was also the first time that Yang Podi was repelled after entering the tidal Douluo. The other 5 people were much slower in the face of the gravity field of the Tod God Bull, and their attacks were not as effective as before. The only one whose attack was effective was Yang Xianayu, whose sea god trident seemed to be able to compete with the Tod God Bull in terms of strength. Especially considering the size of this Tod God Bull, it is probably more than 100,000 years old, and its weight is far more than 180,000 pounds of the sea god trident. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. The stronger the soul beast is, the greater the improvement for himself. This time, Yang Podi directly swung the soul-breaking spear, and countless spear rays from the soul-breaking spear quickly stabbed the Tod God Bull. However, the defense of this Tod God Bull was obviously extremely strong, and the spear rays could only cause a small amount of stab wounds on him, and could not do a lot of damage. As Yang Podi turned the spearhead again, countless spear rays seemed to merge together, forming a huge spear ray, as if trying to pierce the Tod God Bull. But this Tod Divine Bull was extremely fierce and used its horns to block the attack. Unexpectedly, this move was blocked, which made Yang Podi feel hot. This time, Yang Podi used his weapon Soul Body, holding a huge soul-breaking spear, and stabbed the Tod Divine Bull directly. Before the Tod Divine Bull could use its horns to resist, Yang Podi flashed and flew over the Tod Divine Bull. The spear stabbed directly on the back of the Tod Divine Bull. This attack directly pierced the back of the Tod Divine Bull, and a huge wound appeared instantly. The Tod Divine Bull screamed, and a huge bull tail swung over, as if it could split mountains and rocks. But Yang Podi used the soul-breaking spear to chop it hard, and the spear blade of the soul-breaking spear collided with the tail of the Tod Divine Bull, directly cutting off the tail of the Tod Divine Bull. The Tod Divine Bull screamed again, this time even more miserably. Yang Xianayu and Yang Pingan on the side quickly stabbed the belly of the Tod Divine Bull, leaving 2 wounds on the body of the Tod Divine Bull, but the wounds were not too deep. The 8th soul ring on Yang Podi's body flashed, and he directly used the 8th soul skill, Earth Behemoth Break, and a huge soul-breaking spear appeared in an instant, flying directly over. Even if the Tod Divine Bull tried its best to resist, the huge bull head was directly pierced, and even one of its originally extremely powerful horns was pierced. With the attack of Yang Podi's 100,000-year soul skill, the Tod God Bull finally fell down, and a huge 100,000-year soul ring appeared at the same time. Obviously, the energy of this soul ring was not even weaker than that of the original golden behemoth. Yang Podi breathed a sigh of relief and summoned his original martial soul, preparing to absorb the soul ring. Yang Xianayu used the Hanheikayankan cover again to cover Yang Podi and the Tod God to prevent attacks from the outside world. It took 2 days to absorb the soul ring this time. After the soul ring was absorbed, Yang Podi cut open the body of the Tod God Bull and finally found a right arm soul bone. Yang Podi thought for a while and finally absorbed this 100,000-year soul bone. After all, this soul bone was also very good. And it was a power-type soul bone that Yang Podi particularly liked. After Yang Podi absorbed the soul ring and soul bone of the Tod God Bull, his soul power had reached the peak of level 94, and it was estimated that he would soon reach level 95. Chapter 216, Nether Leopard. After absorbing the soul rings and soul bones, the group continued to search for other soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. It must be said that it was really cool to follow Yang Xianayu into the Xingdao Great Forest. The vast sea universe cover was extremely useful. At night, as long as the vast sea universe cover was set up, they could rest assured without any fatigue. However, when the 6 people were resting that night, there seemed to be some soul beasts moving quickly outside the vast sea universe cover. But Yang Podi observed it many times and did not find anything. He always felt that a black shadow flashed, as if something was passing quickly, and the black shadow seemed to be integrated with the entire night. Yang Podi specifically asked Yang Xianayu to stay still for the past few days, trying to find this soul beast. After waiting for 3 days, A 20,000-year-old golden horned horse passed by that night. The black shadow flashed, and the golden horned horse had multiple wounds on its body. The golden horned horse seemed to neigh with all its strength, trying to find the enemy, but there was no response in the night. Then the shadow flashed again, and this time a huge wound appeared on the neck of the golden horned horse, and it was obvious that it was dead. As the golden horned horse fell, a huge leopard appeared beside the golden horned horse's body and began to eat the golden horned horse's body. The leopard was more than 10 meters long, and its body was dark, even its eyes were black. It was completely invisible in the dark night, as if it was born to hide. 95,000 years old nether leopard, Yang Podi said coldly. Yang Xianyu on the side said, "Brother, this nether leopard is too fast, we can't keep up at all, it's probably difficult to hunt, and this nether leopard is less than 100,000 years old." Yang Podi thought carefully for a while before speaking. This nether leopard obviously lives nearby, we just need to wait patiently, and we will definitely get something. Just as Yang Podi thought, the nether leopard has extreme speed, and it is a rare dark attribute soul beast. It is probably also very good, which is also one of the soul beast attributes that Yang Podi wants. However, it is indeed troublesome to hunt. In terms of speed, the nether leopard is the top existence in the soul beast world, especially at night. I am afraid that no soul beast can be its opponent. Moreover, the nether leopard usually hides during the day and only comes out to move and hunt at night. It can be said to be one of the most difficult soul beasts to kill in the Soul Master world. Looking at the style of this nether leopard, it is obviously very intelligent. Even if it encounters a 20,000-year-old golden horn horse, it will not fight it hard. Relying on the attribute of darkness and extremely fast speed, it directly kills the golden horn horse in seconds, and does not fight it head-on. In the following time, Yang Podi and the other 6 have been observing in the front vast sea of universe cover. After more than 10 days of continuous observation, they found that this nether leopard especially likes to eat horse-type soul beasts, and is very cautious. It does not like to hunt those relatively fierce soul beasts. During the day, Yang Podi and his men moved secretly, caught a fierce wind horse, quietly placed the soul-exploding pill and the enhanced Bloody Mary on the fierce wind horse, and then released a fierce wind horse at night. As Yang Podi expected, the nether leopard did not attack directly, but instead carefully observed the fierce wind horse for a while, and only attacked after confirming that there was no danger. As the fierce wind horse fell, the nether leopard began to gnaw on the body of the fierce wind horse. When the nether leopard had eaten all of the fierce wind horse, the shadow flashed again and disappeared directly into the darkness. However, even though the nether leopard was so cautious, it was still tricked. After using the soul explosion pill, its soul power began to surge, and it was a bit out of control. At the moment when the nether leopard broke through 100,000 years, Yang Xianyu directly used the skill, the vast sea calming shield, which could control the nether leopard in a short time, and Yang Podi flashed directly and flew out of the vast sea universe shield. This was a shot that instantly left a huge wound on the nether leopard. But the nether leopard seemed to be frightened, and directly merged with the night and disappeared instantly. This was probably because the nether leopard used the dark attribute to escape quickly. But Yang Podi directly used the 100,000-year soul skill, space displacement, and immediately replaced himself and the nether leopard. Just as the nether leopard was frightened, it appeared directly under the spear blades of Yang Pingan and Yang Xianyu. With the attack of Yang Pingan and Yang Xianyu, 2 large wounds were left on the nether leopard again. Obviously, the nether leopard was seriously injured. Yang Podi activated the soul bone skill, space displacement, and instantly appeared beside the nether leopard. He stabbed it directly and quickly, and seriously injured the nether leopard again. Obviously, the nether leopard was extremely alert and disappeared in the night again, and then flew hundreds of meters at a very fast speed. But Yang Podi ignored the soul power and used the soul ring and soul bone skills of the space bone dragon many times. Every time he appeared, he attacked the nether leopard. In just 1 minute, the nether leopard had fallen in a pool of blood. It was obviously dead. This was the first time that Yang Podi used the soul ring and soul bone skills so frequently, and the consumption was not small. If it weren't for the soul ring and soul bone skills of the space bone dragon, it might not be possible to kill this nether leopard. After Yang Podi dealt with this nether leopard, he began to absorb the soul ring. This time, the soul ring absorption speed was very fast, and it only took 1 day. When Yang Podi absorbed the soul ring, he really got a very rare left leg soul bone from the nether leopard. This was also the speed-type leg soul bone that Yang Podi had always wanted. The soul bone was absorbed again for a day. When Yang Podi absorbed all the soul rings and soul bones of the 100,000-year-old nether leopard, his soul power increased again, this time directly reaching level 96, but it was just entering level 96. After absorbing the soul bone, Yang Podi felt that his speed had greatly increased, and he was even not inferior to the title Douluo of the agility attack system. This was the real invincibility. Then the group of people wandered in the starred-out Great Forest for more than half a month again. Maybe it was because of bad luck that they didn't encounter a suitable soul beast. Especially Yi Lingling, she was almost desperate. This high-age plant soul beast was much harder to find than animal soul beasts. After all, plant soul beasts moved slowly and were often the delicacies of many high-age soul beasts. When the 6 people walked through a huge stone mountain that day, Yang Podi always felt that something was wrong. Logically, the spiritual energy in the zinged-out Great Forest was very rich, and there were many creatures. It was rare to see a stone mountain without any grass. But Yang Podi carefully observed the surroundings for a long time, but he seemed to have found nothing. However, after thinking about it, Yang Podi caught a 100-year-old soft-bone rabbit and threw it into the center of the stone mountain. The soft-bone rabbit seemed to be extremely scared, and even trembled all over. As soon as it touched the stone mountain, it quickly left, as if it wanted to avoid something. But before it ran 10 meters, a branch suddenly flew out from the gap of the stone mountain, directly entangled the soft-bone rabbit, and then pulled the soft-bone rabbit back to the stone mountain quickly, and then directly pulled the soft-bone rabbit into a gap in the stone mountain. The soft-bone rabbit disappeared without even having time to scream. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this. Yang Podi also looked at the stone mountain seriously, and finally spoke slowly. There should be a very old ghost vine in this stone mountain. Even if it is not 100,000 years old, it is probably very close. Moreover, this ghost vine should be mutated, and it can actually absorb the life and soul power of soul beasts. Yang Pingan on the side said, "Brother, could this be the bloodthirsty vine?" Yang Podi shook his head. No matter the color or appearance, it is very different from the bloodthirsty vine, and only the ghost vine will hide in the stone mountain. But the bloodthirsty vine likes to grow in large areas. After many attempts, they continued to invest in various soul beasts. In the end, this was a mutated 100,000-year-old ghost vine. However, this ghost vine is probably hiding very deep, and its branches are very long, so its attack range is very good. Yang Podi thought carefully for a while, took out thousands of red firestones from the storage soul guide, ignited all the red firestones, and threw them evenly on the stone mountain. Plant-type soul beasts are generally afraid of fire, and red firestones are generally more restrained by plant-type soul beasts. When threatening the 85,000-year-old Blue Silver King, a large amount of red firestones were used. As the firestones ignited countless times on the stone mountain, the entire stone mountain seemed to be trapped in a sea of fire, and the temperature increased sharply. At this moment, countless branches flew out from the cracks of the stone mountain. These branches actually endured the heat and rolled up the firestones and threw them out. It was obvious that the IQ of this ghost vine was very high. Yang Podi saw many branches flying out, and he directly waved the soul-breaking spear and used the 8th soul skill, Golden Behemoth Slash. Yang Podi swung the soul-breaking spear hard, and a tearing light appeared directly on the spear blade, flying directly towards the stone mountain, instantly splitting the stone mountain in half. After the stone mountain was split open, a very terrifying scene appeared inside. It was found that the inside of the stone mountain was actually hollow, and there were countless branches of ghost vines inside, all swinging rapidly, and some of them were directly cut off. Suddenly, a huge voice came from the ghost vine. "Human, you are going too far." Yang Podi ignored the voice of the ghost vine and attacked with 5 people. The 6 people summoned their martial spirits and spirit rings at the same time and quickly attacked the ghost vine. But this ghost vine seemed to be very strange. It flew out countless branches, as if it wanted to wrap everyone up. Moreover, there was a bloody smell coming from the branches, and even a devouring force. Seeing this, Niameng, Duguyan and Yilingling hurriedly retreated. This ghost vine was obviously very restrained by beast martial spirits and plant martial spirits. But Yang Podi, Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan quickly attacked, and the 3 of them quickly waved the soul-breaking spear to pierce many ghost vines. Yang Podi quickly waved the soul-breaking spear, and countless spears pierced down, instantly cutting off a large number of branches. However, this branch is indeed very tough and powerful. I am afraid that even ordinary soul saints may not be able to cut it. Yang Wudi used his 8th soul skill again, Golden Behemoth Slash, and a golden light directly split the entire ghost vine in half. But this ghost vine seemed to have an extremely strong vitality. Even though it was split in half, it still attacked quickly, and the attack was even more fierce. Yang Wudi threw out countless red fire stones again, while waving the soul-breaking spear to attack. Yang Pingan on the side seemed to turn into lightning, and countless lightning burned the branches of the ghost vine. Yang Xianai was even more fierce. He took out a huge Poseidon trident and chopped it directly, instantly chopping off countless branches of the ghost vine. As time went on, the branches of the ghost vine became fewer and fewer, and the breath became weaker and weaker. Yang Wudi quickly said to Yi Lingling, "Lingling, hurry up, this ghost vine is about to die." Yi Lingling used the leg soul bone skill to quickly come to the center of the battlefield, and then directly used the right arm soul bone skill. In an instant, a huge white-eyed demon tiger king phantom pounced on the ghost vine, as if to tear the ghost vine apart. In the end, the ghost vine died in Yi Lingling's hands, and a huge red soul ring appeared. Everyone was relieved. They didn't expect that this 100,000-year-old plant soul beast was so powerful, especially its extremely tenacious vitality, which felt a bit endless. Yi Lingling sat down and began to prepare to absorb the soul ring, while Yang Xianayu still held up the vast sea of universe to protect Yi Lingling. I don't know if it's because the vitality of this plant-type soul beast is too strong, but Yi Lingling took 5 days to absorb the soul ring alone. But luckily, a torso soul bone exploded directly this time, and Yang Wudi was a little jealous. After Yi Lingling absorbed the soul rings and soul bones, his soul power reached level 92. During this period of time in the Xingdao Great Forest, Yang Wudi has absorbed 2 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones, and Yi Lingling and Yang Pingan have also absorbed 1 soul ring and soul bone. Everyone's harvest is pretty good. Yang Pingan finally completed the long-awaited martial soul evolution, and Yi Lingling also became an extremely rare healing title Douluo in the history of soul masters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. 200,000 Years Golden Scorpion King. After Yi Lingling absorbed the soul ring of the 100,000-year-old mutant ghost vine, everyone rested for a while and continued to search in the Xingdao Great Forest. Now Yang Wudi's 4 soul rings have wood attributes, space attributes, earth attributes and dark attributes respectively. Of course, the nether leopard also has a strong wind attribute because of its extremely fast speed. In addition to the strong earth attribute, the Taodi divine bull also has a very strong power attribute. After the main martial soul absorbed these 4 soul rings, the body's recovery, defense, strength, and speed became very good. Even if he had just entered the 96th level, Yang Wudi had great confidence that he could defeat the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo. This day, the group walked in the Xingdao Great Forest and found a small desert several kilometers long and wide, and it looked like quicksand. This is very unreasonable. The breath of life in the Xingdao Great Forest is very strong, and the plants grow abnormally lush. Basically, there are few places with fewer plants. On the stone mountain encountered in front, there is a 100,000-year-old mutant ghost vine hidden in it. This desert is obviously not simple. Moreover, there was not a single living thing beside the desert, and the temperature in the desert was obviously much higher than that in other places. There might be a very powerful soul beast in the sand. Yang Wudi took a detour to catch a 2,000-year-old wildebeest and went directly into the quicksand. Unexpectedly, after the wildebeest entered the quicksand, its face was full of fear, but even if it struggled desperately, the quicksand seemed to have infinite attraction, and the wildebeest slowly sank into the quicksand, and then quickly lost its breath of life. Logically speaking, even if the wildebeest fell into the quicksand, a 2,000-year-old soul beast could survive for a period of time, but the breath of this wildebeest disappeared in just a moment. It was obviously killed by something, or directly swallowed by some soul beast, and this soul beast might be very powerful. Yang Wudi thought about it carefully, and caught another 20,000-year-old earth demon bear and threw it into the quicksand, but this earth demon bear was also full of fear, and quickly sank into the quicksand, and its breath disappeared very quickly. Yang Pingan on the side said a little hesitantly, "Brother, there might be an extremely powerful soul beast in this quicksand. It is not suitable for us to fight in the quicksand, and until now, we don't know what kind of soul beast it is. We may suffer losses if we attack rashly. Besides, we still can't feel the breath of the soul beast. I'm afraid this soul beast is hiding very deep." Yang Podi nodded. Many 100,000-year soul beasts are generally hidden deep, and there are very few who walk around outside like the Teodi divine bull. We have to find a way to lure this 100,000-year soul beast out, but how can we lure this soul beast out? This soul beast is obviously hiding in the quicksand, Yang Xianai on the side said a little puzzled. Yang Podi thought carefully for a long time before speaking. "I plan to go into the quicksand to fight this soul beast, which can be regarded as a startling move. You can just support it outside at any time." The 5 people were shocked when they heard this. Yang Xianayu said quickly, "Brother, isn't it too dangerous for you to do this? After all, we don't know what kind of soul beast is in there." Yang Podi just smiled slightly. "Don't worry, with my current strength, no soul beast can easily deal with me. If it really doesn't work, I will get out quickly at that time." As Yang Podi said, as long as he wanted to leave, no soul beast could really trap him. After all, the space bone dragon has a very strong space attribute. Under the gaze of the 5 people, Yang Podi directly summoned the soul-breaking spear and soul ring, and directly inserted the soul-breaking spear into the quicksand. After the soul-breaking spear entered the quicksand, it was unstoppable and pierced a huge hole in the entire quicksand. The soul-breaking spear flew in nearly 50 meters. Obviously, this small desert is a full 50 meters deep. Especially after the soul-breaking spear entered, waves of suction power came from the sound of the quicksand, as if it was going to suck the soul-breaking spear away. Yang Podi ignored it, nor did he resist, allowing the suction power to suck the soul-breaking spear away. Suddenly, the soul-breaking spear seemed to be swallowed by something. Yang Podi just laughed coldly. "You are so brave that you dare to swallow my martial soul into your stomach. You are simply courting death." Yang Podi's right leg soul power flashed, and he kicked hard at the position of the soul-breaking spear. It was Yang Podi's right leg soul bone skill, bone dragon tail swinging. It was as if a huge bone dragon tail appeared in the space and swung directly towards the quicksand. The entire quicksand was directly separated, as if it hit something heavy. The strong collision separated the entire quicksand. Then Yang Podi waved his hand vigorously, and the soul-breaking spear returned to his hand. At the same time, a huge soul beast appeared on the surface of the desert. This soul beast is golden in color and over 20 feet long. It is a huge golden scorpion. It has 2 huge claws and its tail is even more terrifying. Both the claws and tail are very sharp and have a hint of blue light. It is obviously poisonous. 200,000 years old golden scorpion king. Yang Podi swallowed his saliva and uttered a few words. The golden scorpion king seemed to be very angry, obviously because his rest was disturbed. "Human, you dare to disturb my rest, I will tear you into pieces." Yang Podi didn't care so much. He directly held the soul-breaking spear with both hands, and appeared in front of the golden scorpion king in a flash. He stabbed it hard. But this golden scorpion king was extremely fierce. He directly used his huge claws to clamp the soul-breaking spear. Although his body retreated a lot of distance, its huge scorpion claws quickly stabbed over at the same time, as if he wanted to pierce Yang Podi's entire body. Yang Podi held the soul-breaking spear with both hands, and swung it hard, blocking the attack of the scorpion tail with a gun body. Then Yang Podi's whole body turned golden, and 4 soul rings appeared on his body, especially the second soul ring flashed, and a black hole suddenly appeared in the space behind the golden scorpion king. Yang Podi used all his strength to stab it again with his soul-breaking spear, pushing the golden scorpion king's body into the black hole. With this attack, Yang Podi and the golden scorpion king appeared at the same time in a clearing in the distance, which was 2,000 meters away from the quicksand. This was also Yang Podi's biggest plan, to prevent the golden crab king from hiding in the quicksand. Before the golden crab king could react, the other 5 people quickly came to the side of the golden scorpion king, and they surrounded the golden scorpion king in the center, obviously wanting to besiege the golden scorpion king. The golden scorpion king seemed extremely angry. "Human, you dare to plot against me, I want you to die." At the same time, The Golden Scorpion King sent out an extremely strong soul beast aura, which was much stronger than the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. This should be considered a fierce beast aura. Kill. Yang Podi uttered a word lightly, and then directly attacked with his soul-breaking spear. The other 5 people seemed to have heard the instructions as well, and they attacked the Golden Scorpion King from different directions. Yang Xianyu used the Sea God Trident to attack the Golden Scorpion King's huge tail. Yang Pingan, Douluo Yan, and Niu Meng attacked the Golden Scorpion King's torso, with Yang Pingan on the left, Douluo Yan and Niu Meng on the right. Yang Podi used his 6th soul skill, Golden Lion Break. A huge golden light flew out from the soul-breaking spear, and it rushed towards the Golden Scorpion King like the shadow of the Golden Lion King. Since the 6th soul ring entered the 100,000th year, the power of Yang Podi's 6th soul skill has also undergone a qualitative change, as if it has a very strong gold attribute, and its destructive power has been greatly enhanced. The Golden Scorpion King seemed to know the power of this move, and hurriedly used his claws to resist, but the Golden Lion King pounced on the claws, leaving a huge wound. Yang Pingan, like lightning, stabbed directly into the Golden Scorpion King's torso, causing another stab wound. Yang Xianyu's Sea God Trident collided with the Golden Scorpion King's scorpion tail, and the huge force directly shook the scorpion tail away. Douluo Yan and Niu Meng seemed to have a hard time breaking through the Golden Scorpion King's defense, and could only leave shallow wounds on the surface of the Golden Scorpion King, worthy of being a 200,000-year-old beast. The Golden Scorpion King seemed very frustrated, being besieged from all directions by many people. Even though its pair of scorpion claws were strong, and its defense and attack were extremely amazing, it suddenly became stretched. Yang Podi took advantage of the situation and stabbed the Golden Scorpion King's head with both hands, forcing him to use his 2 claws to resist. In just less than 10 minutes, the Golden Scorpion King was already covered with scars, and his torso had been injured in various ways. His tail was even broken, which was obviously cut off by Yang Xianyu's Sea God Trident. Even one of his 2 claws was broken, which was cut off by Yang Podi's soul-breaking gun. The Golden Scorpion King roared, his face full of reluctance, as if asking for help. But Yang Podi didn't pay attention to so much, and directly activated his 8th soul skill, Earth Behemoth Break. A huge soul-breaking spear flew directly from Yang Podi's body, piercing the Golden Scorpion King's body and nailing it to the ground. At this time, the Golden Scorpion King seemed to be dying, but it still said fiercely, "Human, you will pay the price." As the Golden Scorpion King said this with all his strength, Yang Podi directly punched the Golden Scorpion King's head, smashing the Golden Scorpion King's head, and the Golden Scorpion King died instantly. At the same time, a huge red soul ring appeared. This soul ring is much larger than all the soul rings he has seen before. If you look closely, there are actually 2 golden lines on the soul ring, which proves that this Golden Scorpion King has been more than 200,000 years old and has reached the level of a fierce beast. Yang Podi rested for a while and began to absorb the soul ring, while Yang Xianyu still supported the vast sea universe cover for protection. The 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion King is indeed a fierce beast. It took him 10 days to absorb the soul ring, which was much longer than the previous soul ring absorption time, and the energy was more violent. However, with Yang Podi's current level 96 soul power, there was no pressure to absorb it. After absorbing the soul ring, Yang Podi peeled off the body of the Golden Scorpion King. A golden left arm soul bone appeared on the Golden Scorpion King. The infinite power contained in it even made people feel a strong sense of cutting. It was indeed a soul bone from a fierce beast, and it was also a soul bone from a golden soul beast. Yang Podi's favorite has always been the Golden Soul Beast, including the previous Golden Crocodile King, Golden Lion King, Golden Behemoth, etc. This 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion King is already the 4th Golden Soul Beast. Golden Soul Beasts generally have extremely strong gold properties, and at the same time, they are very powerful and have very good defense. They can be called the best among soul beasts. Yang Podi spent another 3 days to absorb this 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion King's left arm soul bone. After absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion King, Yang Podi's soul power has reached the peak of level 97. Even if he practices on his own, he should be able to break through to level 98 soon. Yang Podi wants to find a water-attributed soul beast and a fire-attributed soul beast. If it is best, he also wants to find a spirit-type soul beast. These three types of soul beasts are very difficult to find. There are basically no high-level soul beasts in the Qingdao Great Forest. As for the so-called thunder-attributed soul beasts and time-attributed soul beasts, Yang Podi has not heard of anyone seeing more than 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Yang Pingan's thunder dragon is already the strongest he has ever seen. As for the sky blue bull python, I always feel that it is not a pure thunder attribute, but a combination of water and thunder attributes. In terms of the control of thunder and lightning, it is not even as good as Yang Pingan's thunder dragon. Especially for spirit-type soul beasts, it is basically rare to see 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and even those with high age have not been seen. After absorbing so many spirit rings, Yang Podi felt that the biggest advantage of his martial spirit was that it was versatile. He could absorb any type of spirit rings, and there would not be any rejection or hidden dangers. No wonder Dudusi absorbed all the toxic spirit rings without any hidden dangers. If there were really 5 kinds of spirit rings, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and they were used together, I'm afraid they would be of endless use. Chapter 218, Skylifting and Defeating the Bear King. After absorbing the soul ring of the 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion King, Yang Podi and his group searched for half a month in the Qingdao Great Forest, but they didn't find a suitable soul ring. It stands to reason that fire-attributed soul beasts are generally concentrated in places like volcanoes, where there is hot magma, which is more suitable for fire-attributed soul beasts to survive. Water-attributed soul beasts are probably going to the sea to find them. I wanted to find the deep-sea demon whale king, but now I guess I can't beat it. Yang Podi and his group originally wanted to find the dark demon evil god tiger, but they didn't even find the shadow of the dark demon evil god tiger. I don't know where it hid. Yang Podi thought carefully for a while and decided to go to the Lake of Life to have a look. There might be good soul beasts there. Anyway, there are still 4 soul ring positions. If it doesn't work, see if you can find a sky blue bull python. However, when Yang Podi came to the Lake of Life, there were obvious signs of fighting near the Lake of Life, as if it had experienced a big battle. He could even find chrysanthemum petals. It should be that chrysanthemum Douluo had been there. Yang Podi thought to himself, could it be that Bibi Dong sent Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo to capture Xiao Wu, and ended up fighting here? But there has been no such phenomenon of sacrifice recently. In the core circle of the starred-out Great Forest, if the sacrifice showed a special red light, it should not be felt. The spiritual energy of the Lake of Life is indeed very rich, very suitable for humans and soul beasts to practice. No wonder this place is the foundation of the starred-out Great Forest. After staying around the Lake of Life for a few days, not to mention Xiao Wu, even the shadows of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python were not seen. Yang Xianayu seemed a little irritable and said, "Brother, I feel a little strange these days, as if I feel that there is some danger coming. And I haven't found any high-age soul beasts these days. Isn't it a bit strange?" Yang Podi paused and said, "Let's go back first. There's indeed something wrong around here." However, the 6 people only walked half a kilometer and directly met a very burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with exaggerated muscles all over his body, and his aura looked extremely fierce, not like an ordinary soul master at all. The burly middle-aged man said fiercely, "It's you guys who killed so many 100,000-year soul beasts recently." Yang Podi could feel a strong threat from the middle-aged man in front of him. Logically speaking, with his current strength, no one should be able to pose a big threat to him except the 3 extreme Douluo. Yang Podi looked at the burly middle-aged man in front of him with a serious face. "Who are you? Why are you paying attention to us? You don't need to know who I am, just die." The burly middle-aged man just said one sentence, and then punched Yang Podi. The power in this punch seemed very strong, as if it could crush everyone. Yang Podi hurriedly summoned his martial soul and soul ring, holding the soul-breaking spear in both hands, and stabbed the middle-aged man with all his strength. The blade of the soul-breaking spear collided with the fist of the burly middle-aged man, and Yang Podi retreated 5 meters. While a faint wound appeared on the fist of the middle-aged man opposite, but he only retreated 1 meter, obviously stronger than Yang Podi in strength. Seeing this, the other 5 people summoned their own martial spirits and spirit rings, trying to attack the burly middle-aged man. However, the burly middle-aged man roared, "A group of ants actually want to hurt me. You will all die today." After saying that, the burly middle-aged man just swung his body hard and took on the attacks of the 5 people. Even Yang Xianyu's Sea-God trident was blocked by his strong body. Then a pair of claws appeared on the burly middle-aged man's hands, and he grabbed Yang Podi directly, as if he could tear the space apart. Yang Podi hurriedly blocked it with his soul-breaking spear, but 3 huge claw marks appeared directly on the soul-breaking spear, and even Yang Podi himself was chopped several meters away. Yang Podi gritted his teeth and directly activated the soul-breaking true body. The huge soul-breaking spear collided with the middle-aged man's claws again. At this time, the middle-aged man retreated 3 meters, and Yang Podi himself also retreated 3 meters. Yang Podi spoke in an unusually serious tone. "Are you Xiangjun?" The burly middle-aged man laughed wildly. "I didn't expect that there are people in this world who know me, Xiangjun. It seems that you can't stay. Everyone be careful, don't go head-on with him." After Yang Podi finished speaking, the 8th soul ring on his body flashed, and he directly used the 8th soul skill, Golden Behemoth Slash, waving the soul-breaking spear. A huge light appeared on the gun battle and slashed towards Xiangjun, as if to tear the sky apart. Xiangjun seemed to be extremely fierce, and directly used the steel claws of both hands to tear at the Golden Behemoth Slash. It was Xiangjun's Dark Gold Claw. The Dark Gold Claw collided with the Golden Behemoth Slash, as if to tear the entire space apart. It was indeed a collision of extreme gold. But even so, Yang Podi did not have any advantage. This was the first time that someone could withstand Yang Podi's 100,000-year soul skill. The 5 people around him also used their weapon soul true bodies one after another, wanting to come forward to assist Yang Podi. But the Bear King on the opposite side just used his bear claws to tear, and Niu Meng's plate armor giant rhinoceros and Du Guyan's green phosphorus snake king had a huge wound, and Yang Pingan's thunder dragon spear was directly chopped away, and even Yang Xianyu was forced to retreat more than 10 meters with a Sea-God trident. Yang Podi said with a fierce face, "Bear King, you are looking for death?" Many soul rings on Yang Podi's body flashed, and at the same time, he activated the first soul skill, the 1,000-pound force, and the third soul skill, the golden force. The soul-breaking spear suddenly became very heavy, and both the strength and attack power were directly increased several times. Then Yang Podi held the soul-breaking spear in his hand and directly stabbed it with a move like a dragon. The soul-breaking spear seemed to tear the space apart, and even bursts of dragon roars were heard. But the Xiangjun on the opposite side was also extremely fierce, and he attacked directly with the dark gold claws. The two sides collided continuously in just a moment. Whether it was the soul-breaking spear that stabbed many times or the Xiangjun's claws that tore many times, neither side had any advantage. Of course, both of them had several wounds on their bodies, and both sides seemed to become extremely fierce. As for the other 5 people, their attacks had no effect on Xiangjun at all. Du Guyan and Niu Meng couldn't even break Xiangjun's defense, just like tickling. As for Yang Pingan and Yang Xianyu, both of them were far behind Xiangjun in terms of attack power and strength. Even if Yang Xianyu used the Sea-God trident, he could only hurt Xiangjun, but the difference in soul power between the two was too far. According to estimates, Xiangjun should have reached the level of extreme Douluo, while Yang Xianyu was only a soul Douluo. Even if he had a top-grade soul bone, the gap was still very huge. Yang Xianyu was seen using a set of halberd techniques that had never been seen before, and even a huge blue phantom appeared in the sky, like the Sea-God. This should be the golden 13 halberds taught by the Sea-God. Yang Pingan turned into thunder and used the 9th soul skill, Thunder World. The entire Thunder Dragon spear turned into a Thunder Dragon and attacked quickly. Yang Podi's 8th soul ring flashed again, and this time he used the 8th soul skill, Earth Behemoth Break. The huge soul-breaking spear stabbed directly at Xiangjun at a high speed. This was under the condition of using 2 amplification soul skills, and the attack power was almost at its peak. The Xiangjun on the opposite side roared, and his body instantly became huge, turning into a 15-meter-tall dark gold fear claw bear, covered with a thick and heavy layer of dark gold hair, and a pair of arms that were extremely long, hanging on both sides of the body. With such a huge body, the length of these arms actually exceeded the knees, and the whole body was extremely majestic, which could simply show the ultimate strength and gold attribute. Xiangjun's claws suddenly became extremely terrifying in response to the attack of the 3 people, as if they could tear the world apart. It was Xiangjun's tearing claws. After the shocking blow from both sides, Xiangjun, Yang Podi and the other 2 retreated a lot. It was obvious that neither side had much advantage, and both sides had many wounds. Yilingling quickly used the 9-heart begonia to treat the 5 people. Although the wounds of the 5 people were healing, the treatment effect was obviously much worse than before. It seemed that there was an invisible force blocking the healing of the wounds. You should know that your Yilingling is now a title Douluo. Ordinary wounds can be cured with just a little soul power. It can even be said that it can really make people immortal. But even though Yilingling's healing ability is so powerful, the healing effect of these wounds is much slower than usual. Yang Podi gritted his teeth, and the 9th soul ring on his body flashed. This was the first time that Yang Podi used the 9th soul skill, sky lifting. Suddenly, the sky changed. The world seemed to be shaking. Countless soul powers formed a huge soul-breaking gun. The length of this soul-breaking gun reached tens of meters. The huge gun blade seemed to tear the world apart. Especially the friction between the gun blade and the air was directly filled with flames. This move is a combination of the ultimate gold and the ultimate power. The whole body of Xiangjun seemed to be under great pressure, as if it was locked by the pressure. Even if Xiangjun used the sky-tearing claw, it seemed that he could not stop the huge soul-breaking spear from falling. But Xiangjun was also extremely fierce, roaring at the soul-breaking spear that fell from the sky, as if he wanted to bear it hard. At this moment, there was a sudden change between heaven and earth. The whole sky seemed to be flashing with lightning, and even a dragon roar appeared faintly. This dragon roar seemed to be able to hit everyone's soul directly. Then a huge dragon claw appeared in the void. The dragon claw grabbed the huge soul-breaking spear that fell from the sky. The soul-breaking spear seemed to be crushed, and a huge wound appeared on the dragon claw. This move of the dragon claw prevailed. Seeing this, Yang Podi's face changed drastically. He directly used his soul power to suck the 5 people to his side, and then the first red soul ring flashed quickly, and a black hole appeared in the space. Yang Podi did not hesitate to take the 5 people into the black hole quickly and disappeared in an instant. When Yang Podi and his companions appeared again, they were already several kilometers away. However, Yang Podi was still extremely nervous. He flapped his wings and led the 5 people to leave the Xingdao Great Forest at a very fast speed, as if he had encountered something terrible. A huge voice came from a distance, "Human, you are not allowed to enter my Xingdao Great Forest again." Yang Podi ignored the voice, just sneered, then flapped his wings to increase the speed to the extreme and left quickly. The group flew out of the Xingdao Great Forest for 300 kilometers before stopping. Yang Podi was relieved. Several people hurriedly found a place to sit down, and Yilingling also quickly treated everyone. The treatment took a full day before the injuries of more than 5 people were fully recovered. However, Yilingling asked a little puzzled, "Podi, why is it difficult for that middle-aged man to treat your wounds?" Yang Podi shook his head. "This is ultimate gold. Like my soul-breaking spear, it is the ultimate in gold properties. This kind of wound is no longer an ordinary wound. Wounds with the properties of ultimate gold are difficult to heal." Yang Xianyu seemed a little embarrassed and said, "Brother, what is ultimate gold?" Yang Podi looked at Yang Xianyu a little doubting, and finally introduced it in detail. When the gold attributed martial soul attribute is cultivated to the highest level, it is the ultimate gold. This attribute not only has a restraining effect on other attributes, but also has a restraining effect on the original gold attribute. Any element cultivated to the extreme will have the ultimate attribute. Those who can cultivate to this level are very rare, and basically they are invincible at the same level. Yang Xianyu still said with a little puzzlement, "Then how can we cultivate to the ultimate attribute?" Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "The ultimate attribute is very difficult to cultivate. First of all, it requires a very high-quality martial soul. In addition, it requires countless absorption of the same type of spirit rings and breakthroughs to achieve it. My current martial soul is almost the ultimate gold and ultimate power," Yang Xianyu said with regret on his face. "Brother, since you knew it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Then I can also cultivate the ultimate gold." Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. The ultimate attribute is indeed powerful, but there are also very great difficulties. The soul masters with ultimate attributes between level 30 and level 70 will have a very slow cultivation speed, even so slow that it makes people doubt their lives. Chapter 219 Black Dragon Emperor. Yang Podi gave a detailed introduction to Yang Xianyu and others about the cultivation of the ultimate gold, and the people around them were amazed. Yang Podi thought about it carefully and continued, "In fact, Lingling should be considered the ultimate tree. It's a pity that the 9-hearted begonia is not naturally aggressive, otherwise it would be very powerful." Yang Pingan still seemed to be a little frightened. Brother, who is that bear king just now? It seems that his cultivation method is a little different from ours. Yang Podi shook his head. That bear king is not a human, it is a soul beast. His original form is the dark gold terror claw bear, known as the Earth Ripper, and he is an existence that can tear a dragon apart with his bare hands. Yang Xianayu hurriedly said, aren't soul beasts unable to transform? How can it switch between the form of a human and a soul beast at will, and its strength doesn't seem to have decreased? Xianayu, Bear King is not an ordinary soul beast. Normally, we encounter only ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. The 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion King we encountered some time ago is already more powerful than we can imagine. After a soul beast is more than 200,000 years old, it is no longer an ordinary soul beast. It is already considered a fierce beast. Fierce beasts are much stronger than ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The Bear King we encountered is probably close to 500,000 years old. In terms of strength, he is probably not weaker than our Soul Master's level 99 ultimate Douluo. When everyone heard this, they took a deep breath. They didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. It was simply unimaginable. However, Yang Xianayu still spoke with some doubt. Brother, since these ferocious beasts are so powerful, can't they hide and practice all the time until they become extremely powerful in the end? Yang Podi shook his head. This world has rules. If a soul beast is more than 100,000 years old, it will experience thunder tribulation every 100,000 years. If it can't withstand it, it will be struck into ashes by the thunder tribulation. If it can withstand it, its strength will be even stronger. Xianayu, you have to pay special attention. The content of your 8th test of Poseidon is to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. That is a soul beast that is infinitely close to 1,000,000 years old. Even Douluo Poseidon is not its opponent, especially in the ocean. It can basically be said to be invincible. Yang Xianayu was a little entangled. Brother, since the deep-sea demon whale king is so powerful, do we still have hope of completing the 8th test of Poseidon? Xianayu, what are you worried about? Aren't there a few of us? You practice to level 99 as soon as possible. Then we can kill this deep-sea demon whale king together. But brother, I still want the deep-sea demon whale king to be my 9th soul ring, but it seems there is no hope. Yang Podi shook his head. The 9th soul ring of a soul master is simply incapable of absorbing the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. Unless it is willing to sacrifice itself to you, there is basically no hope. By the way, Xianayu, the halberd method you used just now seemed completely different. Did you have another adventure? Yang Xianayu burst into laughter when he heard this, and after laughing, he said proudly, Brother, when we were fighting just now, I seemed to hear the voice of Lord Poseidon. He said he would teach me the 13 golden halberds, but he only taught me 3 moves, and I need to practice more later. Yang Podi smiled and nodded, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, this Poseidon is quite good to Xianayu. It seems that Xianayu really has the hope of inheriting the throne of Poseidon. However, Yang Podi thought about it carefully and continued, then you have to practice the halberd method carefully. The halberd method is still very different from the soul-breaking spear. However, Yang Xianayu suddenly thought of something. Brother, what was that last sound just now? And it seems that it was a dragon claw that blocked your last move just now. What is that? The Black Dragon Emperor Yan, the most powerful soul beast in the world. I am afraid there is no other. Yang Podi's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness at this time. Yang Podi himself did not expect that the beast that would only appear after 10,000 years would appear now, and 2 of them appeared at the same time. If it was just a bear king, Yang Podi would have the confidence to kill it as a soul ring, but for the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Emperor Yan, he had no confidence at all. According to his cultivation, the current Emperor Yan should be 800,000 years old. Although he may not be as old as the deep-sea demon whale king, Emperor Yan has noble blood and is a pure Black Dragon clan. Even in the later Douluo II, Emperor Yan is the undisputed #1 master. You should know that the current peerless Douluo is much weaker than the peerless Douluo 10,000 years later. At least the current peerless Douluo does not have a dual soul core. At this time, Yang Podi was also puzzled. Logically, these fierce beasts should not appear so early. You should know that in the original work, Bidong almost killed the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, and those fierce beasts did not react at all. Why did they suddenly appear now? Is it because he killed a few more 100,000-year soul beasts? However, Yang Podi has indeed killed a lot of 100,000-year soul beasts now. Not counting the pseudo 100,000-year soul beasts Thunder Dragon, Space Bone Dragon, Nether Leopard and Golden Behemoth, he has now killed the Titan Giant Python, Teodi God Bull, Evil Demon Killer Whale King, Mutated Ghost Vine, and Golden Scorpion King. It seems that the number is almost comparable to that of the later generation's Podi sect, especially the Golden Scorpion King, which is a fierce beast. The group rested for a few days and prepared to return to Shiangsing Academy. Although they did not reach level 99 this time, they were still pretty good and barely met their expectations. The only pity was that they did not find the Azure Bull Python and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. However, Yang Podi still had a little doubt. What happened in the Xingdao Great Forest? Why did the Azure Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape and Xiao Wu disappear? Was Xiao Wu really captured by Zhu Douluo? But they were not able to capture the Azure Bull Python. Deep in the Lake of Life in the Xingdao Great Forest, Xiangjun was sitting on the ground carelessly at this time. A beautiful woman beside him emitted a green light and was treating Xiangjun. At this time, there were also several people standing next to him. One of them was very tall and dressed in black, but his eyes were actually golden. This was the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Di Tian. Di Tian seemed a little gloomy when he spoke. Bear Lord, I didn't expect that your strength has deteriorated so much that you were almost killed by a few little kids, Bear Lord said carelessly. Although these little kids are relatively young, their strength is not bad at all. Did you get the upper hand? These kids have special identities. It's just not convenient for me to take action. Otherwise, I would have taken action to deal with them long ago. And why did you take action against them without authorization? Bear Lord's face also became a little serious. These kids killed so many of our 100,000-year soul beasts, especially the Golden Scorpion King. If they continue to do this, I'm afraid all the 100,000-year soul beasts in the starred out Great Forest will be killed by them. You must know that the Golden Scorpion King is one of us. You claim to be the beast god, but you actually watch coldly. It's a disgrace to us soul beasts. I think you should let me be the beast god on the future. Emperor Yan suppressed his anger and finally sighed. Mr. Shuang, I think you'd better be careful. Those children have the breath of God. Our first task is to protect the master and hide the master's information. If the gods in the god realm find out, you can't bear the consequences. Mr. Shuang also seemed to become serious. Since the master is afraid of being exposed, why did you let me save the little rabbit outside? That little rabbit chose to transform into human, which is a traitor to our soul beast clan. Emperor Yan shook his head. This matter concerns the long-term plan of my soul beast clan. You must not delay it. Otherwise I will kill you with my own hands. Suddenly, the core area of the entire Xingdao Great Forest seemed to move slightly, and even an illusory door appeared. Emperor Yan's face changed instantly, and he disappeared directly on the spot and quickly entered the door. In the void of the Lake of Life, it was the world inside the door that Emperor Yan entered. In addition to Emperor Yan, there was also an extremely huge silver dragon. Di Yan saluted very respectfully. My lord, may I ask why you summoned me here? The silver dragon opened a huge dragon eye, as if it could see through the world. Di Yan, how is the matter going? My lord, it has been done. The little rabbit in the Lake of Life has been rescued, and the 300,000-year soul beasts have been properly settled. We are just waiting for the next thing. That's good. These 3 little soul beasts are of great importance. No accidents must happen to them. Di Yan seemed a little puzzled and said, My lord, they are just 3 little soul beasts. Why do you take them so seriously? The silver dragon did not answer Di Yan's question, but said lightly, I have been observing Douluo Star recently. The luck on Douluo Star has undergone tremendous changes. Originally, the luck of the entire Douluo Star was concentrated on 3 people, but now the luck has changed greatly. There are also 2 other people who also have very strong luck. The luck of the Son of Luck we planned is actually decreasing. I am afraid that there are unknown variables in this world. Di Yan seemed a little puzzled. My lord, can luck still change? The silver dragon closed its huge dragon eyes. Of course luck can change. Any world is unknown and has infinite changes. There will also be countless anomalies. Douluo Star is the birthplace of the god realm. Whenever a son of luck is born, it means that a new god will appear in this world. The sea god and the angel god tens of thousands of years ago had unparalleled luck, so they could rely on faith to achieve godhood. Now that luck is distributed among 5 people, I'm afraid this world will also usher in great changes. Emperor Yan still spoke with some doubts. What does this have to do with our soul beast clan? We failed that year. I'm afraid the gods in the god realm would not let our soul beast clan become gods. The silver dragon was silent for a moment before speaking. The gods in the god realm will indeed not let our soul beast clan become gods, but if they are relatives of the son of luck, they can also go to the god realm to become gods together. What's more, the god realm allows people with soul beast blood to become gods, especially when this person is the son of luck. After hearing this, Emperor Yan also understood what his master meant. For the soul beast clan, he would do anything. If Yang Podi heard what the silver dragon said, he would probably spit on the silver dragon's face. How could he become the leader of the soul beasts with such an IQ, and what kind of people did he choose? His plan was indeed good, and it could even be said to be successful, but who among the people he planned had ever made any contribution to the soul beast clan? Chapter 220, Encounter with Douluo. After Yang Podi and the others were cured, they all changed into new clothes and prepared to go home. Ever since Yang Xianyu obtained the inheritance of the sea god, she got the sea god trident. Yang Podi always felt that it was a bit ugly for a girl to hold the sea god trident, as if she was holding a harpoon, and it was a bit too ostentatious. So Yang Podi killed a 1,000-year-old willow tree and made a long wooden box for Yang Xianyu. Now Yang Xianyu likes to carry a long wooden box on her back when she goes out, which is better than holding a harpoon. But if the sea god knew that Yang Podi used the sea god trident as a harpoon, would he be angry to death? The 6 people walked quickly and prepared to return to SYNOPSIS Academy. However, when the 6 people had only walked for half a day, someone behind them actually chased them quickly, and he had a very strong fire attribute. Yang Podi was surprised. I haven't provoked them recently, why did he come here? Yang Podi arranged for all 6 people to stop, and soon, a huge flame eagle flew in the sky. It was the flame eagle Douluo of the spirit hall. It must be said that flame eagle Douluo is pretty, with a completely royal image, especially with her short silver hair and leather jacket and pants, which can show her figure even more. If she were in the future, she would probably fascinate many people. Yang Podi looked at flame eagle Douluo with a smile. Senior flame eagle Douluo, may I ask what you are chasing us for? I should have no conflict with the spirit hall. Flame eagle Douluo shook his head. It's not me who is looking for you, but the pervert in our spirit hall who wants to find you. He wants to talk to you and your friends. Yang Podi thought about it carefully. The pervert that flame eagle Douluo was talking about should be Douluo. Douluo probably suffered a lot in the starred out Great Forest. Maybe he's seriously injured now. He probably wants to ask your Lingling for help to treat him. Yang Podi also wants to investigate the current situation of the spirit hall, especially to see how they achieved in the starred out Great Forest, which is related to some subsequent actions. Yang Podi used his soul power to wrap the other 5 people, and his figure flashed. All 6 of them teleported to the flame eagle in the sky. Senior, please lead the way. Flame eagle Douluo saw that Yang Podi and the other 6 could actually teleport to his side, and she didn't even feel it. His eyes widened slightly, as if he was a little afraid. In the end, he nodded and flew quickly on the flame eagle. In just a few minutes, the flame eagle flew to a relatively hidden cave. Obviously, this place was camouflaged and arranged, and outsiders could not detect it at all. Yang Podi didn't care whether there was any danger or not, and took the other 5 people to follow flame eagle Douluo into the cave. The cave was a miserable scene. There were about 10 people inside, including Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Hulina, Ziyu and Yan, the golden generation who met in the Soul Master competition, and 5 soul saints. Among these people, except for the 2 healing soul saints, all the others were seriously injured, and looking at their wounds, they looked a bit like they were injured by the ultimate gold. Yang Podi couldn't help laughing. Senior Douluo, Senior Ghost Douluo, I didn't expect that even masters like you would be injured. Who hurt you? Douluo seemed a little depressed and said, Little Podi, don't say so much, let your girlfriend help us heal our wounds first. We have capsized in the gutter this time. Yang Podi shook his head. Of course there is no problem with the treatment, but shouldn't you talk about a medical fee in advance? You can't treat us for free. Well, Little Podi, you dare to talk to us about medical fees. We are very good to you and take care of you a lot in secret. Senior Douluo, you can't say that. Your Wuhan Hall is large and powerful, and there are countless healing soul saints. Our SYNOPSIS Academy only has Lingling, a senior healing soul master. The academy has many internal affairs. If there is no reward, then we will leave first, and it will not hinder your treatment. Douluo seemed a little depressed. Little Podi, what kind of treatment reward do you want? Yang Podi said with a smile. It's just 2 small conditions. As long as you agree, Lingling will treat you immediately. What are your conditions? First, from now on, no matter what the situation is, the Spirit Hall recognizes the independence of our Shyangsing Academy, and the 2 sides must not take the initiative to conflict. Second, the Spirit Hall must not interfere in the life of Yi Rengxin's grandfather. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he said to Hulina beside him, Your Highness the Saint, these are just 2 small conditions. I believe Your Highness the Saint should be able to make the decision. Douluo and Hulina seemed a little entangled, but Yang Podi continued without waiting for their reply. We at Shyangsing Academy don't want to cause any trouble. This should be the most ideal situation for your Spirit Hall now. Besides, except for Lingling, I'm afraid that no one else can treat your injuries well. The people in the Spirit Hall looked at each other, and finally Hulina said, I can agree to your conditions, but you must not interfere with the actions of my Spirit Hall. Yang Podi smiled and said, We at Shyangsing Academy never interfere with anything, just like we didn't interfere with your Spirit Hall's actions last time. Lingling, give them some treatment. Yi Lingling heard what Yang Podi said and understood what he meant. She went up to treat them, but she didn't summon her spirit and spirit ring. She just used her hands to treat their wounds with green light. Yang Podi and the other 5 were resting nearby, and they also served as a warning. In just one day, the injuries of the 8 people in the Spirit Hall had recovered by more than half, which made Douluo marvel. Even the 2 healing spirit saints were surprised and couldn't help praising Yi Lingling's treatment methods. Douluo asked Yang Podi in a strange way, Little Podi, don't you want to know how we got our injuries? Yang Podi shook his head and said, I'm afraid your injuries were caused by the Lake of Life in the Xingdao Great Forest. What's so strange about that? Hearing what Yang Podi said, everyone in the Spirit Hall felt incredible, as if some secret had been exposed. Yang Podi just smiled faintly, then took out a chrysanthemum petal from his soul guide. Apparently, this was the petal that Douluo picked up at the Lake of Life in the Star Forest. Douluo was surprised. Did you go to the Lake of Life too? There are many dangers there. You are not afraid of death? Yang Podi looked at Douluo with a smile. We are not going to catch rabbits. Where's the danger? Everyone in the Spirit Hall was shocked. They didn't expect that their covert action was known by Yang Podi. Douluo's face suddenly became serious. Yang Podi, how did you know this news? Everyone in the world knows that Po Bibidong has twin spirits, and her second spirit should not have all its spirit rings yet. She failed to catch the rabbit in the Soul Master competition that year. Now she sends so many masters of you to the Star Dao Great Forest. It must be to catch the rabbit, otherwise she would probably go there in person. Yang Podi smiled and said, the treatment of title Douluo in this Spirit Hall is too bad. Senior Douluo, Senior Ghost Douluo, you might as well come to my Shyangsing Academy to be teachers. Not only will there be less work, but the benefits in treatment are good, and you can also get free treatment. When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly fell, and Douluo quickly said, Little Podi, don't make such jokes. We will not leave the Spirit Hall. By the way, Little Podi, why did you propose the condition that we should not interfere with Yi Rengxin? Yang Podi could not help but shook his head, looking at Douluo with contempt. Isn't the news about your Spirit Hall a little too bad? Do I have to tell you about this? Ghost Douluo on the side said coldly, Yi Rengxin is treating Tang Hao. Doesn't he know that Tang Hao is the enemy of our Spirit Hall? Grandpa Yi is just a doctor. Who cares what force the patient is from? Besides, you can also go to Grandpa Yi for treatment. He has treated many people from your Spirit Hall before, but you just don't dare to go. Douluo hurriedly argued, why shouldn't I go? It's just that the journey to Xiandao City is too far. With the little things your Spirit Hall has done, you won't be afraid of being chopped into atoms by Jian Douluo and others if you go to Xiandao City. By the way, why don't you go back to the Spirit Hall for treatment, but hide in this damn place? Douluo was suddenly speechless, not knowing what to say. Yang Podi ignored Douluo and spoke to Hulina, Your Highness, Saint, how about we talk about a deal? Hulina was a little confused. What kind of deal can we make? Yang Podi said lightly, please go back and report to His Holiness the Pope that we can cooperate to deal with the 3 soul beasts. Our Shyangsing Academy is willing to provide 2 title Douluos, but I want the snake. After saying this, Yang Podi led everyone away, and everyone in the Spirit Hall was in shock. After a while, Hulina spoke, Senior Douluo, is Yang Podi interested in that sky blue bull python? Otherwise, why would he propose such a cooperation? Is Yang Podi already level 90 now? At this time, Douluo also became a little serious. Yang Podi has always been a hidden man. I don't know his specific soul power level. I always feel that he has some intention in proposing this cooperation. The other people around him kept silent. This kind of thing was not something they could interfere with. After Yang Podi and his group left, Yi Lingling said to Yang Podi, "Podi, thank you for thinking about my grandpa. I'm really worried about my grandpa's situation in Xiandao City." Yang Podi shook his head. The situation in Xiandao City is very chaotic now. It's best to persuade Grandpa to go to our Xianxing Academy. After all, Grandpa saved Teng Hao. The people from the Haotian Sect and the Xiandao Empire should not deal with him. As long as the Spirit Hall does not take action, it should be relatively safe for the time being. I will go to Xiandao City in a while and try my best to persuade Grandpa to leave this place of right and wrong. Yang Xianai on the side was a little puzzled. "Brother, why do you want to discuss cooperation with the Spirit Hall? I always feel that they are unreliable." Yang Podi just smiled. The Spirit Hall is indeed unreliable, especially Bibi Dong is too ambitious. I guess Bibi Dong has already regarded these three soul beasts as her own possessions. How could she cooperate with us? Yang Xianai was still puzzled. Then why do you still say you want to cooperate? Yang Podi did not answer, but said to Yang Pingan beside him, "Pingan, tell me, why did I say that I wanted to cooperate with the Spirit Hall?" Yang Pingan thought about it carefully before speaking. Big Brother doesn't want to cooperate with him at all. I'm afraid he wants them to think that Big Brother is more interested in the Sky Blue Bull Python. He wants the Pope and others to take action against these three soul beasts. He wants the Pope and others to fight with Shuangjun and others. It would be best if both sides suffer losses, Yang Podi said with a gloomy face. Neither the rabbit nor the Spirit Hall are our friends. I said this just now just to let them fight. It would be best if both sides suffer losses. No matter which side wins, it is good for us. A Shuangjun is nothing. I want Bibi Dong and the others to try beyond strength. He is really difficult to deal with. Chapter 221 Yin and Yang Balance Dual Soul Core. After 3 days, Yang Podi and his group finally returned to Xianxing Academy, but the school seemed to be quite quiet, as if something was about to happen. This time, they went out for 4 months, and everyone had a good harvest. They got 500,000 year spirit rings and spirit bones alone, and also explored some of the details of the Xingdao Great Forest. Dad Yang Zhenshin has come out of seclusion and finally reached level 97, which is a rare master in the entire continent. Even in the so-called upper 3 sects, there is only one level 97 titled Douluo at most. Grandpa Yang Wudi led everyone to hold a small meeting and told them about what happened recently. In recent months, whether it is the Xiandao Empire or the Spirit Hall, as well as the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect, they all sent people to visit, basically to show their goodwill. Several forces seem to want to win over Xianxing Academy, especially the Xiandao Empire. Now the situation between the Spirit Hall and the 2 empires is getting more and more tense. Although the Spirit Hall has been relatively low-key recently, everyone is now very wary of the Spirit Hall, especially the 2 empires. The situation in the Xiandao Empire is very delicate. In the Xiandao City area alone, there are the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect, with 7 titled Douluo. But on the other hand, the Xiandao Empire also feels great pressure. After all, they don't have their own title Douluo. If the 2 major sects fall out, the empire may be destroyed. And the Spirit Hall actually launched a war to attack the 3 major sects at the same time this time, basically showing most of its strength. There are more than 10 titled Douluo alone, and tens of thousands of soul masters. No matter which force it is, it feels great pressure. Especially next year, the Spirit Hall plans to re-establish 7 new major sects, which is a provocation to the Haotian Sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, making the 2 semi-crippled sects entangled. Now the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect only have a mere 500 soul masters, and the total number is even less than the current 4 lower sects. I am afraid they may not even be eligible to run for election. Moreover, according to the news, the Xiandao Empire, Haotian Sect and Kibaoliuli Sect will send people to visit at the same time in the near future. It seems that they want to form an alliance. They probably want to play a pity and talk about cooperation. Yang Podi thought carefully before speaking. Don't worry about them. We will do our own things. I will go to Xiandao City to bring Grandpa Yi ranks in here in a while, so that they don't always have wishful thinking. At this time, Yang Podi didn't care about these sect fights. He took Yi Lingling to cure Zhu Daoluo and others, just to avoid conflicts with Wuhan Hall. There was no point in forming an alliance. Besides, Yang Podi didn't think highly of the power of Xiandao Empire. Now Yang Podi has more important things to do. What is more important than improving his own strength? Yang Podi plans to find a way to condense his second soul core in the near future. This is the real key point. However, this is also where Yang Podi has been hesitant. Although his soul power has reached the peak of level 97, and it can even be said that he can break through to level 98 in half a year at most, his control over soul power is still insufficient. After all, his soul power is accumulated through soul rings, not cultivated by himself. In particular, as of now, Yang Podi does not have a head soul bone, and he still lacks in mental power and control. Of course, Yang Podi has actually reached the level of extreme Daoluo in mental power, but even so, there is still a certain gap with Poseidon. In particular, Yang Podi himself plans to condense the yin-yang balanced dual soul core, which is even more dangerous and requires higher control of the body and soul power. Yang Podi is a full-body martial soul. In terms of the strength of physical fitness, I am afraid that even the extreme Daoluo may not be stronger than himself. The disadvantage is that he does not have a head soul bone and a torso soul bone for the time being, which is a disadvantage. As for the content of the two soul cores, the first soul core controls the ultimate gold, and the second soul core controls the ultimate power. These are also the two strongest aspects of Yang Podi at this stage. I remember that in the original novel, Hou Yuheo's first soul core controls mental power, and the second soul core controls soul power. Hou Yuheo is also the first human soul master to condense a yin-yang balanced dual soul core, but he relies on the help of several souls, which can be called a plug-in. Yang Podi does not have so many souls to help, and there is not even anyone around who can help. In terms of conditions, he is much worse. After so many years of hard training, Yang Podi's Zhuanshan Guang has been perfected, and his control of soul power is also very good, which is one of the biggest advantages. Yang Podi did not alarm anyone during this retreat. Others were of no help to him at all. After all, no matter mental power or soul power, everyone is far behind him. In the retreat room, Yang Podi improved his state to the best and began to prepare to condense the second soul core. The first step is to start his soul core. Yang Podi looked inward at Danshan. There was a dark golden soul core in Danshan running fast. This was the result of many years of practice, and it was also the change that occurred after the soul-breaking spear absorbed the ninth soul ring. After all, it was after the ninth soul ring that he truly had the ultimate gold and ultimate power. The first step is to decompose the power in the soul core and find a way to separate the gold attribute and the power attribute. According to Yang Podi's own plan, the first soul core is the ultimate gold, and the second soul core is the ultimate power. As for whether to condense the third soul core in the future, it will be considered at that time. After all, Yang Podi does not need to worry about whether he can reach the limit of Daoluo. With the use of Zhuanshan Guang to the extreme, the limbs and bones seem to be full of soul power. This is the original function of the soul core. Even when resting, it can rotate and practice autonomously. As time goes by, the soul core has stopped rotating, and it seems to be drawing some kind of original power from the soul core. The color of the soul core seems to be turning black, and the original gold seems to be slowly disappearing. When Yang Podi's soul power consumption is close to 70%, the soul core at this time has been divided into two. In addition to the original soul core, a black sphere appears, but this sphere is not fully formed, it is still in a half-soul core state. And the position of this sphere is at the heart. When Yang Podi's soul power was nearly consumed by 90%, his whole body was filled with a strong sense of weakness. The two soul cores seemed to have almost drained all of Yang Podi's soul power. However, this was also the most critical time. Both soul cores must be operated, and they must be operated in reverse, which required great mental strength. The first soul core to be operated was the golden soul core, which was the first soul core located in the Danshan. This soul core was Yang Podi's basic soul core, and it would be relatively simple to operate. The real key was to operate the second soul core, which was also the goal of everything. When the first soul core was rotating, the whole body seemed to be filled with infinite repulsive force, as if it wanted to exclude all the power attributes from the body. When all the soul power in Yang Podi's body was exhausted, the second soul core also began to rotate slowly, but this was the beginning of the real pain. As the black soul core began to operate, two soul cores appeared in the body at the same time. The gap between the two sutures was filled with infinite repulsive force, as if it was going to explode the body. At this time, Yang Podi's physical strength was tested. In the original novel, among all the fierce beasts, only Dian formed a second soul core, relying on his strong physical fitness of the Black Dragon clan, while Yang Podi relied on the golden awakening of his body's martial soul. As time passed, the two soul cores repelled each other and collided with each other. Every time they collided, the whole body seemed to be torn apart. Yang Podi even felt that his body was cracking and breaking. Of course, when the two soul cores were running at the same time, they quickly absorbed the energy in the air, and the running speed was getting faster and faster, like two extremely fast rotating balls, as if to tear everything apart. The original body seemed to have experienced countless destruction, repair, and reorganization, with extreme pain. The biggest trouble at this time was that there was enough energy in the body to support the two soul cores, which was also the problem that Yang Podi had been worried about. Hoyuheo had enough strength to condense the second soul core because he had the dragon pill given by Long Xiaoyeo, but Yang Podi did not have a dragon pill. However, Yang Podi had another thing, which was the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake obtained in the slaughter city. Yang Podi originally planned to use this inner elixir to form a soul ring with fire attributes, but it seems that it will be used in advance. Throughout the entire Douluo world, inner elixir treasures are very rare, and can even be said to be extremely valuable. Ma Hongjin achieved the re-evolution of his martial soul through the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. It can be seen that the energy of the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake is beyond the Douluo world. After all, it can make the phoenix evolve. Yang Podi endured the pain of his body, took out the inner elixir, and placed it on his chest. I saw that the two soul cores in Yang Podi's body rotated rapidly, absorbing energy from the air at a very fast speed. As the body began to absorb the energy of the inner elixir, it seemed that the two soul cores were replenished with energy, but became extremely fierce and dangerous. As time went on, the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake also rotated rapidly at the same time, and began to slowly decompose, turning into countless energies, and gradually injected into the two soul cores. After an unknown amount of time, the two soul cores that had originally repelled each other actually began to slowly calm down, as if becoming stable, and each formed a new rotation rule, and even formed a new vortex. Yang Podi himself also exhausted his mental strength and fell into coma, but even though he fell into coma, his body was still in unnatural pain. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Podi slowly woke up. At this time, his body seemed to have undergone some changes, and his physical fitness became stronger, as if he had been tempered by thousands of hammers. This tempering effect was even better than the tidal body training on the Sea God Island. Yang Podi hurriedly looked inside his body. There were two soul cores rotating in his body. One golden soul core was in his Danshin, which was the ultimate gold soul core, and the other black soul core was in his heart, which was the ultimate power soul core. The two soul cores in the body were in a strange state of balance, seemingly not interfering with each other, but also promoting each other and growing each other. Especially when the two soul cores rotated at the same time, the training speed was greatly enhanced compared to the previous single soul core. Yang Podi's face was full of excitement. It's done. I finally cultivated the yin-yang balanced dual soul cores. As long as a very short period of time passes, I will have the strength to fight against Dian. At the same time, due to the formation of the two soul cores, Yang Podi finally broke through to the 98th level, and this was achieved through his own practice. Even if he faced an extreme Douluo, he would be able to fight. Chapter 222, Cutting Off. Yang Podi was not in a hurry to come out of retreat, but continued to practice alone, wanting to restore his physical fitness and soul power to the extreme. When Yang Podi came out of retreat, his father Yang Xianxian looked at Yang Podi strangely. Podi, what happened to you recently? Why do I feel that the soul power in the place where you practice has changed a lot recently, especially 5 days ago? Even the soul power of the entire vicinity has been sucked away. Yang Podi just smiled slightly. Dad, I'm level 98. Yang Xianxian was shocked. How did you reach level 98 so quickly? I remember that you were only at the peak of level 97 before retreat. How did you break through? Besides, You don't have a full set of soul bones on your body, how could you break through to level 98? Yang Podi shook his head. I just had some insights, and I broke through while practicing. Yang Zhenshin was speechless when he heard this. Many people have practiced for a lifetime and cannot break through from level 97 to level 98. What kind of monster is his son? Yang Podi did not want to tell others about his dual soul course for the time being. After all, other people could not condense a yin-yang balanced dual soul core. The risk was too high and their physical fitness could not bear it. He would study it first and then find a way to study an isotopic resonance dual soul core. It must be said that after entering the 98th level, Yang Podi felt that his physical strength had made a qualitative leap, especially the various attributes such as physical strength and speed became stronger, and even the speed of cultivation and the application of soul power became much stronger. Of course, Yang Podi also felt that he was not good enough. Perhaps he needed to obtain the head soul bone and the torso soul bone as soon as possible, otherwise he would always feel that something was missing. When Yang Podi was practicing before, his mother suddenly informed him that he had to go to the family's reception room. When Yang Podi heard this, his psychological quality became a little dignified. I didn't expect them to come so soon, it seems that I have to show some strength. When Yang Podi arrived at the reception room, there were already quite a few people in the reception room, including the Crown Prince Zhu King, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Tang Zio, Tang Hao and Tang Sam from the Haotian Sect, Yu Zia Gang, Li Long, and even Tai Tan and Bai He. It seemed that they were not friendly. As for his own family, Grandpa Yang Wudi, Dad Yang Zhenshin, Grandpa Nia Gao, and Poison Douluo Dugubo were together. In particular, the expressions of the four people seemed quite solemn, and it was obvious that the conversation between the two sides was not very pleasant. Yang Podi did not care about the others, but sat directly next to his grandfather Yang Wudi, sitting directly with the mentality of the head of the family. Yang Podi looked at the solemn expressions on the faces of the four people and said lightly, "Grandpa, I will handle anything, don't worry." Yang Wudi felt relieved when he heard this, and just nodded lightly, and then said nothing. Yang Podi said to the people around him, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Sect Master Tang Zio, Sect Master Ning, I wonder why you come to my Shiangsing Academy." When everyone saw Yang Podi's attitude, they suddenly fell into silence, as if they didn't know how to express themselves. Finally, Prince Zhu King spoke up, "Student Yang Podi, we are here mainly to discuss the matter of forming an alliance to fight against the Spirit Hall. What do you think?" Yang Podi said coldly, "I don't have any ideas. Our Shiangsing Academy is just an ordinary academy. Our goal is to teach and educate people. We have never thought about forming an alliance with anyone, let alone participating in any struggles in the Spirit Master world." Prince Zhu King shook his head. "The Spirit Hall is now very powerful. They have successively attacked the Haotian Sect, the Kibaoliuli Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, causing great losses to the three sects. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was even exterminated. It can be seen that they have great ambitions and want to unify the entire Spirit Master world and Douluo Continent. Even if Shiangsing Academy wants to be independent, it cannot stay out of it." Yang Podi sneered directly, "Your three sects have been fighting against the Spirit Hall for many years. It is normal for something to happen. What does this have to do with our Shiangsing Academy? Besides, our Shiangsing Academy is located in a remote area and has long since stopped thinking about interfering in the affairs of the Spirit Master world." Zhu King seemed a little angry. "Yang Podi, don't forget, you are the champion Marcus of my Shiandao Empire. The situation in the Empire is tense now, and you are needed to serve the Empire." Yang Podi stared at Zhu King and said, "This champion Marcus title of the Empire is the reward for my Soul Master competition, not because I defected to the Shiandao Empire. If the Empire wants to go back on its word, it can take it back. Do you think I care about this champion Marcus title?" With Yang Podi's indifferent attitude, the scene fell silent again. Zhu King just shook his head slightly and said nothing more. Yang Podi glanced at everyone and continued to speak alone. "My Shiangsing Academy is just an ordinary academy, not a big sect or a big force. We don't want to cause trouble. We don't want to offend or afford to offend either the Spirit Hall or the three upper sects, so I won't get involved in your affairs." Ning Fengzi said a little seriously, "Young friend Yang Podi, is this your attitude towards the Spirit Hall? But even if your Shiangsing Academy escapes, I'm afraid the Spirit Hall will not let you go after they have dealt with us." Yang Podi shook his head. My attitude towards everyone is the same. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will kill him. It's the same whether it's the Spirit Hall or your 3 upper sects. Ning Fengzi spoke again. Can you represent everyone in Shiangsing Academy? Since I'm speaking now, of course I can represent everyone in Shiangsing Academy. Yang Wudi and others from Shiangsing Academy were all silent when they heard this, and they obviously all agreed. Uzia Gang seemed a little excited at this moment. Why are all of you like this, only thinking about protecting yourselves? The Spirit Hall is doing evil things and is ambitious. It intends to destroy all sects and unify the Spirit Master world. This is a danger to all living beings. Yang Podi shook his head. Teacher Uzia Gang, I don't know from what standpoint you are saying these things. Those present should all be leaders of large sects. You should all know that the rise of every major force is piled with countless bones. Whether it is the top 3 sects or the Xiandao Empire, they have destroyed countless hostile forces before they can stand firm, especially the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family back then. They should have destroyed quite a few dragon-attributed sects. Does this count as a threat to the Spirit Master world? My Shiangsing Academy doesn't want to care about the grievances in the Spirit Master world. Why should we go against the Spirit Hall? Uzia Gang was speechless when he heard this. As Yang Podi said, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was famous for its tyranny, and they destroyed quite a few sects. Tang San, who was standing aside, seemed to want to defend Uzia Gang, and said coldly, Yang Podi, I hope you respect my teacher. When Yang Podi heard this, he suddenly burst into endless murderous intent, and even the whole sky was shrouded in murderous intent. Everyone on the opposite side seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. In particular, a strong murderous intent surged towards Tang San, as if to tear Tang San apart. Tang San was immediately horrified, as if he was in the hell of Sheol, and his whole body lost control. Seeing this, Tang Xiao hurriedly pulled Tang San behind him and personally blocked this murderous intent, but even so, a trace of blood still flowed from the corner of Tang San's mouth. As Tang Xiao made a move, Yang Podi sneered again, and all the murderous intent on his body disappeared, as if nothing had happened. However, Yang Podi said to Tang Xiao, Sect Master Tang, I advise you to control your nephew. At least don't interrupt when others are talking. Not everyone is afraid of your Haotian Sect, and not everyone gives face to your Haotian Sect. Tang Xiao's face seemed a little serious at this time. My nephew doesn't need your discipline. Didn't you go too far just now? Yang Podi laughed coldly. If Sect Master Tang Xiao was interrupted like this when he was speaking, I wonder what you would do. Tang Xiao turned to look at Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi, is this how your grandson speaks? Yang Wudi didn't give Tang Xiao any face at all. Did my Podi say anything wrong? With the name of your Haotian Sect, if anyone dared to speak to the Sect Master of Haotian Sect like this, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Tang Xiao seemed to have an unusually solemn expression. Yang Wudi, do we have to go this far? Don't forget that the Podi clan rose to prominence because of my Haotian Sect, otherwise, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out long ago. Yang Wudi said coldly. The Po Hun clan did rely on the Haotian Sect to rise, but they also fought for the Haotian Sect for many years, and even half of them died back then. Don't you think it's not enough, Sect Master Tang? Tang Xiao finally gritted his teeth and said, not enough. At the beginning, your Po Hun clan was just a poor family with only dozens of people. If it weren't for the Haotian Sect, how could you have developed hundreds of soul masters, and how could you have developed to be on par with the 4 lower sects? Yang Wudi's face was full of anger. Then what do you want? My Po Hun clan will not be a dog for others again, and it was your Haotian Sect that abandoned our Po Hun clan. Tang Xiao didn't say anything else, just glanced at Tang Hao behind him, as if everything was unspoken. Tang Hao had not spoken all the way, which was completely unlike his character, especially his face was extremely decadent. Obviously he was seriously injured, and he was afraid that he didn't have much strength left. Yang Wudi finally sighed and threw a jade box to Tang Xiao. Forget it, this earth element fruit can heal Tang Hao's injuries. From now on, our Po Hun clan and Yu clan will no longer have any relationship with Haotian Sect. If it happens again like today, we will not be polite anymore, Grandfather Niagao also said with a determined face. From now on, our Yu clan and Po Hun clan will cut off all ties with Haotian Sect and no longer have any relationship. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this. Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandfather Niagao had spent most of their lives in Haotian Sect, and some things were hard to give up. Moreover, as Tang Xiao said, Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan rose up relying on Haotian Sect. They all developed from a small family of dozens of people to a large soul master family of 600 or 700 people. They did a lot at the beginning. But it's good this way. It cuts off the last thought of both sides and cuts off all the grievances. The two sides seemed to have nothing more to say, and the Crown Prince Zhu King led everyone to leave Shiangsing Academy. After everyone left, Grandpa Yang Wudi seemed a little depressed. Podi, did I do something wrong this time? Yang Podi shook his head. Grandpa, it is the characteristic of our family to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. A mere Yuan fruit can only heal Tang Hao's injuries at most. With Tang Hao's condition over the years, without other natural treasures, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to make any further progress. Besides, it's just Tang Hao, he can't cause any trouble. Chapter 223 Ghost. Yang Podi chatted with his grandfather and grandfather for a while, mainly to reassure them. At this time, Yang Podi suddenly spoke to Corner. I have been listening for so long, shouldn't you come out and meet me? If you keep hiding like this, I can't help but want to keep you here. The void flashed in the corner, and suddenly a ghost appeared. It was Ghost Douluo. Grandpa Yang Wudi and others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect Ghost Douluo to stay at the scene for so long. Did he hear everyone's conversation just now? Ghost Douluo seemed to be a little gloomy when he spoke. Yang Podi, when did you know I was here? Yang Podi just smiled slightly. Senior, this hiding method is not bad, but it's a pity. I knew it as soon as I entered the door, otherwise I would not have deliberately avoided you when I burst out with murderous aura just now. Otherwise, I am afraid that you will find it difficult to hide under the murderous aura. Ghost Douluo was extremely surprised, but still spoke a little angrily. Why did you give Tang Hao the elixir just now? Tang Hao is the enemy of my spirit hall. Yang Podi shook his head slightly. It's just a demon fruit. It's not a spiritual medicine. It just has a special effect on healing injuries. Besides, if I really took action just now, the first person to suffer would probably be a great soul master. It's strange to say that with the power of your spirit hall, you would actually let a great soul master jump up and down in the Xiandao area and organize everyone to resist the spirit hall. As long as Senior Ghost Douluo takes action personally, you should be able to kill him unknowingly. When Ghost Douluo heard this, he was suddenly speechless. With his strength as a title Douluo and his unparalleled hiding skills, killing a great soul master was no different from killing a chicken. Unfortunately, as someone who knew many secrets of the spirit hall, he certainly knew who not to mess with. However, Yang Podi continued, whether it is the spirit hall or the three upper sects, you all have huge forces and many masters. We, the Shiangsing Academy, our small sects, and neither side wants to offend. Those people from the three upper sects want our Shiangsing Academy to go against the spirit hall and be the first to stand out. Don't you, the spirit hall, want us to tear our faces with the three upper sects? It would be best if both parties die and the net is broken, so that you can reap the benefits. I still say what I said just now, I will not offend others if others do not offend me. If others offend me, I will kill them. As for the grievances in the past, they have nothing to do with each other since today's demon fruit. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he flashed in front of Ghost Douluo. In terms of speed and weirdness, even Ghost Douluo himself was ashamed of himself. Yang Podi looked at Ghost Douluo with a half smile. I wonder if Senior Ghost Douluo is satisfied with a reply from my Shiangsing Academy, or whether His Holiness the Pope is satisfied with this reply. Ghost Douluo was silent for a moment before he spoke. I will report today's events to His Holiness the Pope truthfully. Yang Podi seemed to have thought of something. Senior Ghost Douluo, I remember that Yu Zhigang is an elder of the Spirit Hall. His Holiness the Pope personally confirmed it in the finals of the solo competition. Please help confirm the position of the elders of the Spirit Hall. If so, the Spirit Hall should be considered to owe me a favor. In addition, Yi Lingling treated you guys, so the Spirit Hall owes me a lot of favors. Ghost Douluo was silent for a moment before he spoke. My Spirit Hall has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. His Holiness the Pope has agreed to the two requests you made last time. From now on, we will no longer interfere in the affairs of your Shiangsing Academy, and no one will harass old Mr. Yu Rengson. Yang Podi smiled and nodded. That's not bad. The Spirit Hall is worthy of being a role model for spirit masters all over the world. It really won't disappoint people. By the way, what did His Holiness the Pope say about the cooperation issue that I discussed with the saint last time? Did he agree? Ghost Douluo's face changed instantly, and finally he said gloomily, His Holiness the Pope plans to go into seclusion recently and has no time to cooperate with you for the time being. If you want to cooperate, you may have to wait a few years, Yang Podi said indifferently. That's up to you. Although the 3 spirit beasts are powerful, there are still ways to deal with them. Besides, there are 7 tidal Daolos in Xiandao City now. Maybe they are willing to cooperate with me to hunt spirit beasts. At least the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect should be willing. Don't you Xianxing Academy not interfere in the struggles in the Spirit Master world? Are you willing to cooperate with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect to hunt spirit beasts? Isn't it because the benefits are too great? I am really a little envious of that sky blue bull python. Besides, it's just an ordinary cooperation. Both parties are just interacting for interests. I won't participate in their battle with the Spirit Hall. Finally, after the 2 sides communicated, Ghost Douluo was ready to leave. However, Yang Podi still spoke. By the way, with Ghost Douluo's methods, people should not find out that you have been to Xianxing Academy. If the group of people outside find out, it will cause misunderstandings. I am afraid that Ghost Douluo will have to stay in Xianxing Academy to teach for 10 years. Ghost Douluo's face changed slightly, and finally turned into a ghost and left Xianxing Academy. However, Ghost Douluo's face looked very ugly. It seemed that he was in Yang Podi's calculations from beginning to end. This Yang Podi was becoming more and more unfathomable, and even his proud hiding could be discovered. At the same time, Ghost Douluo couldn't help but think of the Pope's palace. 10 days ago, after Yilingling's treatment, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo returned to the Wuhan Hall. When Pope Bidong heard the treatment conditions proposed by Yang Podi and the content of the cooperation in hunting soul beasts, his face became extremely gloomy and ugly. Not only did the soul hunting operation fail, but even his own target was targeted by Yang Podi. In the end, Bidong ordered Ghost Douluo to secretly visit Xianxing Academy to investigate the situation. If possible, it would be best to create friction and let Xianxing Academy and Haotian Sect fight first. Preferably both sides would suffer losses. But the result was completely beyond Ghost Douluo's expectations. Unexpectedly, the 2 sides did not really fight, and even gave spiritual medicine to Tang Hao for treatment, which completely destroyed the plan of the Spirit Hall. As for the so-called cooperation between the 2 sides in hunting soul beasts, the original plan was to find a random reason to drag it out. After all, Xianxing Academy did not have the strength to hunt the 3 soul beasts, but if the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect was added, it would be hard to say. Especially when Yu Ziagang, an elder of the Spirit Hall, appeared. He owed another favor for no reason. After Ghost Douluo left, Yang Podi said to his grandfather Yang Wudi and grandfather Niagao, Grandpa, have you not made up your mind to deal with Haotian Sect and Tang Hao? Grandpa Yang Wudi hesitated for a long time before speaking. As Tang Xiao said, our 2 families were originally just a small and impoverished family. We relied on Haotian Sect to grow strong. Besides, the 2 of us have been in Haotian Sect for most of our lives, so we still can't bear to do it. Yang Podi shook his head. The people in Haotian Sect have always been domineering. If we give him the elixir today, I'm afraid they will not be satisfied and think we are easy to bully. Especially if Tang Hao recovers, they will probably be even more arrogant. Besides, what we did today is probably regarded as a great shame in their eyes. With their personalities, they may want to get back at us, and I'm not sure if staying in Xianxing Academy for a long time will bring disaster. Grandfather Niagao was a little disdainful. If those people from Haotian Sect really dare to take action, the worst that can happen is that both sides will die. Even if a few of us old people die in the battle, the worst that can happen is that you young people will overthrow Haotian Sect and help me avenge my revenge. Yang Podi was speechless when he heard this. This is too reckless. He doesn't even take his own safety seriously. Yang Podi hesitated for a while and said to Douluo next to him, Senior Douluo, what do you think of what happened today? Do you agree with what my grandfather did? From beginning to end today, Douluo has been silent, as if he is not worried about anything. Douluo sighed at this time. Although I feel uncomfortable, I still think that the old goat and the old rhino did a good job. They are clear about gratitude and resentment, repaying gratitude with gratitude and revenge with revenge. This is why I like to associate with these 2 old guys. Besides, if they really dare to do it, the worst thing is that I will temporarily avoid their edge and let them be extinct in the future. Douluo has been very lucky recently. After absorbing many soul bones in succession, His soul power has actually reached the 94th level. In particular, there is a speed-type soul bone in the right leg, which is absolutely necessary for killing people, setting fires, and running away. Now Douluo is a little bit arrogant, and he doesn't put those enemies in his eyes at all. Yang Wudi suddenly spoke with some doubt. Podi, is there anything wrong with letting Ghost Douluo go this time? And you were talking to Ghost Douluo about cooperation just now. Yang Podi shook his head. Although I can keep Ghost Douluo, I don't want to be enemies with the Spirit Hall for the time being. At least I don't want to become the #1 enemy of the Spirit Hall for the time being, especially what I did just now. I deliberately controlled my murderous aura. The other side should have guessed that I am a titled Douluo, and they can probably guess that my father is also a titled Douluo. Now we have almost 5 titled Douluos in the open in Xianxing Academy, which is a deterrent to all enemies. Dad Yang Zhenshin was speechless. Podi, if I had known you wanted me to show my strength, I wouldn't have to hide it so deliberately. I thought your murderous aura was out of control. Yang Podi shook his head. We don't need to show our strength deliberately, but we can show a little bit of strength inadvertently, so that the enemy will be more vigilant. At least let others think that you, Dad, are the biggest trump card of our Xianxing Academy, and let the real enemy fall into misunderstanding, which will have unexpected effects. When everyone heard this, they all complained in their hearts. Yang Podi is too cunning, deliberately letting others think that Xianxing Academy has 5 titled Douluo. If there is really an enemy attacking, I am afraid they will fall into the trap directly. Grandpa Yang Wudi was also relieved. Podi, it's okay to do this today. I hope these people will be more sensible after this year. Yang Podi shook his head. It's still early. Now we have cut off all ties with the Haotian Sect in the future, whether it is the Shandao Empire or the Kibaoliuli Sect. I am afraid they will visit separately. After Yang Podi returned to the room, he thought carefully about what happened today, and finally couldn't help sighing. As he expected, his grandfather and grandfather still couldn't give up the affection for Haotian Sect. He hoped that from now on, those people in Haotian Sect would be more sensible. Otherwise, even if it made his grandfather and grandfather unhappy, they would definitely kill that group of people. As for giving Tang Hao the Earth Origin Fruit, it was just a small matter. The Earth Origin Fruit had no other effect except to treat injuries. At least it couldn't make Tang Hao break through again. Tang Hao now couldn't cause Yang Podi's fear at all. Yang Podi was a little strange. With the level of today's meeting, why did Yu Xiaogang come out to speak? You know, the participants today are basically the leaders of major forces, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family behind Yu Xiaogang has been destroyed. Zhu King is even less likely to value Yu Xiaogang as much as Prince Avalanche. I always feel that Yu Xiaogang is used as a knife by the other major forces. If I really kill Yu Xiaogang, I'm afraid that Kibaoliuli Sect and Haotian Sect will laugh to death. Capital A. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Three-Party Dynamics. After Prince Zhu King and his entourage left Xianxing Academy, they all stayed in Monet City. After exchanging greetings for a while, they all returned to their respective residences. Among the people in the Haotian Sect, Tang Xiao took out the Earth Origin Fruit and asked Tang San, Xiao-san, can this Earth Origin Fruit really heal your father's injuries? Tang San nodded eagerly. It is said that the Earth Origin Fruit is condensed by absorbing the power of the Earth. It has extremely strong healing ability and can heal any injuries. However, it has no other effects besides healing. This Earth Origin Fruit should be able to completely heal my father's injuries. Tang Xiao nodded. That's good. Now Brother Hao is saved. Tang San seemed to speak a little seriously. Uncle, since Xianxing Academy has a Earth Origin Fruit, they should have other treasures. Although this Earth Origin Fruit is not a fairy grass, it is also a very precious medicinal material. In addition to the Kirantong Xiangel they took out before, they may have real fairy grass on them. Why don't they take out better fairy grass? Tang Xiao shook his head. Today's situation has exhausted the last bit of friendship of our Haotian Sect. If we ask for something next time, I'm afraid they will no longer pay attention to us, and if there is a conflict, the two sides will directly fight. But uncle, you are a level 97 titled Douluo, and Senior Jian Douluo is also a level 97 titled Douluo. Xianxing Academy only has 3 newly crowned titled Douluos. You are much stronger than them. Xiao-san, You are wrong. I just observed carefully. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Douluo are probably all level 94. In addition, although Yang Podi only showed murderous intent once, he is probably already a title Douluo. In addition, Yang Wudi's son Yang's Henshin soul power also fluctuated abnormally at the moment when Yang Podi showed murderous intent. He is probably already a title Douluo. Xianxing Academy now has 5 title Douluos. If we really take action, I'm afraid that except for Jian Douluo and me, no one will be able to escape. Besides, we have already cut off ties with the Poi clan and the Ui clan. They also gave us elixirs. If we really make a move to snatch them, the reputation of the dignified Haotian Sect will be gone. Another point is, if we let just one person escape this time, then by then, no matter it is the Clear Sky Sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, or even the Heaven Dao Empire, all those below the title Douluo will probably be wiped out. Tang San was surprised to hear this. This is impossible. Does Xianxing Academy have such strength? Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Douluo of Xianxing Academy is a rare title Douluo with poison attribute, who can cause large-scale poisoning. Those below the title Douluo don't have much resistance to him. In addition, the Poi clan is good at refining poisons, and the poisons they refine are hard to guard against. This is probably the reason why the Spirit Hall allows them to live in peace and dare not attack them at will. The title Douluo of Xianxing Academy may not be able to defeat us and the Spirit Hall, but it can make other forces only have title Douluo. Who dares to take the initiative to attack in this situation? When Tang San heard this, his whole face fell silent. Now he is just a soul emperor, and is still far from a title Douluo. If he is really poisoned, he will probably die. Tang Xiao spoke a little seriously at this time. Xiao-san, I know you respect your teacher, but sometimes you still have to have basic courtesy to others. If Jian Douluo and I were not present today, I am afraid this matter would not be so easy to resolve. Tang San seemed very unwilling. Uncle, are we just going to let it go? The former Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan were just affiliated families of our Haotian sect. Are we just going to let them get away with it? When Tang Xiao heard this, his face changed instantly. Xiao-san, I don't know why you think so. At any time, we should not make more enemies. Our original plan was to make Xianxing Academy our ally and fight against the Spirit Hall together. Now it is estimated that everything is impossible. The world of Spirit Masters always speaks with strength. With the current strength of Xianxing Academy, they will not become an affiliate of any force, even if any force dares not to force them. This is also the reason why they want independence, but no one dares to provoke them. At this time, Tang San's face seemed a little ferocious, but they also had countless disciples who died at the hands of the Spirit Hall back then. They actually forgot even the basic hatred. Tang Xiao shook his head. In the Battle of Haotian Sect, more than 300 people of Po Yi clan died, and more than 400 people of Yu Yi clan died. Although it was the Spirit Hall who did the trick, our Haotian Sect abandoned them and allowed them to be slaughtered by the Spirit Hall. They may hate the Spirit Hall, but they may hate our Haotian Sect even more. Tang San hurriedly said, how can the two seniors Titan and Bai? He let go of their hatred for Haotian Sect and rejoin Haotian Sect. Tang Xiao's face changed slightly. I have told you just now that everything in the Soul Master world is based on strength. If the Power Clan and the Agility Clan have multiple title Douluo, if they develop well enough, how could they be willing to return to the Haotian Sect as affiliated families? Tang Hao on the side also spoke at this time. Xiao-san, you have to remember that the Soul Master world always respects strength. The Haotian Sect ended up so miserably because it was not strong enough. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was also exterminated because of its lack of strength. Tang San seemed unwilling and just nodded silently, but he finally spoke. Dad, Uncle, this Yang Podi should not be more than 25 years old. How can he be so strong? He has even been named a title Douluo. Tang Hao thought for a while before speaking slowly. I don't know why his strength has increased so fast. When I went to the Slaughter City, I heard from the King of Slaughter that Yang Podi had passed the assessment of the Slaughter City and the Hull Road, and obtained the Killing God domain. Xiao-san, if there is no special situation in the future, try not to conflict with him. Everyone who obtains the Killing God domain is absolutely very decisive. Tang Xiao hurriedly said at this time, Brother Hao, you eat this Earth Yuan fruit first. Tang Hao's face was a little gloomy. Brother, I am sorry for the sect. This Earth Yuan fruit was exchanged for the last friendship between our Haotian Sect and their two families. Brother Hao, our Haotian Sect needs you now. You can only continue to contribute to the sect if you recover your strength as soon as possible. Tang San at the side also hurriedly said, Dad, you should eat this earth element fruit as soon as possible. We will talk about the future later. Tang Hao hesitated for a while, and finally took the earth element fruit. After swallowing the earth element fruit, Tang Hao felt that the injuries in his body seemed to be recovering quickly. Even some hidden injuries were recovering. Brother, Zio-san, this earth element fruit is indeed a magical medicine. I estimate that in another month or two, my body will be fully recovered. By then, we will not be afraid of other forces. In the residence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong sat together. Ning Rongrong was obviously much more mature than before, as if she had lost her original immaturity after the battle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Fengzi was a little confused. Uncle Jian, what do you think of the situation today? Is there anything wrong? Jian Douluo shook his head with a serious expression. Today's situation is very wrong. In my estimation, Yang Podi has reached the level of title Douluo. In addition, judging from Yang Zhenshin's reaction at that time, he should also be a title Douluo. I'm afraid that the Poi clan has obtained a great treasure. Ning Fengzi was also a little serious at this time. In just 20 years, the Poi clan has produced 3 title Douluos, plus Niagao of the Yu clan. They have indeed obtained a great opportunity. Fengzi, what should we do now? This Yang Podi has been hiding his true strength. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than mine, and may even be stronger than mine. If we take action today, I'm afraid that few of us on the scene will be able to leave alive. Ning Fengzi pondered for a moment before speaking. According to the information we have received in recent years, Yang Podi and his group should have gone to Hanhei City 4.5 years ago, and then went out to the sea to Poseidon Island. I'm afraid they got a lot of opportunities there. Now the strength of their Shiangsing Academy is stronger than our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. We will talk about how to deal with it after we visit them separately tomorrow. Now even the Spirit Hall has not taken action against them, so we should try not to make enemies with them. At this time, Ning Rongrong suddenly said, Dad, Grandpa Jian, I want to visit Sister Lingling and Sister Yanyan tomorrow. Ning Fengzi nodded, okay, you can just be ordinary friends, don't involve any sect forces or anything like that. Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rongrong's somewhat puzzled expression, and had to continue. Among the 6 people including Yang Podi, all things are centered on Yang Podi himself. No one can change the positions of the other 5 people. If you talk too much about sect grievances, it will make them disgusted. Ning Fengzi is indeed a man of many talents, especially he can support the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect with an auxiliary soul saint. Both his knowledge and emotional intelligence are far superior to others. As for the Crown Prince Zhu King, after waiting in the room for a while, a black shadow suddenly flashed between the rooms. It was Ghost Douluo who came, and of course, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise were also there. Zhu King seemed a little unhappy. Ghost Douluo, why are you here just now? Ghost Douluo saluted quickly. Young master, I was discovered. Zhu King seemed to become a little serious again. How is this possible? Even Sword Douluo and Tang Xiao didn't find you. Who found you? Yang Podi. After Ghost Douluo said Yang Podi's name, he repeated in detail all the things that Yang Podi did to stop him, and even repeated Yang Podi's warning. Zhu King's face turned gloomy. According to what you said, Shiangsing Academy already has 5 titled Douluo, especially Yang Podi, who is only 24 years old now, but he is already a titled Douluo. Although Ghost Douluo was a little frightened, he finally spoke. Indeed, Yang Podi should be at least a titled Douluo, and this person is extremely fast and extremely strange. I'm afraid he can really keep me here. Zhu King just shook his head with a wry smile when he heard this. I didn't expect that in just over 10 years, Yang Podi has reached this level, and they have been hiding a Yang Zhenshin. It seems that I have wasted too much time. Ghost Douluo, go and inform that woman and my grandfather. I have to complete the task as soon as possible and can't waste any more time. What's the situation of the other 6 great priests now, and how are their injuries recovering? Ghost Douluo said quickly. The 6 priests have all recovered and can come to support the young master at any time. Zhu King nodded. Please ask a few of the priests to come to Xiandao City secretly. My final plan may be difficult. It is best to ask my grandfather to come in person. Tang Hao should be recovering soon. He is also a great enemy of my Spirit Hall. As for the small transactions between Yang Podi and the Spirit Hall, both parties can execute them normally. There is no need for our people to hurt Mr. Yu Rengson. By the way, Is there any way to test Yang Podi's specific soul power level now? Ghost Douluo shook his head. Yang Podi has always been very secretive and rarely fights with others, but I estimate that he is at least level 95, otherwise it would not be so easy to see through me, nor would it be so easy to keep up with my speed. After hearing this, Zuking fell silent and his face seemed to become unusually wonderful. Since the Haotian Sect moved to the vicinity of Xiandao City, Zuking felt endless pressure. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo did not dare to act at will, and the original plan to poison Emperor Zuyu was forced to suspend. Now that he heard that Yang Podi had entered the tidal Douluo realm before him, and was now one major realm ahead of him, he suddenly felt a great deal of pressure, and felt that he could not waste any more time here, otherwise the gap between the two sides would become larger and larger. Zuking thought carefully, and his innate soul power of level 20 seemed to be a joke. Even though he had obtained Yang Podi's Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, which greatly improved his soul power and flame, he had only barely reached the Soul Douluo level now. Compared with the Soul Master competition 5 years ago, the gap had become even larger. Chapter 225 Yang Podi's Strength and Soul Skills. Yang Podi didn't have time to care about those bugs at this time. Instead of spending time thinking about so much, he might as well practice as soon as possible to reach level 99. This is also the reason why Yang Podi has always been relatively low-key. If he could really be stronger than Jin Daoliu, Poseidon and Daeon, how could these bugs come to scream? However, Yang Podi also knew that when he reached level 99, it would be the time when everyone in the world would be his enemy. No matter which force it was, it would never allow a level 99 extreme Douluo to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Maybe his original enemies would unite to deal with him. Yang Podi had asked his grandfather to find a way to find out where there were fire attribute soul beasts over 90,000 years old in the Douluo Continent. After all, the number of fire attribute soul beasts in the original book was very small. The strongest one was probably the inner pill of the 10-headed scorching sun snake. Unfortunately, that inner pill had been used up by him. As for the spirit-type soul beasts and water-attributed soul beasts, they already had targets. All they needed was to improve their strength a little bit before they could take action. Yang Podi carefully reviewed his recent strength improvement and wanted to roughly evaluate his true combat power. Now Yang Podi is already level 98, especially after he has the yin-yang balanced dual soul core. His cultivation speed has become even faster, and his soul power recovery speed and depth have become even stronger. After so many years of adding power-type soul rings, Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear has reached 32,000 jin, which is very close to the weight of the angel sword. The name soul-breaking spear is no longer suitable. Yang Podi renamed the current soul-breaking spear to the sky-bearing spear, which is also a reference to Yun Ming in the original work. I don't know if it is destined. Yang Podi's 9th soul skill 1, sky-bearing, is what he used in the last battle against Shuangjun. If it weren't for Daeon's intervention, Yang Podi is confident that he can severely injure Shuangjun, and may even kill him. And Yang Podi's 9th soul skill 2, shooting the sun, the name is surprisingly similar to Yu Ming. Inject all the soul power attributes of the whole body into the sky-bearing spear. The sky-bearing spear not only has the ultimate golden ultimate power, but also has all the attributes of Yang Podi's other soul rings. It can directly lock the enemy and shoot it, just like shooting the sun. Moreover, this soul skill has a locking effect, which can be called the ultimate single-point damage and a magical skill. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Podi has been pursuing the 5 elements of soul rings. If the 5 elements are collected, the power of the sky-bearing spear soul skill, shooting the sun, will probably be even more powerful, and it can even restrain BB Dong's 9th soul skill, immortality. At the same time, Yang Podi obtained 300,000 year soul rings and 300,000 year soul bones in the Xingdao Great Forest this time, and the skills are very good. Tao Di God Bull Right Arm Soul Bone Skill 1, God Bull Power. When using the Soul Bone skill, the strength is increased several times, and it has a large-scale gravity suppression effect. Tao Di God Bull Right Arm Soul Bone Skill 2, God Bull Collision. When using the Soul Bone skill, the right hand has infinite power and can smash all objects in front of it. The third soul skill of the main body martial soul, Tao Di Body Protection, which can be transformed into Tao Di Divine Bull, with extreme defense. The third soul skill of the main body martial soul, Divine Bull Shocking Strike, which can be transformed into Tao Di Divine Bull, attacking and damaging the enemy in a large range, and the gravity within the attack range is controlled. The first skill of the left leg soul bone of the nether leopard, extreme speed. The speed can be increased by 500% by using the soul bone skill, which is estimated to exceed the speed limit of human soul masters. The second skill of the left leg soul bone of the nether leopard, nether, when using the soul bone skill, the body can be integrated into the darkness, and it will be invincible in the dark night. The fourth soul skill of the main body martial soul, nether ghost slash, which is a bit similar to the instant attack, but the speed will be faster, and there will be no soul power fluctuation. The power is also very large, and it can attack continuously, worthy of being a 100,000-year soul skill. Especially at night, it can almost be transformed into the nether, and the consumption is very small. The fourth soul skill of the main body martial soul, netherworld crossing, can turn into the netherworld to cross any object, including the opponent's soul skill lock and resistance. That is to say, when using netherworld crossing, you can ignore the opponent's soul skill defense. Similarly, the power will be doubled at night. The first skill of the left arm soul bone of the Golden Scorpion Emperor, Golden Scorpion's pincer, the left hand can turn into the Golden Scorpion Emperor's pincer, and one grab will crush everything. The second skill of the left arm soul bone of the Golden Scorpion Emperor, Golden Scorpion's venomous sting, the left hand can turn into the Golden Scorpion Emperor's tail sting, causing a fatal blow to the enemy, and the attack has the 200,000-year-old Golden Scorpion Emperor's toxicity. The fifth soul skill of the main body martial soul, Golden Scorpion Emperor's domain, a bit similar to the Golden Domain, but it can cause extreme gold damage to the body within a certain range, and the damage range is extremely large. Within the range of this soul skill, you are the master of gold. The fifth soul skill of the main body martial soul, Golden Scorpion Emperor's wrath, the extreme gold control within the range, nothing can be broken, especially the ability to control the opponent's gold energy. Yang Podi felt that these soul ring skills and soul bone skills were very good. All soul skills and soul bone skills seem to inherit the strongest attributes of the original soul beasts, and also inherited their strongest attack and defense. Especially for the two-leg soul bones, they gathered the attributes of speed and space, and even the dark attribute. Even if facing a strong opponent, he could deal with it calmly. If he couldn't beat him, he could at least run over the enemy. As long as the opponent was not a top-notch space control soul skill, he could come and go freely in any situation. Yang Podi couldn't help but think of BB Dong's soul devouring spider emperor's 8th soul skill, a dream of life and death, which was also a rare domain skill. It can form a large protective shield. As long as it is protected by the protective shield, it is equivalent to entering a trap, and its own attributes will be reduced. BB Dong is the absolute master in this space, and if the opponent's attack hits the protective shield, then the protective shield will rebound the attack back to the opponent from the front. BB Dong's soul skill is called the best. I don't know if my Golden Scorpion Emperor domain can break this soul skill. However, Yang Podi always likes to break all laws with one force, and likes to pierce everything with a gun. It is estimated that a mere domain soul skill can be easily broken. In the following visits by Ningfengzi and Zhu King, Yang Podi didn't want to pay attention to the two people. He simply made an excuse that he was practicing in seclusion. Anyway, the position of Xianxing Academy has been determined long ago, and his grandfather should be able to deal with it. These two old foxes are one thing in front of you and another behind your back. They smile and talk to you in front, but they may directly stab you in the back. Don't you see that Zhu King calls Ningfengzi the master every day, and Ningfengzi even taught Zhu King a lot of things. But when the Kibaoli sect was attacked, the people of the Wuhan Hall rushed thousands of miles, but they didn't receive any news in advance. This is completely wrong, especially when they have to cross a large area of the Xiandao Empire. If you say that the Prince Zhu King didn't take action, no one will believe it. But after practicing that day, Yang Podi was instructing the 5 of them on their practice, and Ning Rongrong actually came. You should know that Yang Podi's training and residence are on the top of the mountain, while the normal reception place is on the mountainside. The top of the mountain is considered to be the top secret of Xianxing Academy. Yang Podi asked with a little puzzlement, Rongrong, why did you run to the top of the mountain? Ning Rongrong actually saluted in a proper manner, Brother Yang, long time no see. This time I came mainly to find Sister Langlang and Sister Yanyan. I won't disturb your training. Yang Podi looked at Ning Rongrong's expression and was a little uncomfortable. Rongrong, It seems that you are much more mature than before. Ningrongrong's face looked a little sad. Maybe too many things have happened recently. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has undergone tremendous changes. Grandpa Jian broke one of his hands and the entire sect is gone. I also understand the hardships of my father in maintaining the sect. Brother Yang, can I ask you a question? Of course, if you can answer it, you can answer it. If you can't answer it, forget it. Wrong, you are too polite. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Ningrongrong thought for a while before speaking. Why do you like to practice in such a remote place? Why did you practice so hard before? Did you anticipate what would happen? Yang Podi also became a little serious. I did expect it, and I believe your father had expected it a long time ago, but your father did not expect it to happen so quickly, nor did he expect it to be so serious. As for why I practice so hard and why I like this remote place, in fact, this question is very simple. In my eyes, all conflicts and interests are small things, and relatives and friends are big things. In the entire SYNOPSIS Academy, basically everyone is my relative and my friend. I don't want any of them to encounter death. So I practice hard, hoping that my ability can protect everyone. Of course, this is also the reason why I took my family away from the Shandao area. Ningrongrong thought for a long time before speaking. Brother Yang, maybe you are right. In the battle of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I lost a lot of friends and relatives. Some of my uncles and even good sisters died. I was very sad and helpless at the time. Only then did I realize the insufficiency of my strength and understand why you practiced so hard. Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. Wrong, it seems that you have really grown up. I hope you can become a qualified leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future. Yang Podi was about to leave when Ningrongrong suddenly spoke again. Brother Yang, can we be real friends? Yang Podi ignored Ningrongrong's question and left alone, but everyone finally heard three words, maybe. At night, when Yang Podi and Yilingling were alone together, Yilingling seemed to become a little sad. Podi, I think Rongrong has changed a lot. She is no longer as innocent and lovely as before. She seems to be worried and silent now. Yang Podi shook his head. As the heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ningrongrong enjoys all the resources and glory, and naturally has her responsibilities. This war in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect made her understand the cruelty of the Soul Master world, and naturally made her grow a lot. Yilingling hesitated for a long time before speaking. Podi, can you help Rongrong? I feel a little distressed when I see her now. Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. Lingling, the strength of the spirit hall is beyond the imagination of all of us. I am not sure I can defeat them yet. If we rashly help the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, I am afraid it will drag our SYNOPSIS Academy into the abyss. According to the current development trend, the Spirit Master world will experience the greatest turmoil in 10,000 years, and countless sects will be destroyed. I just hope that our SYNOPSIS Academy can survive. Besides, Ningfengzi is the biggest smiling tiger in the entire Douluo Continent and the largest businessman in Douluo Continent. In his eyes, interests are above everything else. I don't want to be stabbed in the back by them. If things go wrong, they will eat me up without leaving even a bone. Yilingling seemed a little puzzled. Is the situation really so critical now? Yang Podi's face was solemn. The situation is more serious than I said. The strongest Jin Daoliu and Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall have not made a move. Jin Daoliu is the strongest master on the continent at this stage, and Bibi Dong's strength will not be weak. Besides, the Spirit Hall has the inheritance of the Angel God. With this great turmoil in the Soul Master world, I'm afraid that more than half of us Soul Masters will die, and even countless ordinary people will die. Yilingling was horrified when she heard this. This is impossible. Yang Podi looked at Yilingling with a little heartache. As a healing Soul Master, he really didn't like too many deaths. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.